July 7th, 2026. We are going to call to order the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting, letting the record show that all supervisors are present. Are there any additions or corrections to our closed session agenda this morning?
No additions or corrections to the Board of Supervisors closed session.
All right, we have closed session items number 1A through D. Is there any public comment on our closed session agenda for the Board of Supervisors this morning? I'm seeing no hands raised, so we'll close public comment, recess the Monterey County Board of Supervisors into closed session. But before we leave the dais, we're going to call to order the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency, letting the record show that all supervisors are present. Are there any additions or corrections to the Water Resources Agency closed session agenda this morning?
No, Chair.
Right, we have closed session item number 1A. Is there any public comment on the Water Resource Agency closed session agenda this morning? Seeing no public comment, we'll close public comment and recess the Water Resources Agency to close session. We'll be back here at 10:30 this morning for the remainder of the agenda. Thanks.
Check 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2. One, two, check. 1 2. 1 2, check 1 2, check. One, two, three, four. Check 1 2. 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 Check 1 2.
All right, good morning, everyone. It is July 7th, 2026, and we are reconvening the Monterey County Board of Supervisors for our morning agenda. Let the record show that all supervisors are present. Supervisor Church stepped out briefly, but will be walking back in momentarily. I'd like to start by inviting our interpreter for Spanish interpretation services, Jordi Vidales, is with us online. Jordi, can you make an announcement about the interpretation services that are available today?
Muy buenos días a todos. Servicios de interpretación serán otorgados en la recámara de los supervisores y de igual manera en línea. Para obtener un aparato puede solicitarlo. Para oírlo en la recámara de interpretación simultánea. De igual manera, si desea hacer su comentario público, por favor tome su tiempo otorgado y hágalo de una forma pausada y será interpretado. Gracias.
Thank you. If you'd all stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance to start the meeting. Thank you. Are there any additions or corrections to our agenda this morning?
There are none.
There are none. All right. Made that easy. We'll move right along to our ceremonial resolutions. We have item 2 through 8 on our ceremonial resolutions agenda this morning, with 1 to be presented. I'll open it up for public comment on ceremonial resolutions. Is there any public comment on items 2 through 8 on today's agenda? I'm seeing one hand raised online, phone number ending in 902.
My name is Nina Beatty. I am shocked at the ceremonial resolution for Willie Brown. He has little or nothing to do with Monterey County, and the author ignores the history of Mr. Brown's well-known scandals and controversies. Those who are in the county who are older remember what he did. I contacted Supervisor Askew's office to pull it off the agenda, and her office responded that a respected community organization wanted to present it to him. My response is do a little research and then say no thank you. He was known for corruption, control, and cronyism, including while he was mayor of San Francisco and the Assembly. Are these the practices that Monterey County supports and emulates? His scandals include the development of the very toxic former naval shipyard at Hunters Point, financially benefiting from that development in violation of state law, and all the people that have been harmed there as a result of that development. Treasure Island is another extremely toxic site due to chemical and radiological contamination by the Navy that he was involved with. Investigative articles describe him directing contracts and money to political allies, controlling the process, and refusing to talk about it. Term limits in the legislature were apparently enacted because of Willie Brown's controlling presence there. His actions frequently did not represent democracy and did not represent the public's interest. Did he do good things? Of course he did. But his legacy is very troubling, and honoring that legacy sends the wrong message to this community and the young people that you hope to influence. And I'm troubled that the county wouldn't reject it before it gets on the agenda. And I hope that the board as a whole will reject this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. Any other public comment on ceremonial resolutions? Okay, seeing no one else, we'll bring it back to the board for action. Or discussion? Colleagues?
So moved to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Church, a second from Lopez. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, we have one presentation we'll proceed with now.
So good morning, Chair Wendy Rudascu and members of the Board of Supervisors. So thank you for the opportunity to recognize Probation Services Week and the dedicated staff of the Monterey County Probation Department. Every day, our employees serve with integrity, compassion, and strong commitment to public safety. They hold individuals accountable, support rehabilitation, and work to create safer and stronger communities. While probation is often seen as supervision alone, our work goes much further. Our staff serve as mentors, case managers, counselors, and partners with the courts, law enforcement, schools, and behavioral health, other county departments, and community organizations. We have a video this morning. It's not going to take long for us to play. But the video you're about to see, you'll highlight just a few examples of the meaningful work that our employees do across Monterey County. So if we could play the video, please.
We proudly celebrate Probation Services Week and recognize the dedicated professionals who serve Monterey County every day. Each day, our pretrial services team conducts assessments, gathers critical information, and supports informed decisions that help the courts determine appropriate release conditions while protecting public safety. Our court officers work side by side with judges, attorneys, law enforcement partners, and court staff, providing vital information and support in a fast-paced courtroom environment where decisions can impact lives and communities. Our adult services teams supervise individuals in the community, conduct home visits, monitor compliance with court-ordered conditions, connect clients with treatment and support services, and work tirelessly to reduce recidivism through accountability, guidance, and rehabilitation. Probation officers also partner with local, state, and federal agencies to conduct compliance operations, searches, warrant services, and public safety initiatives that help protect our communities and ensure accountability. For our youth, probation represents opportunity, guidance, and hope. Our juvenile services teams work closely with youth and their families to provide intervention, education, mentorship, and support services designed to help young people overcome challenges and build a brighter future. Within our juvenile facilities, dedicated staff provide around-the-clock care, supervision, programming, and mentorship. Their commitment helps create safe and structured environments where youth can learn, grow, and prepare for a successful return to their families and communities. Behind the scenes, an equally important team keeps the department moving forward. Our administrative professionals support every aspect of our operation, from finance, budgeting, human resources, contracts, training, and program administration to technology, facilities, and daily business operations. We are also supported by dedicated clerical staff who serve as the backbone of our day-to-day operations, ensuring services are delivered efficiently and effectively. Within our juvenile facilities, cooks provide nutritious meals that support the health and well-being of youth in our care, while maintenance staff work tirelessly to maintain safe, secure, and functional environments for both staff and those we serve. We wanted to highlight one of our many success stories, thanks to the hardworking team that makes this possible.
Student and success story of the Silver Star Youth Employment Program through the Workforce Development Board. I would like to make this video in order to recognize the program for all its help and detailed attention given to me anytime I ever needed it. The program helped me learn useful soft skills, earn my OSHA certification, and even got me employed. I would like to recommend the program to anyone and everyone lucky enough to take it.
Our line staff, supervisors, managers, and support teams each play a vital role in fulfilling our mission. Whether working directly with clients, supporting court operations, maintaining facilities, managing programs, or providing administrative support, every employee contributes to the success of our department and the safety of our community. But above all else, probation is about people who care. It is about the officer who takes the extra time to mentor a struggling youth, the staff member who helps an individual find housing, treatment, education, or employment, the court officer who ensures critical information reaches the courtroom, the cook who prepares meals with care, the maintenance employee who keeps our facilities operating safely, the clerical professional who goes the extra mile, and the IT staff who keep it all connected. and the countless employees who show up every day committed to making a difference. Their work may not always be visible, but its impact is felt throughout Monterey County. This Probation Services Week, we proudly recognize and celebrate the dedication, professionalism, compassion, and commitment of every Monterey County Probation Department employee. Together, we make a difference. Happy Probation Service Week.
Thank you. So a couple of closing remarks. So this video reflects the dedication and commitment of the men and women of the Monterey County Probation Department. Their work is driven by belief, accountability, and rehabilitation and positive change. It is a work of dedicated professionals who make a real difference every day in the lives of individuals, families, and in our community. To every employee of the Monterey County Probation Department, thank you. And we have a handful of them behind me, which is thank you for being here. But thank you for your professionalism and compassion and commitment to our mission. Whether you work in the courtroom, in the field, in our facilities, or in our offices, or behind the scenes, your work matters, and it makes a lasting impact across Monterey County. We also would like to thank our justice partners, our community organizations, and volunteers and colleagues. During Probation Services Week, we proudly recognize and celebrate all of our staff. But on behalf of the Monterey County Probation Department, thank you to the Board of Supervisors for your continued support. And it is a true honor to serve the County of Monterey. Thank you.
You want to bring your team down? Yes. All right, we're going to invite all of our folks who are with probation to come and join us up front right now. We're going to put you all in the spotlight, so to speak. It's a fantastic video highlighting the work that so many of our dedicated county probation employees do day in and day out.
You want to join us?
Yeah, we'll invite my colleagues on the board to come join us as well, if you wouldn't mind. And you'll have to just make room for everyone. Hey. Yeah, hi. All right, and I'm going to present this here and just make a couple comments about Probation Week. Yeah, we've got room. Just line in. Just go a couple rows. It's not all of them. How many employees do we have in probation?
200, well, it's about 270.
About 270 county employees work in probation. So this is just a handful of our dedicated probation department team members who are here with us today. And I want to just comment that this resolution proclaims July 19th through 25th as Probation Services Week in Monterey County. And we want to recognize every single member of the department who's here with us today, as well as those who aren't here with us today, for the work that you do to reduce recidivism, to restore dignity to victims, and to support the county's broader work towards a safer, more resilient county. We appreciate you, and we're honored to have you in chambers here today to say thank you. So with that, we've got a resolution here, and we'll send that off with probation, but really appreciate and value having you here and being able to honor and celebrate probation in Monterey County.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can we
all right.
Just take a quick picture?
We'll take a quick photograph. Okay. So.
Squeeze in, guys.
Let me try it from here first, and then I'll. We may have to go back farther. Oh. You're good. You're good. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
It's going to be really quiet when we go.
So good to see you. I know.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. It's good to see you, too. All right, it's always a special day when we have county employees that we can recognize and celebrate here in Chambers with our board meeting. It's also a reminder of why the work that we do here to keep our budgets managed and to ensure that all of our 26 county departments have the resources that they need to deliver on services to our county matters. So thank you again for joining us. We're going to move next to our appointments. We have an appointment calendar that includes items number 9 through 12. Oh, and we do have a brief presentation. Reed, I won't cut you off this time. We can, I'll just ask if there's any questions. We do have Reed available to answer questions regarding item number 9, which is the appointment to the primary and alternate positions for the other groundwater sustainability agency eligible entity director on the Salinas Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency Board of Directors. So we have 2 names nominated, but if we have questions, we do have Reed here. So we'll open this up to public comment to start. So this is for the appointments calendar. I'm seeing no hands raised or anyone in chambers, so we'll close public comment, bring it back to this board. To entertain questions, a motion. Do we need to have a stretch break to wake us all up this morning? So we're on appointments. I'm happy to entertain a motion. All right, we have a motion from Alejo.
Second.
And a second from Daniels.
And for 9, you actually have to pick the nominations from the county or the Water Resources Agency or Monterey One Water.
As the maker of the motion, I'll move that we approve, nominate for item 9, we nominate Supervisor Church as the primary and John Bailey as the alternate.
And that would be a point, correct, Reed? It would be a point, not nominate.
Or appointed.
Correct.
All right, so we have a motion from Alejo amended to include on item number 9, the appointment of Church and Bailey, primary and alternate.
With the amendment.
Okay, so we already had a second on that, Lopez, so we're going to stick with Daniels, who was fine with the amendment. So we have a motion from Alejo, a second from Daniels. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, and that was for 9 through 12. All right, we can move now to our consent calendar for today's agenda. We do have some folks who are here for public comment, and we will get to general public comment, and I'll make sure we announce that clearly so you know when your time to speak is. But we're at consent calendar. We have items number 26 through 77 on our consent calendar today. Is there any public comment on the consent calendar today? It's consent items. All right, you can approach now and just name the item number that you'd like to speak on. And we have 2 minutes on the clock for comments. Thank you for joining us.
I'm here to speak on item 44, the spay-neuter thing. First off, it's written just very vaguely. So one of the items in it is that whoever's property the dog is on, even if it's visiting or something like that, or they're at the vets or the groomers, that person's responsible for the spay and neuter of the dog, not the owner of the dog. And I think that wording really needs a change, or that's a lawsuit buffet. And secondly, I'm speaking on behalf of the AKC show dog people. We breed a lot of guide dogs for the blind. We do all those things that you did put exemptions in. We are also a zero net impact on any shelter in California. We collect dogs of our breed, even if we haven't bred them. We send dogs out under spay-neuter contract. We only show dogs for about 1 to 3 years, and then they go to new homes spayed and neutered. But under your provisions, there's no provision for show dogs. And we would like it very much if you could put one in that says if we can prove with our receipts that we are taking the dogs to shows, that those dogs may remain intact, because we cannot show a dog at a dog show who is sterile. That's against the rules. Also, on that same point, we would also like some kind of acknowledgement of all the rescue work we do to keep the shelter numbers low. And we do a heck of a lot. And so you won't see the purebreds in there even if we didn't breed them, because we make sure that they get lifetime agreements, and we'll take the dogs back at any point right up to the end of life. And we're not those people with the doodles and those people with the mixed breeds and the dogs that end up in your shelters. And we would like a little bit of acknowledgement of that. And that, I think I had another point, but I get real nervous in front of microphones. If you don't mind, I would advise having your legal department look over the wording, because right now we can't hold a dog show with that wording. So just a thought.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Mark McDonald. I'm speaking against the spay-neuter ordinance. I'm for spay-neuter, but not mandatory spay-neuter. There must be an exception in the ordinance for show dogs. Show dogs must be intact in order to be shown. It's easy to prove that a dog has been shown with a receipt from the superintendent, the club, championship certificate, or mark catalog. The proof can be provided to the animal control officer upon licensing. With incredibly rare exceptions, no show dogs end up in shelters. Most show dogs live with its owner for the rest of its life. The breeders of the show dogs often sell the dogs with a lifetime guarantee and will take them back for the entirety of the dog's life. Dog show people lose money on their hobby. Mandatory spay-neuter doesn't solve the problem of overcrowded shelters. 60% of the dogs come in as strays. 20 to 30% of them come in from backyard breeders and are surrendered by their owners due to lack of pet-friendly housing and affordable veterinary care. The backyard breeders will not follow the proposed ordinance. Furthermore, the local ASPCA and Hitchcock Animal Shelter both oppose this ordinance. The draft ordinance opens the county up to lawsuits. Dogs and cats must be spayed or neutered if a Monterey County resident provides care or sustenance. Therefore, if a friend visits my home and I take care of their animal and they visit the aquarium, that animal must be spayed and neutered. Early spay-neuter, especially before 12 months, interferes with chemical signals that trigger the closure of growth plates that increase orthopedic problems and cancer. In bitches, early spaying can cause urinary incontinence, which may lead up to the dog ending up in the shelter. Please add an exception for show dogs. They do not add to the shelter population. Indeed, the genetic testing and medical research by the dog show owners helps the entire dog and veterinary community. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment on our consent agenda this morning? I'm seeing no one else for consent agenda. All right, we're going to close public comment. Oh, I do have one hand online, Allison. We have public comment. We have online, Allison.
Hello, this is Allison David, Eli and Matthew David. We are 2 minutes away. Our car broke down, but we're coming for public comment to thank you guys so much for hearing our young voices. Eli and Matthew?
Hello, good morning, supervisors and chair. Can you hear me?
Yeah, please proceed with public. We'll take your public comment now because we're at this item.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. My name is Matt, and it is great to see you again. I'm here to thank you on behalf of animals, and I'm here to thank you on behalf of young voices. And a big thank you to South County CHP Officer Sanchez for giving us a ride this morning when our car broke down. So a couple weeks ago, my brother and I were lucky enough to participate in the California Boys and Girls State mock government program, where I ran for and was appointed to the position of Baker County Board of Supervisors Chairman, which oversaw 200 other California high schoolers. As I attributed to my inspiration for the role as a real young supervisor of Monterey County in my speech, not only did I learn hands-on how you guys get things done and deal with the public, but our supervisors were able to pass and enforce a spay and neuter ordinance of our own. I've been speaking at city councils and this county board for a while now. If you know me personally, you may think I'm strongly opinionated, which in my eyes is a strong sense of justice. Thus, this board represents a strong pillar of meaning for me, a path to better the lives of people and animals in this county. So as 3 new students from Carmel are learning to be junior supervisors under Supervisor Alejo this year, as other Carmel High students are initiating a workers' rights city ordinance of their own. And as I work with Watsonville high schoolers on a movement to halt growing suicide rates, know that when Gen Z learns how palpable change can really be, that they will rise up and progress in this county and nation to a brighter future for all. So thank you, supervisors, for letting me know that my voice counts, because when one voice rises up, the future follows suit. This is why I ask you that please, for the love of protecting the values of our country and for broadcasting this message past this room, please broadcast this message past this room and pass the borders of Monterey County to show other young leaders how important their voices can be in the government. Thank you.
Was there anyone else in the car to comment? Oh, you're here. All right. Thank you, Matt.
Sorry.
Just in time. We're glad to have you here.
Good morning, County Supervisors. My name is Eli David, and those who've attended previous meetings where I've spoken, you could probably pick up that my speeches were very similar. Every time I came, I repeated most of the same things. This is because while approaching our animal overpopulation problem can be complicated, the issue itself is simple. Our status quo is broken. Our current situation is causing the unnecessary suffering of animals countywide with overflowing shelters. Yet thanks to everyone in this room, we all came together and said enough is enough, and we made change for the better by adopting this ordinance. Thank you on the behalf of not only these suffering animals, but on the behalf of young leaders who want to make a difference. You have shown us that you listen to advocates of all ages and have shown us young leaders of tomorrow that we can make change today. Thank you to the county supervisors for showing us how to use our voices in government through the Young County Supervisors Program, and thank you to the American Legion Post for sponsoring me and my brother to attend Boys and Girls State to further our civic education. 250 years and 3 days ago, our founding fathers signed the Declaration of Independence, giving birth to the United States of America as a nation where everyone is heard. Today, you have shown us that 250 years later, the American dream is not only alive, but thriving by giving us a voice in government. With this ordinance passing, we are not only showing the world that Monterey County is a paradigm in paving the path and how government can affect animal welfare, but we are showing the world that we foster change. But why? Why stop at Monterey County? Not only do I challenge our neighboring counties to adopt a spay-neuter ordinance, but to prove American voices can really make a change, I challenge the entire state of California to pass a spay-neuter mandate as a state law. This ordinance is evidence of why, after celebrating 250 years of independence, I pledge allegiance not only to the flag, but to the people of the United States of America who've provided my voice a platform in government and provided justice for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna do one final call for public comment in chambers. If there's any other public comment in chambers for our consent items today, we'll take that now.
Good afternoon, County Supervisors. My name is Julia Colati, and I am Vice President of Paws Club at Carmel High School. I want to take a moment to express my sincere gratitude to the Monterey County Board of Supervisors for considering the spay and neuter ordinance. Being part of this process has been an incredible learning experience for me, and I truly appreciate the opportunity to witness local government in action and to see how important decisions are made for our community. I am so grateful for everyone's collaboration to help solve this issue, and I want to give a special thanks to Supervisor Alejo for giving me the opportunity in the 2026 Young Supervisors Program. Thank you all for your time and consideration.
All right, we'll go online to iPhone 17 Pro.
Thank you. I just seen that this is the public's chambers and meetings. I'd like to see if you guys would like to pull this spay and neuter ordinance off consent to discussion. I'm requesting that as a member of the public. I don't know if you do that or not, but I'm requesting right now officially. Thank you.
This would be the time for your comment on item 44.
I'm requesting to pull it to discussion.
Okay, this would be the chance for you to make your comment now on that item. This is the discussion.
That's all the comment I have.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, we'll close general public comment on our consent items now and bring it back to the board. Yes.
I wanted to just speak to 3 items very quickly. Item 47, I just wanted to thank our Chief of Probation, Jose Ramirez, and all the probation officers that have served in our high schools and our middle schools for many years now. I just wanted to acknowledge that they've reached an agreement to continue probation's services up until January with the possibility of extension, and that was worked out with the help of our CAO and the superintendent. This has already been approved by the school board, and now it's for final approval from us. But I just wanted to thank for that effort to give the school district more time to come up with a plan to replace those services next year. So thank you. And then on item 62, this was a referral regarding a $15 fee for failures to appear in our Superior Court, but it had unintended consequences for people who are suffering from mental health issues, or they had language barriers, or some other reason where the imposition of the $15 fee, when added with other fees, sometimes those other fees added up to $100. This now gives discretion to the judges, and it says there'll be a fee except for those instances in which the Superior Court of California, County of Monterey finds that the interest of justice will be served in waiving such assessment. So I want to thank our judges for bringing that to our attention, and I think we were able to work that out with the court's administration to find this language that gives flexibility in those cases where it's needed. Now, lastly, on item number 44 that was spoken about earlier, I just wanted to take a moment because it is an important day as we do this final adoption of this and second reading of this ordinance. And it largely mirrors what's already been in place for the city of Seaside, but it is trying to address the serious problem of overpopulation of dogs and cats within our county. And I just wanted to emphasize once again, this is not it's only one of several strategies that we should continue to use, having a mandatory spay and neuter ordinance, but also making sure that we're supporting affordable and low-cost spay and neuter clinics, continuing the community education. All these efforts working together, we hope that it will have an impact. But today I wanted to just take a special moment to recognize our 2 young leaders that spoke earlier, my 2025 young supervisors, Matt and Eli David from Carmel High School. They first brought this to my attention last August, and during my 10 years on the board, this issue has come up several times, but it was these 2 young leaders who convinced me that this was the right time to move this forward. And what impressed me is that they just didn't identify a problem. They became part of the solution. They have been volunteering at spay and neuter clinics throughout the county. They started this animal welfare club at Carmel High School, and they also inspired other students to also get involved. And so I also want to thank Julia, who spoke here today, and the other Carmel High students who have come to testify and help shape this public policy. I believe this is the first time in recent county history that high school students have successfully proposed a county policy change, and they deserve tremendous recognition for their leadership. Every year, more than 1,000 dogs and cats are euthanized at the Hitchcock Road Animal Services Shelter, and they reminded us that we can and must do better. Today's action, like I said, won't solve everything by itself, but it is an important step in the right direction, and I'm proud to author this ordinance, but I'm also prouder of our young people who helped lead us here. I also want to take an opportunity to thank the city of Seaside for their leadership and their amazing animal control officer who showed us what's possible, and also all the dedicated residents and volunteers who are involved in this effort. And I want to thank you for your leadership and making a difference for so many of our furry constituents. They too matter and deserve our focus and attention here today. So with that, thank you very much, and I'll move approval if this is the right time. Yes, on all the consent
motion?
items.
Was there? Yep. Okay. Yep. We'll go to Lopez.
I'll start on 44 just to, obviously I support this, excited to get this across the finish line, but I know we had some folks with concerns today. And I just want to share that if you missed the last hearing, we were clear, this isn't perfection and we know that. My ask is don't walk away from today thinking that's it and don't like it. Send us some proposals, some draft changes for your specific issues. I'd love to work with you on making some of those changes to make sure that nobody is tossed out. The effort that we're moving forward is for better, not perfection. And so we know that there's still room to improve, and we look forward to working with you on those. I do have a long subset of items here that I'd like to quickly speak to, if that's okay, Madam Chair. 69, 73, and 74 are actually a package deal. And in my opinion, this is one of my favorite agendas I've ever read, and I want to talk to some of those reasons. One of those is this particular package. This is the San Lucas water item. This board has made this our #1 legislative priority for many years. And what's on the agenda is a package put together by our Public Works team in partnership with the state government, the federal government, and us to bring solutions to the ground. It's essentially the first $8 million tranche coming in to help solve the problem that we've been facing for 16 years without drinking water in that community. So I want to highlight that and point to Public Works and thank them for bringing these together. It really has been an effort. I've watched Benny Young and team chase this, and Randy Ishii stay on top of them to make sure that we are prioritizing the needs of community. And so I wanted to highlight those three as we move forward with these multiple different grant applications totaling $7.9 million. It matters. I also want to point out item 68, which includes the Bradley Library Award. Big deal for that community. Just excited to see that one move forward. Want to thank Hillary and team for making that happen. Also, on Old Stage Road, item 70, we've got reworking an incredible stretch of Old Stage, which is the next tranche in those efforts. And the reason that matters is we're talking about closing south of Salinas, the at-grade crossings, next spring. This road must be improved to be able to handle the traffic that is going to be pushed onto that road from that closure and that ability to cross 101. So again, we're investing in communities that deserve it. One more item I wanted to highlight before I close my comments, and that is item 57. It's a small investment. It's $13,000 that I was able to work with all 4 cities in the Salinas Valley, as well as our county parks, to install in every one of those parks in our communities these boards that are called Talk to Me boards for our neurodivergent youth who do not have the ability to vocalize, who want to play with other kids but can't do that due to the language barriers. These boards will be put up right next to playgrounds, and they can point to their emotions, spell out words on this board, and help communicate through these boards, which will be put in right next to the playgrounds in all 4 cities and in our county parks as well in South County. So I just want to thank Brian Flores and Council Member Fernando Cabrera from Soledad, who brought these boards to my attention and asked if there was a way we could work together to get them done. And so each city now has them in their hands, and they're being installed over the next coming weeks. So just wanted to highlight those as great things on this particular agenda happening that I'm thankful for, and happy to, if there wasn't already a second, throw that out there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We'll take the second. Thank you. All right, Church.
So it's item 44 and 48 are the two that I want to speak on. And as, but congratulations, one on the San Lucas Water Project. It's a long neglected, underserved community. So glad to see that finally getting to its point of action. On 44, I mean, I raised some questions when this was before us a few weeks ago. I still feel in many ways it's going to be ineffective as written, but as Supervisor Lopez mentioned, this is a work in progress. I am there's a couple points I want to make onto here and want to get some clarification, but on the financing section of this, it states, there's no estimated cost to enforce, which is an issue that I raised, but it states animal services to return 1 after adoption of the ordinance. And I don't know if that's 1 year or what. And that's supposed to be with a review of the costs for the board. I would hope maybe I could get clarification on exactly when animal services are going to come back to review of costs to the board. I think a year would be way too long, because I think it's something need to know what the costs are going to be. I mean, how it's going to be covered inside the budget. So I don't know if there's anybody from the health department or animal services that could give me an idea of what that was supposed to mean. What? It's like there's a missing word. Is she? Yeah.
Cindy, we'll get your answer to that question if you're with us.
Yes, I'm right here. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Yes, I apologize. It is 1 year. I believe that's what we were asked at the last meeting, is to come back within a year.
Yeah, I think that was to come back in a year with the review of the program on some things. I would I would like to see, and if I, when we approve this with the consent of the board, I'd like to see us be able to come back in maybe 90 days with what the cost is going to be on this, because, or an estimated cost to enforce, because the budget's been approved now, and there might have to be some adjustments on how to do that. The other thing that's missed under here, which this is what I brought up, and I don't know if I had really support from the board, but I'm going to ask that it be included in this as we approve this, and that is that the penalties for violations are $500 and $750. And as brought up during that board meeting, people who are doing, I'm going to call them not legitimate breeders, like some of the people that we've just heard here who are more legitimate breeders, but there's people who are doing some backyard breeding and they're selling these litters for $5,000. This is not going to discourage them. So that's fine. If that takes a year to come back on that, that's fine. Onto that, but I would like to see that brought back as something at a more realistic number that would discourage people from violating the ordinance, which I think these low fees do, these low penalties do, and I do think from what we heard here, it might be easier instead of having to work something in about an exemption on show dogs as well too. It seems like a reasonable exemption. It's not going to fill up the shelters, and we heard from some people in the public, I think that were eloquent on that today. So I mean, that's what I would hope, and if we pass this, that's what I'm asking the board to is give direction onto that. And then on item 48, my concern here, it's for $336,000 for some jail electrical work, which I understand needs to be done, but it's money coming out of the contingency. And I'm really uncomfortable with us taking money out of contingency on consent. I think it really should be something. Anytime we're taking something out of contingency, it really needs to come before the board for a discussion. Last year, I was really surprised to see how the contingency fund just went down to practically nothing. We're 1 week into the fiscal year, and this is at least 2 items on this day's agenda. This and then behavioral health, which is almost $1 million, I think it is. And it's going to be pulling out of the contingency. The other item is on the agenda. That's fine. It gets that discussion. This should be there too. In the future ones, they should be. And I'm not going to, in the future, necessarily say I'm going to support any contingencies, the reductions that are coming through on the consent calendar. I think it needs to be discussed by the full board fully.
I have a one question that came from the public comment also on item 44, and I was under the impression that the dogs that were in the care of, that were not from this area and are visiting were exempt. This is section 4. But when I do look at the number, let's see here, I think it's section 4C3, it says dogs or cat which are owned and in the custody and control of persons who do not reside in the unincorporated area of Monterey County, but who are temporarily visiting Monterey County or traveling through Monterey County are subject to the exemption. But the part I don't understand is what was said in public comment, and that's whether or not a dog and the dog's family is visiting the area, or the pet and the pet's family is visiting the area, but they're not in the custody and control of the owner. Like you're visiting somebody's house, or you, I mean, normally if you go to a boarding facility, you need to be spayed and neutered. But I'm just trying to understand, am I reading this correct? I understood that to be that if you don't live here, this does not apply. And I just want to confirm that.
Can we go to council on that question, or?
I don't have the specific language in front of me, but I am looking at Mike Wilden in the back of the room, who advised on this ordinance. I know what my interpretation would be, but I'll let Mike speak.
Yes, that is correct. The interpretation you have, Supervisor Daniels.
Okay, if you don't live here, this does not apply. Okay. The other question, not question, but just a comment. I want to just support what Supervisor Church said for when we do return back. I think it would be it would be good to look into show dogs and dog show people and everything that was said to hear for a future iteration of this ordinance or an amendment. And if we do that, to just also look at section 4C3, just to make sure we wrote that the right way, if that is the correct interpretation.
Is that a friendly amendment to the?
Yeah, I believe on the issue of the fines, Supervisor Church, I think we included that in the motion at our last meeting on this topic. So that direction is already, it's already been made, and staff's supposed to bring that back. But today was the new issues about the show dogs. Obviously, I think we're open to refining this ordinance moving forward. So I'm included. I'm want to amend that we provide direction on looking at that when we bring the other potential amendments back, and including the language that was just cited by Supervisor Daniels as well. 4C3.
All right. Is that clear direction?
It is, and I'd like to also ask if possible for Supervisor Church to, as an amendment to the motion, to include that any contingency items would come back as regular items, or is there a certain threshold?
I would say any, over 100,000 or something, huh? Any? Oh, I'm fine with that, yeah.
Acceptable with the motion maker? Uh-huh. Yeah, okay. All right, we've got a complicated motion here. I want to make sure we're all tracking. Okay, any other comments? No, okay. I will just say thank you to everyone who's worked on item number 44, which is the spay and neuter ordinance. It is not perfect, and it's clear that we will need to do more work on it. I think that's been shared pretty broadly in all of our discussions. I wish we could have spent the last 6 months doing that work, but we are where we are today, and we're moving forward with what we have, knowing that we'll be needing to work with animal services on how enforcement occurs, what level of enforcement can occur, and what a reiteration will look like in the future. I did have concerns about item number 48, which is the Jock jail lighting item. This is to expend about $337,000 to repair emergency lighting at the Monterey County Jail. And in reading the report, I have a number of concerns. In reading the report, it says that the electrical failure occurred in July of last year, but it's just now being brought forward to request funding for the permanent repairs. And so I'm unclear why it wasn't brought forward or included in the budget that we just approved if the issue had occurred over a year ago. It's really something that I think should have been accounted for in the budget that we just approved, not brought forward as an additional augmentation request or contingency fund request at this point, a week after the budget year starts. And then the costs are listed as repair costs advanced from general fund contingencies, but that insurance is likely to provide some amount of reimbursement. And so I'm wondering why we're spending general fund contingencies when we would, rather than having the funds come from the sheriff's office budget, have the insurance reimburse the sheriff's office budget over the course of this year, rather than having to track down the difference between, if we get insurance reimbursement and then refill the contingency. I think it's going to get lost in the shuffle. So even if it wasn't getting insurance reimbursement potential at the start of the year, I think I'd rather have it stay within the sheriff's budget. And if we need to write up the sheriff's budget at the end of the year, which we've needed to do in the past, I would like to see this be included as part of something that the sheriff's office attempts to manage over the course of this year. So I'm not comfortable approving item 48 without some additional information and answers to those questions. I'm not sure the answers are going to make me comfortable either, just given the information that's in front of us in the process. I'm not aware that this went to either the budget committee or the the county budget committee or the capital improvement committee either. And so there's some process things here that I'm just really not comfortable with. So I could support the motion that's on the floor, but I would ask that item 48 be pulled from that motion. Okay. And we do have Under Sheriff on the line to answer questions.
I was about to say good afternoon, but I looked at the clock. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item, you're correct, as noted in the board report, it did not go to the Budget or Capital Committee due to the meeting schedule timelines and our attempt to get this to the board before your recess for the summer break, or it would bring it back sometime in August. Unfortunately, we were not aware of the financial costs that are associated with this repair when the budget was being developed and built, or we could have potentially included funding in our initial budget request. This process to get the jock quotes and such were being managed by facilities, and the quotes and schedule came in May at a later stage in the budget process. Seeing that now we had this financial need and plan that was defined for the repairs of the emergency lighting in the jail, decision was made to move forward in June, bringing this item to the board for this emergency funding authorization in the manner it was, working with the CAO's office to define the funding. In a perfect world, yes, we would have had this quote and process established earlier in the fiscal year budget development process, but we didn't again. And that's the basis of why this is at and why we're seeking the funding at this time. We've worked with risk management and they'll be filing the claim. The claim would come back to the county, not to the sheriff's budget. And so for that replacement of the funding, but I'm probably not answering everything that you would like, but I'm trying to give you some context as to why we're presenting it today. And I think somebody from facilities could possibly provide some further clarity. I think Luis is online as well.
Yes, thank you, Under Sheriff Bory. And I just wanted to provide a little bit of insight in regards to this item. The reason why it took a little while to get this, the lighting that is at the new jail is a very specialized industrial lighting that is not found in our job catalog and our program that we have at the county. And so the contractor that is helping us on this project end up actually having to request quotes from several electrical subcontractors to get quotes to get those installed. That process took a couple of months until quotes came in. And what you're seeing there is basically the lowest bid or proposal that the job contractor received from the electrical subcontractor. And that was one of the reasons that played to why these proposals took a little longer than the anticipated. And it is because those lights are very specialized. And we want to be able to match exactly what are the specifications for which the jail was built and designed for. So they're specialty lighting. And that's why also the price tag was a little bit of a surprise too. We were not anticipating for that to be that high, but those light fixtures are expensive, they're unique, and highly specialized for this type of facility.
Great, thank you. I guess I appreciate the additional information, and I still feel like this needs to stay within the sheriff's office budget. If we need to reconcile later on in the year, that's something that we can consider. But we have a motion on the floor. Any other discussion?
Just on process, both Supervisor Church and I sit on the budget committee. This was one of the points I raised at the last meeting, that some of these items, just like this, should be coming for additional vetting in there, and so we could ask these questions and we could raise these concerns rather than being put on consent for the first time. So I would just request that we do that. The agenda was very light at our last couple meetings, so. This was, and then if it was going to be expedited, I don't know if Supervisor Church is the chair, if he was notified that this was going to be, nope, he's saying no. So usually if an item is going to bypass the proper policy or budget committee, they usually have to ask the chair for that. And if that didn't happen, that's also problematic. So we got to get this right and making sure items like this are properly vetted within the budget committee.
I guess I'm just looking for clarity. Are we sending it back to Budget Committee for consideration to come back to us, or are we saying absorb it in your budget? Because I heard two different things in the initial and then where we ended.
So we don't actually have a motion at this point. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, any other discussion on the motion? All right, all in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Nope. Okay, good. Motion passes. And now we'll move to item 48 for a motion. And my request would be that we ask the sheriff's office to absorb the cost and, if needed, bring back a augmentation request from this board later in the year once they've had time to look at how they can account for this. So I'll make that as a motion.
Happy to second your motion.
Okay, we have a second motion from Askew, second from Daniels. Any other discussion? Right. Thoughts?
Yeah, I think I'd rather go back to committee and then committee can give that direction. I mean, just in terms of if we're saying keep process, let's keep process. Let's send it back to budget committee for consideration so you guys can dig in on it and vet it. But it's hard for me to just say, hey, at this point, wait, right? Because it's going to come back eventually. So if we need to find a solution, it'd be nice to find it now beyond not remanding it back to that committee.
Yeah, sorry, Glenn, did you have a thought?
I've been thinking about both of your motion and one suggestion here from Supervisor Lopez, and I think I could probably go either way, but I'm kind of leaning towards Supervisor Lopez's suggestion at this point. It does keep it in the process. I mean, that's my concern is I'm just looking at it primarily as here we got a contingency issue that just seems inappropriate on the consent calendar. So. However we want to handle it, that's, I'm leaning this way, though.
The additional thing is by having it go to budget committee, we can get additional information on the insurance reimbursement and have a better idea of when that's coming in. So the sheriff's department might actually not have to cover it if we get it within the next few months.
I think. All right, so we have go ahead.
I was just going to say, that's fine. And I think that with Supervisor Askew's motion and my second, you at least know where two folks feel in terms of where it should ultimately come from. So.
Yeah, so I will amend the motion, I suppose. I don't intend to approve this coming from contingency at any point in the future, regardless of the process that we follow. I think we need to follow process, though. So just to be clear on that point, but we can remand this item back to budget. And my request would be that we look at how it can be addressed within the sheriff's office budget this year. We do expect that there will be, as we've seen every previous year, that the sheriff's office comes back to us at the end of the year. And I think having that as a total need for additional funding keeps it clear rather than having little bites at the apple over the course of the year, just so that we're all on the same page and can that we know where we're at. So happy to make the amendment to remand this back to budget committee. Daniel says the second.
I support the amendment.
All right, second stands. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Approved. Thank you, Under Sheriff, for being with us today and for taking care of the jail. All right, we are now going to move on to recess the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. We're going to call to order. Oh, sorry, don't want to miss that. We have general public comment. I was going to skip right over it and come back to it. All right, general public comment. For anyone joining us today in chambers, we welcome everyone in these chambers. These chambers do belong to you, and we ask for shared respect while people are providing their testimony. County code does not allow for signs, placards, or demonstrations of yelling, clapping, stomping in the chambers. We have public comment to testify in matters within the jurisdiction, but not otherwise on the agenda. And we do allow additional testimony to be sent to us via email at cob@countyofmonterey.com. Thank you.
Karen Cameron, Concerned Salinas resident. In previous comments, I've requested a 1-mile buffer zone near the schools needed due to the high volume of toxic restricted pesticides, specifically methamil, that's being applied. I've shared with you the data from Spray Day's notification system and urged you to hold the Ag Commissioner accountable for decisions that can jeopardize our public health. The review period for the draft environmental justice element has been extended through July 31st. I urge each of you and all of the public to read the full document and give public comments. You may email your public comments to generalplanupdates@countyofmonterey.gov. Send questions to Edgar Sanchez at 783-7508, County of Monterey Housing and Community Development Department. Why is this Monterey County General Plan Environmental Justice element important? Well, it has several key findings. Did you know that all of the census tracts in Monterey County identified as disadvantaged communities exceed the 75th percentile for Cal Envirus Screen's pesticides indicator, the source Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment? That includes Boronda, 99th percentile, Castroville, 95 to 99, Moss Landing, 99 percentile. Pajaro, where we have our closest air monitor system, is listed at 79 to 100 percentile. I'm going to assume 100%. Again, we have no air monitor in Salinas. It's been removed since 2017. We really don't know what we are breathing. I'm going to ask you, what's your overall plan to transition to organics? How will you hold the Ag Commissioner accountable for his actions and inactions that affect our public health? I'll tell you, the trend from the U.S. is not good. Trump recently approved 5 new restricted toxic pesticides. What will you do differently in Monterey County to ensure the health and the safety of all its people? Because it's just so much going on. 25 years of Chamacos research. Please do something. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Anyone else in chambers for public comment, general public comment this morning? All right, we'll go online to the phone number ending in 902.
Good morning, this is Nina Beatty. Monterey Herald had an article Sunday that stated that landlines will end. This may be inaccurate, but I have not been able to get confirmation from the FCC yet. If you want a landline, you need to order it now before July 19th. If AT&T customer service won't do this, call the CPUC Consumer Affairs branch. They can help you get one and make AT&T comply with their obligations. Landlines are lifelines and the only reliable source of communication in power outages and during disasters. More information is on savelandlines.org and MontereyBayMatters.org. Those sites also have information on AT&T's applications to the FCC. They want to eliminate CPUC oversight and California regulations. Those have a comment deadline today, but a reply comment deadline is available for July 22nd. Again, information is on those sites. Secondly, U.S. military integration with the Israeli military is in Section 219 of the National Defense Authorization Act. It mandates that the U.S. State Department, Commerce Department, and heads of other federal departments and agencies cooperate with their Israeli counterparts for the purpose of consolidating U.S. and Israeli military activities in order to align efforts and avoid duplication. Representatives Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey wrote a resolution to strip Section 219 from the NDAA. Dennis Kucinich has written extensively on this, how it's unconstitutional against U.S. sovereignty and completely against the security interests of Americans. I request that the county support the Khanna-Massey resolution and ask our congressional representatives to support that resolution as well. As yet, they have not. Lastly, the U.S. Department of Justice proposes to eliminate the separation of church and state doctrine. The new DOJ Religious Liberty Commission just released a draft report with many recommendations and stating their intention to eliminate that doctrine. July 13th is the deadline for public comments on that report. I request that the county oppose any measure that would eliminate the separation of church and state. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to Wes White.
Okay, thank you. Wes White, Salinas Monterey County Homeless Union co-president, also the political action chair for Monterey County branch NAACP. While I was attending and supporting the Artichoke Festival committee meeting and at the North County Rec Center in Castroville on Wednesday, the 24th, well, almost 2 weeks ago. So I guess this is the first chance I can report it to you, that I did find some graffiti on your property. And it was 3 swastikas and 2 N-words, which is just absolutely unacceptable and cannot be tolerated in any way, shape, or form, especially on your own property. I mean, I'm calling as an individual, not represented as a decision by the branch, but I would strongly encourage reaching out to our board president, Lyndon Tarver, as well as the youth from CSUMB, who's also starting an NAACP chapter, and they've experienced it even more directly this school year at the CSUMB campus as well. So they're well versed, and hopefully we use this as a teachable moment. It was at the rec center, so it's likelihood either a senior or a youth, or a companion of, or just even a passerby. But we need to address this sooner than later, and please include us in that process.
Thank you, Wes. All right, I see no other public comments, so we'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. We will move on to recess the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. Call to order the Baranda County Sanitation District, letting the record show that all supervisors are present. Are there any additions or corrections to the agenda? No?
There are none.
All right, we have any general public comments for the Baranda County Sanitation District this morning? Seeing none, we'll move on to our consent calendar. We have one item on the consent agenda. Any public comment on the consent agenda for Baranda County Sanitation District? Seeing none, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board for action.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Alejo, a second from Church. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, motion is approved. We'll adjourn the Baranda County Sanitation District. A call to order the Pajaro County Sanitation District, letting the record show that all supervisors are present. Any additions or corrections?
There are none.
All right, none. Any public comment for the Pajaro County Sanitation District this morning? Seeing none, we'll close general public comment. We have one item on the consent calendar. Any public comment on the consent agenda for Pajaro County Sanitation? Seeing none, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board.
So moved.
We have a motion from
Consent.
Daniels. Second. A second from Alejo. All in favor? Aye. All right, motion is approved. We'll adjourn the Pajaro County Sanitation District and reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, letting the record show that all supervisors are present. We will move on to item number 14.1, which is to adopt a resolution appointing Enadina, and we don't have your last name here, Enadina, on the agenda, Garcia, as our auditor controller effective upon execution. And I'll pass the floor to Sonia De La Rosa.
Yes, we have confirmed that Enadina Garcia has been elected, is the auditor controller elect as of the certification of the election that was held on June the 2nd. So we're bringing this item to your board for consideration to have her assume the position now that the prior auditor controller decided to depart from the county in early May. We thought it would be appropriate to now have your board consider her for appointment, and I'm going to pass it over to Susan.
Just pursuant to statute, if appointed, her salary would be $278,820 a year.
All right, Enadina, would you like to come and make some comments, and congratulations on your election.
Good morning, Chair, members of your board. Thank you for this consideration to be appointed Auditor Controller. I'm truly humbled to have been elected to serve in this role for this upcoming term. My priority is to ensure continuity of county office operations, and my focus remains to be, excuse me, this is a lot for me right now. But I I remain committed to 3 core values: accountability, integrity, and transparency. And I really look forward to continuing to build strong working relationships with your board, with the CAO, county departments, and more importantly, our community. Thank you for this consideration.
Thank you, Anadina, for your willingness to serve. For running for election, it's a big thing, and the responsibility of our auditor controller, I think, is one that most people don't see, because it's happening effectively when it behind the scenes. But it's a huge responsibility to hold for the county of Monterey, but also for the larger county and all of the agencies that you are part of serving. So I really commend you and want to say thank you and look forward to working with you. Comments from my colleagues? We'll go to Church.
Congratulations. And I was going to actually make a motion, but I thought, I'll make the motion to appoint Anadina Garcia as Auditor Controller. And I don't have any other early comments, but looking forward to working with you.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion from Church, a second from Lopez. Any other comments? Alejo.
Yes, I want to take an opportunity to congratulate you, first of all, Anadina, and thank you for willing to step up beyond getting sworn in and your upcoming term of office. But this is a very important office for the county. The Auditor Controller provides critical services that many of our residents don't see every day, but they are imperative for the proper functioning and fiscal strength and vibrancy of our county. There's challenges, you know what those are, areas that we got to improve. And so I just want to say I look forward to working with you, your office, your team. And I know you have to always be recruiting and retaining some of the professionals that have this special skill set to do this important work. But I just want to say I look forward to working with you to make sure that your office is strong and has the resources it needs to address the critical issues that are out there that need to be addressed. So congratulations, and I just want to thank you for your leadership coming from Fresno County to a new county and being able to step in such an important role. It's a testament to your leadership, your commitment to the people of Monterey County. Thank you.
And I'll just say congratulations and thank you for stepping up to lead. It is such an important office, and I look forward to working together with you as a team and working on behalf of all the residents of Monterey County. So I'm here to be supportive and helpful in any way I can, and I look forward to your future success. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Great. We do need to open this up to public comment before we take action. So I will open the floor to public comment. Anyone in chambers? Anyone online? All right, and just to clarify, Anadina did run for election in for the seat and won the position in our June election. However, that seat won't technically begin until January. However, in the absence of a sitting auditor controller, this action would be to appoint Anadina Garcia to the position for the remainder of the unexpired term of the previous auditor controller, and then assume the elected role starting in January. So just want to make that clear to everyone. All right, we have a motion and a second. No public comment. All in favor? Aye. Aye. All right. Congratulations, Anadina.
We'll give a round of applause.
Yep. We look forward to working with you, and thank you again. All right, and next up before our lunch is the 2025 Annual County of Monterey Crop and Livestock Report from the Agricultural Commissioner's Office. And we have Juan Hidalgo with us today and Tim Lewis from the Agricultural Commissioner's Office to present.
Good morning, Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Juan Hidalgo. I currently serve as County of Monterey Agricultural Commissioner, and with me today is my colleague, Tim Lewis, Chief Deputy Agricultural Commissioner. It is great to have the opportunity to be before your board today to present the 2025 Annual Crop Report. The report represents the gross production values and diversity of commodities grown in our county. Thank you, Tim. It is a pleasure to announce that the gross production value of commodities grown in 2025 was $4.82 billion. This is a 3% decrease from the 2024 value of nearly $5 billion. The stable value from one year to the next shows how resilient agricultural production is in our county, given the challenges that our growers face from one year to the next. Our county is blessed with mild climate and fertile soils that allow for the production of diverse commodities. The success of agriculture in our region is thanks to the innovation and dedication of our growers and the hard work of our more than 56,000 highly skilled agricultural workers who harvest the very delicate commodities we grow here. Next. Although 2025 saw favorable weather for a long growing season, there were ongoing and new challenges our growers had to face. Diamondback moth was a significant pest problem for brassica growers last year. Production of broccoli and cauliflower, for example, were suffer some difficulties due to the pest pressure that our growers encountered last year and just the difficulties in controlling this pest. Efforts to keep impatient necrotic spot virus, or INSV, at bay in the past few years have been effective through the focused efforts of weed control during the spring season, but a higher rate of incidence was observed last year compared to 2023 and 2024, and this continues to impact some of our growers that produce lettuce in our county. Fluctuating tariffs last spring and summer added to the cost of production for our growers from increased cost of farm equipment and fertilizer produced abroad. Tariffs also impacted international exports, resulting in a 25% reduction in pounds of produce exported to other nations. While our office doesn't track the impact of tariffs on agricultural production, we can observe some of the trends in the numbers of certificates that we issue for exportation to our growers, and so those trends are tracked in our crop report. Labor shortages can also impact our growers' ability to harvest a crop or their plans to be able to plant for the upcoming season. Growers continue to face challenges by the cost of producing commodities in our state and regulatory costs that have continued to increase, from food safety mandates to water quality and sustainability regulations. All of these challenges can have an impact in the value of commodities presented in the crop report from one year to the next. Now I'm going to pass the presentation along to my colleague Tim, who will dive a little bit deeper into trends and challenges, the theme of the crop report this year, and our top commodities.
Thank you, Juan, and members of the board for having me here today. Continuing on with our trends and challenges of the 2025 crop report year, wine grape production experienced a second consecutive annual decline, with a 25% reduction in gross production value, decreasing to $114 million, and a loss of 1,800 bearing acres. These decreases continue to reflect the oversupply of grapes and the plummeting consumption of wine, not only in California, but the nation and the world. Monterey County's international exports also declined by 25%, dropping from 375 million pounds to 282 million pounds, largely due to variable tariff conditions affecting the export markets. These factors reflect the broader market challenges beyond local control, despite continued strong agricultural output by Monterey County growers. Ending our trends and challenges of 2025 on a good note, strawberries and leaf lettuce achieved another successful year, both surpassing the $1 billion production value threshold. Strawberries for the second year in a row, and leaf lettuce for the first time. Let's hope this trend continues. This year's theme, 25 Years of Organics, highlights how organic agriculture has grown into a trusted, nationally regulated system in the last 25 years since the establishment of the USDA's National Organic Program in 2001. Over the last quarter century, the National Organic Program has created a globally recognized standard for organic production and has strengthened the integrity of the organic label. I am proud to say the Monterey County Certified Organic Program, established by this board in 1999, has grown alongside the National Organic Program and the organic industry and continues to uphold organic certification standards, support grower compliance, and help maintain the integrity of the organic production in Monterey County. The 2025 crop report provides articles on various agricultural topics this year, including an overview of the National Organic Program and what they have done to strengthen organic integrity over the last 25 years. It provides an in-depth look at what the organic label means for grocery shoppers in our article titled, "What is Organic?" Our next article relates some of the challenges and opportunities faced by new and transitioning organic growers. And strengthening Monterey County agriculture shines a spotlight on some of the organic practices adopted by conventional farmers in Monterey County. And our last article highlights MCCO's sustained, our Monterey County Certified Organic Sustained Service from 1999 through 2026, reflecting the county's longstanding commitment to organic agriculture. These articles, put together by our staff, are meant to give valuable insight into organics and Monterey County agriculture for our residents and growers to learn and enjoy. Moving on to some of the numbers this year, Monterey County's leading crops again include strawberries and leaf lettuce, both exceeding $1 billion in gross production value. Again, leaf lettuce for the first time. Other major contributions include head lettuce, broccoli, cauliflower, celery, spinach, and others. Although broccoli and cauliflower remain in the county's top 5 highest value commodities, the industry has experienced increased pressure due to diamondback moth. The diamondback moth has contributed to measurable impacts on broccoli and cauliflower production by reducing yields from foliar damage and larval feeding and increasing pest management costs due to pest resistance. Ongoing collaboration between the industry and researchers aims to strengthen integrated pest management strategies. However, diamondback moth remains one of the most persistent and economically significant pests affecting broccoli and cauliflower at this time. Last, I'd like to point out that all lettuces combined add up to 33% of the Monterey County's total gross production value at $1.6 billion. Monterey County continues to play a critical role in statewide and national food production. Currently, as of 23-24 year, the county produces 31.3% of California's strawberries, 57.6% of the state's total lettuce production, and 62.1% of the state's broccoli, and as well as significant proportions of celery, cauliflower, spinach, Brussels sprouts, mushrooms, cabbage, and kale. These figures, again, are for the 23-24 year, so mushrooms are still included here, even though our mushroom production has dropped to 0 as of this year. These figures underscore Monterey County's ongoing importance to both state and national agricultural chains. Lastly, we would like to extend our sincere appreciation again to the more than 56,000 skilled agricultural workers who support Monterey County's agricultural economy. We also like to recognize our farmers, ranchers, industry organizations, boards, commissions, and associations for their ongoing dedication and collaboration to this report. Lastly, we'd like to acknowledge the staff of the Agricultural Commissioner's Office for their commitment to serving the agricultural community. Without their dedication and their work, this report would not be possible. Thank you again for your time and attention. We welcome any questions from the board and can provide further detail on any portion of the report.
Thank you. Let's open it up to public comment first. Anyone in chambers for public comment on our crop report this morning?
Karen Cameron. Wow, that was a lot to digest. $4.8 billion. It's a lot of money running our county. And we all know how vital that is, how it affects the jobs of everyone, not just the ag commissioner, but everyone in our county. I just cannot urge you enough to hold the process accountable, to have organic be more than just a word on paper, to truly dig in and find out what are the percentages, what are the timelines, because we hear a lot of things about ag tech, and it seems to be deferred to the future. And I raised concerns previously that the Trump administration recently approved 5 more new restricted toxic pesticides, not caring about what's happening around the world, just caring about the dollar bill blatantly. Are you going to allow that trend to filter down? Because in previous discussions with the Ag Commissioner, what I found was that Safe Ag, Safe Schools often heard, well, I'll wait and see what EPA has to say, or CDPR, so theirs is out. So what is the true solution to really find public health and to maximizing the opportunities for organic, which I find is absolutely urgent, because business as usual is just not cutting it. Ignoring public health because of the way that the dollar bill contributes is not adequate. We need to find cooperative ways. I'm not here to, belittle the importance of his job in any way, but we have to find ways to do it better and be more accountable down to the details and the realities that hit the people. That's you and me, as well as those working in the fields.
Good morning. Name is Eric Peterson. There's a local company that has had 2 recalls involving fatalities in the last 5 years. One of those recalls was in the Denver area, but it was still a company headquartered within walking distance of where we are. That company has also testified in Congress that they don't need close oversight. What protections do we have to keep that sort of thing from happening? Recalls involving fatalities involve fatalities. And I also agree with what Karen said. Thank you.
All right, seeing no additional public comment in chambers and no hands raised online, we'll close public comment and bring it to the board. We'll go to Lopez.
I just want to thank you, Juan, and your team, Mr. Lewis, for putting together this report. It's hard to see a decline. I know that we're touting, hey, it wasn't that bad, but at the end of the day, when you put together the inflation we've seen over the last few years, a reduction actually hits twice. And we know why it's happening. We've seen and hear the report of tariffs. We've heard about what's happened to our wine industry, not just from consumer changes in terms of what they're looking for, but foreign consumers not willing to buy American products at this moment, especially in Canada. It's really impacting our industry here in Monterey County. Looking forward, seeing the challenges that you mentioned, like the impact from the diamondback moth on brassicas, and knowing that we need to find probably the next iteration, right? Like, what is the next turn in this local region? We started with cattle, we went into sugar beets, and we've gone into lettuce, and now strawberries have become king, as we see always at the top of the list for the last couple of years. But I think the industry's at an interesting point. A lot of folks are wondering what the future looks like, not just in Monterey County, but across the state. And they're wondering, what's the best path forward for them, either here or discovering microclimates around the rest of the U.S. or in foreign countries where we're seeing more products grown by our agriculture industry in Mexico. So I just want to thank you for putting together this report, because at the end of the day, it's this data that helps us paint that picture for the folks we have to partner with across local, state, and federal level to help explain what's happening here on the ground. Folks see reports on the news in the morning, Good Day America, and think, oh, there's robots now. There's no people in those fields, but there's people. And those people are dependent on this work. Those people often are the communities that we represent in unique ways who have challenges that making ends meet is not possible. Stack 3 to 4 families in a house. And the challenge that the industry faces as a whole, I think, is only going to get harder as Amazon comes to town and they look for 1,200 employees. It's not like there's going to be 1,200 more homes to house those folks. We're going to have more housing competition, more workforce competition. And so I just want to acknowledge the resiliency as you did in this report. It could be much worse, but it's not, because we have an industry that pivots, an industry that looks at what's coming down the pike and tries to best understand that and evolve. But the work that goes into producing this report to give us that picture, and then the tool that it gives us to help advocate for our region and its key economic driver, is so critical that I wanted to take the moment to thank you for putting this together, because I know it starts from the very bottom and goes to the top. Everyone in your organization's fingerprints are on this in one way or another. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. One clarification on here is, I know it had a list of the crops, and then as I was reading through the report, there was also a section in there for cannabis, which was 400 million or whatever, 500 million. I thought last year when it was before the board was talking about including cannabis if we were into the report. But it's not listed on one of the top 10 crops. What if you can give me some little clarification on that?
Yes, definitely, Supervisor Church. So we're trying to maintain consistency along with other counties are reporting cannabis at this point. So counties that have cannabis production, such as Sonoma County, Santa Barbara County, they do include cannabis as a separate informational section like we do in our crop report, but currently they're not including that value along with the overall gross production of every other commodity. So everybody's trying to keep it separate at this time. Part of that has to do with how the California Department of Food and Agriculture looks at cannabis, which is not an agricultural commodity, it's a product. I know that probably doesn't answer the question clearly, but I think we're trying to keep some consistency along with other counties at this point in that reporting. But I think over time, that's going to be one of the things that's going to begin to change in the way we report cannabis.
It seems like somebody's got to kind of break that too. I mean, and I understand the state's looking at it one way, but I see a plant, I see it's grown. That's agriculture. I mean, unless it's a tree or forestry or something, but still that all kind of works in to there. So, I mean, is there anything preventing us from including it and starting to get a little more realistic perspective of really what agriculture really includes?
I don't think that there's anything that prevents us from happening. I know Supervisor Alejo brought the same point to us last year during comments. I'm going to work with my staff a little bit closer for the next year and really have those conversations. And maybe we might be the first county that incorporates all of it into the crop report and lists cannabis as just any other commodity that's grown here in Monterey County.
I just think it gives a truer picture at that point. But, I'm being very much in favor of that. But
thank you.
Just to add to what Supervisor Church just raised, obviously we did it through legislation to allow the cannabis to be included as an addendum to the crop reports. But in that legislative process, there was some pushback from ag commissioners in different counties. There was also some concerns about keeping the data sets consistent year to year with past years. If you change it, you add this, and it just changes the collection of that data from previous years. But I always said I would always compare the addendum to if it was a side-by-side with these other conventional crops here. Depending on the year, sometimes it was number 3 or 4, and other years it dropped down to 5 or 6 because of the slump in the industry. But it's a good point. We're going to probably get there at some point, but there was some resistance when we carried the legislation authored by, I think it was Senator Canella. I just want to say, first of all, thank you to your team. Similarly, thank you for this annual report. I think it's important, especially when ag is number one in our county, and we feed America, basically. But as you rightly point out, your staff worked on this. We also acknowledge all of our farmers and commissioners, ag associations. But I just wanted to take a moment to emphasize the 56,000 agricultural workers that you list here. They are the backbone of this industry. They're the ones out there harvesting crops. Yes, there's some more technology and robotics out in the fields, but there's some crops that cannot do what the human hand does. Strawberries in particular, over $1 billion crop. They've tried to find machines that could do it, but they haven't mastered it because it's so delicate. But I did want to just reemphasize, you're seeing the slump in the wine industry and then the impact of the tariffs. And that's what's always concerning when our federal executive administration was just throwing out tariffs as if there was not going to be any impact. This shows us the impact that it does. Markets close, not only for our crops, but for our wine industry. Some countries stopped buying. I think Canada stopped importing California wines. But a 25% loss is a tremendous loss. And this matters to us when ag is number one in our county. It does have an impact from not only for our farms, but even for those workers out in the fields. It all trickles down, and it has an impact to our county, to our businesses, and to the people out there doing that hard work. So I just wanted to say it's important that we have this crop report because it gives us that picture of how these policies, international policies, global policies, are impacting people right here in our own county. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. It's super impressive always to see both the crop values and then where Monterey County falls in the state of California. So thank you for this presentation and thank you for the topic. My questions are going to be around the highlighting organic farming and organic production. I'm trying to find where it was, but I don't see it. Were we at about 18% organic in Monterey County? And so one of the questions that I wanted to ask was just whether or not there are opportunities that you can share with us to maximize the production of organic in our total crops, like increase that 18% or any efforts that are underway of the total amount. And then the second question has to do with what Ms. Cameron has mentioned many times in front of this body. And one of the things that was noted in the report was that many conventional growers are now incorporating organic inspired practices into their conventional farming practices. And I'm curious if where that's not happening and where non-organic growers are using conventional pesticides, what measures are in place to ensure that these materials are applied safely and that they do not pose risks to workers or the neighboring communities?
Thank you for your questions, Supervisor Daniels. I'll begin with the first one on efforts to maximize organic. Here in our county and our state, there's always been efforts to help growers get into organic farming. The Department of Food and Agriculture, working with USDA, has always had some grants available to help with the cost of organic certification for growers. That's a huge upfront cost that they have to come up with, and so that's been really helpful. I think when we look back and look at 10 years of organic production in our county, where organic right now is 18% of the total gross production value of the entire crop report. That's actually quite significant. But if we go back 10 years, that value has doubled in the last 10 years, more than doubled. So it's a slow process, but it's something that our growers continue to add and continue to transition to organic production. But, there are some factors that can impact that. Land availability can be one of those factors, and the cost to lease property in our county because of the high values that we have here. But I think one of the biggest challenges is that 3-year transition from conventional ground to organic ground, and that can be a real difficult economic decisions that growers really have to be thoughtful about making, because during that transition period, whatever commodities you're growing, you have to sell them as conventional. And of course, you have to continue to practice and implement organic practices during that time. But certainly, as our state continues to transition towards more sustainability on farms, I think the opportunities for growers to take on doing more organic farming is going to continue to increase. I think also with our conventional growers, many of them are actually implementing a lot of sustainability practices on farms. So I think the separation between conventional and organic farmers actually farming is getting a little bit closer together because a lot of those practices are being implemented on all farms across our county here. In regards to your second question, yes, pesticide use is always a concern. I think here in California, we probably have the most robust pesticide regulatory program in the nation. There's no other state that has the same level of regulatory oversight over pesticides to make sure that they're being used safely and effectively. In my office, one of our responsibilities and one of our key programs is to make sure that our growers are following all the pesticide laws and regulations. So it begins with making sure that growers have the tools that they need to be in compliance, that they're following all the pesticide regulations to ensure that workers are safe, to make sure communities are safe. And one of the ways we do that is to, as an enforcement agency, we do a lot of unannounced inspections in the field. We can show up to any farm, conduct an inspection to be able to assess compliance, to make sure that pesticide handlers are doing what they need to do to protect themselves, but also other people around them. And so that's one of the ways that we ensure the safe and effective use. We also investigate pesticide-related illnesses, whether it be in farms or at home or structural settings. And we also respond to concerns that we get from members of the public when they see an application in the field and they don't know what's going on. We definitely look into all of those situations to get the information and make sure that if an application was taking place, that it was in compliance with the laws and regulations. So that's part of the process, the enforcement to ensure that pesticides are being used safely. But the other big part is the registration of pesticides before they can be used here in California. And I know any pesticide before it can be used has to be approved federally by US EPA. But just because it's approved by US EPA doesn't mean it can be used here in California. In fact, California is one of few states that has its own pesticide registration program. So California will actually reevaluate those pesticides to make sure that they're safe for use. They'll do a risk assessment of human health and the environment to make sure that they can be safely used here in California. And there are several pesticides that are approved federally at this point that our growers here in California do not have access to because they don't meet the California high standard that we follow. But registration is not the end of it. Registering a pesticide doesn't mean that you forget about it. California has a continual process of evaluation, so they continue to follow and track pesticides that have been registered to make sure that they're not creating any unintended harm. And some of that monitoring includes air monitoring, for instance, groundwater monitoring of pesticides, and surface water monitoring of pesticides. And air monitoring to evaluate pesticide impacts is a big part of the California evaluation process. And as it's been mentioned, we do have an air monitoring station in Pajaro. The station has been there for almost a decade. But our county has always been part of the air monitoring network in the state, which began back in 2011. So back in 2011, Salinas actually had an air monitoring for 5 years in the city of Salinas. Chular also had a monitor for a couple of years. And then finally, that monitor has been placed in Pajaro, where it's been for the last almost a decade. And the state is actually monitoring for 40 different pesticides in the air. California is the only state that actually does any monitoring of pesticides in the air. Nobody else is doing it. And it's not a perfect system, but the findings from what we get in the air help to guide decision-making about impacts of pesticides. And, there's been examples over the years where the Department of Pesticide Regulation has found that there's been issues with certain emissions of pesticides in the air, and they go back and look at what's going on and whether there's a need to either increase some of the regulatory requirements for the use of that pesticide, or in some situations to straight out ban the use of those materials. So it's a long process. There's a lot in the works when it comes to making sure that pesticides are being used safely to protect workers and communities. The regulatory process at my end with my staff, making sure that we're out in the field doing inspections, but also the continual monitoring to make sure that those materials are still safe to use on farms.
And then just to follow up, so the air monitoring program that you talked about is a state program?
It is a state program, and right now there's 5 air monitors in California. The Department of Pesticide Regulation is looking at extending that program. They got additional funding from the state legislature, so they're going to be increasing for an additional 4 monitors in the state. So right now they had some public comment open period so people can weigh in and provide some feedback into what regions of California should be getting those monitors. So the monitoring program is essentially going to double by next year. The other thing that's unique that they're going to be looking at is they're going to have a mobile air monitoring unit. And so the criteria hasn't been developed on how that unit is going to be used, but potentially, the state can take that unit to different areas of the state, especially those areas that do not have an air monitor, and be able to do some monitoring in those locations.
Thank you. That was very helpful. I really appreciate it.
Welcome.
All right. Thank you for the report, for being here today. So we have the presentation, but then we also got a copy of the book report. I just want to note the book report does include a couple pages about cannabis production. So I think just for anyone who was interested in that. And the one question that I did have, and I know where the crop report is really regarding the product and the production and the values, but we talked a little bit about the number of agricultural workers that are underpinning all of that, and thank you for bringing that up earlier. We had a presentation, it was a few months back, on economic, sort of looking at the economy of agriculture, and on the presentation that we had, it speaks to more than 56,000 agricultural workers. And I'm just trying to remember, I think that was like a 56,000 FTE equivalent, but the number of people is different than the number of FTE equivalent. Can you just, because that is listed in the presentation, and I want to be clear that we're not, what type of employment we're referring to.
Yes, that is correct, Supervisor. During that presentation, the economic contributions of agriculture to the economy, it referred to full-time employment. So it doesn't account for the fact that there might be employees there that maybe don't work full-time. And so potentially we're talking about more than 56,000 workers that support our agricultural industry. Based on the way that the economic report grabs some of the data from government databases, there's no way to differentiate between employees that may be working part-time potentially. And so it's an aggregation of FTEs for that report. And that's where we get the 56,000 number from.
Okay. I think for me, that was a really insightful piece of data that tells a larger picture. And so I just think it's important that we're thoughtful about how we use, how we talk about the workforce, recognizing that for many of the workers who are the reason why we're able to have this economic engine work. It is part-time work. It's not year-round work. And so that creates a whole different set of economic realities that the county and our employers and our cities need to address and backfill for. So just wanted to make a comment on that and ask that we're thoughtful about how we speak about the workforce that does make this all happen. So thank you for the presentation. We've gone out to public comment. We will, I think there's no action required on this. We're just receiving the report. So with that, we'll close the item. We're going to recess to lunch. We'll be back, recess to lunch in closed session. We'll be back here at 1:30 for a very busy afternoon agenda. Thank you. All right. Welcome back to our afternoon agenda. This is July 7th, 2026. We are reconvening the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting, letting the record show that all supervisors are present. We do have Spanish interpretation services available for anyone who would like to utilize those. I think we have Jordy with us still this afternoon providing interpretation. Jordy, could you make our Spanish interpretation announcement?
Muy buenas tardes a todos los cuales están presentes vía Zoom o en la cámara de la Junta de Supervisores. Servicios de interpretación serán brindados de forma simultánea. Si necesitan un aparato para poder escuchar la traducción simultánea en la cámara de la Junta de Supervisores, pueden solicitarlo. De igual manera, si ustedes desean hacer su comentario, a la hora de hacer el comentario van a tener el tiempo para poder darlo y hágalo de forma pausada para poder ser interpretado consecutivamente. Gracias. En Zoom también pueden encontrar la función en la parte de interpretación. Gracias.
Thank you, Jordy. We really appreciate having you with us to make sure that our meetings are accessible to everybody. Our first scheduled item this afternoon is item number 16. This is an introduction of Supervisor Alejo's Young Supervisors Program. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. I am very proud to introduce our 2026 class of the Monterey County Young Supervisors. This year, 31 young leaders enrolled. It is our largest cohort in the last 10 years of conducting this program. And we are honored to also have this summer an intern, Kayla Gonzalez of Salinas, who is helping coordinate the program along with my staff. She is currently attending Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, Maryland on a full ride scholarship. And she is majoring in public health and minoring in Spanish language and Hispanic cultures and wants to be a leader in healthcare in California. I also want to thank my amazing staff, Javier Gomez and Jasmine Mejia, who are once again coordinating this program. This year's class are primarily from Salinas, but also includes students from Carmel, Monterey, Greenfield, and Gilroy. And we have students from 10 different high schools. And I want to ask our young supervisors, they could stand up when I mention your high school. First of all, we have some participants from Alisal High School, Salinas High School, North Salinas High, Everett Alvarez High, Rancho San Juan High, Greenfield High, Palma High, Monterey High, Carmel High, and 2 students from Christopher High School in Gilroy. We are so proud of that 4 of these students, at least 4, are attending college next year: Hartnell College, UC Merced, CSU Monterey Bay, and UC Davis. This Young Supervisors Program was the first of its kind in California, and now in its 10th year as Young Supervisors. But prior to that, we also conducted the Young Assembly Members Program between 2011 and 2016, and we have had over 350 graduates. This program provides our young leaders with an introduction to local government, law and public policy, and potential careers in county government. They learn about a variety of essential skills and topics, including the importance of professional networking, building their professional reputation, and we also emphasize knowing their local history and the importance of environmental and ocean protection and conservancy. We also have a mock supervisors hearing on a real policy issue because we want these young people to see themselves making decisions and shaping policy in our county. Yesterday, we visited Colton Hall, where the California Constitution was drafted in 1849, and we also visited the Monterey Bay Aquarium. We've had an ongoing partnership with them and to learn about their research. Today, after this introduction, they're visiting Tana Moronanto to learn about workforce housing, farm worker housing, since agriculture is our #1 industry within our county. And then on Thursday, we have a partnership with the O'Neill Odyssey, and we're going out into the Monterey Bay on their catamaran to learn more about ocean conservancy. I often say that if we are not prepared generation of leaders, we are missing a big part of solving our greatest challenges of tomorrow in our county and throughout California. So if we could all give these young, amazing leaders of Monterey County a big round of applause. We are so proud of each of you. And we are honored that you are willing to learn about how to make a difference in your communities and to be future leaders here in Monterey County. So I want to say thank you very much, and what an honor to have such a tremendous class from so many schools and so many different parts of our region. Thank you very much. Thanks for stopping by today, everybody.
So it's great to have you in chambers with us here today. These chambers do belong to you, and we're doing your work. So please come back and visit us again to observe how county government works for you. All right, moving right along, we're going to move on to item number 17, which is to consider and provide direction on oversight of the Sheriff's Office and other related matters as follows. We have Nick Chulos here to get us started.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, and good afternoon, board members and members of the public. Yes, this item covers 5 related matters, generally having to do with oversight of the sheriff or potential oversight of the Sheriff's Office and some issues that touch on various aspects of our federal immigration situation. In summary, the background of this goes back really to January of this year when the sheriff presented a report on compliance with the Truth Act to the board. That generated some discussion and public input. The board continued that discussion or put that discussion over to another meeting in April for further discussion. That meeting generated some direction to our staff to specifically report back on the items that are before you today. And there are 5 items. The first one is a report and recommendation from the Board of Supervisors Ad Hoc Committee on AB 1185, potential oversight of the Sheriff's Office. The second is a discussion regarding the State Criminal Alien Assistance Program, also known as SCAP. Number 3 is the issue or analysis of outside employment of Sheriff's Office staff. Number 4 is an update regarding the financial audit of the Sheriff's Office being conducted by GPP Analytics. And number 5 is the provision of legal services to incarcerated undocumented individuals in the county jail. And Madam Chair, what I propose to do is to speak about each of those items and pause and have the board ask questions if you agree with that approach, or we could go through the entire presentation, whichever is your preference. It might be a little more logical to do it one by one, if that's agreeable to the chair.
I think that does make sense. I just want to make sure we have opportunity for public comment as part of the process. So let's...
Because the items are interrelated, but there's, I'm sure the board will have questions, the public will have comment about each of those items as we go along.
Board questions as you go through, and then we can have the discussion at the end.
Okay, very good. So starting with AB 1185. So AB 1185 is a state law that was passed in 2020, authorizes the county to provide for oversight of the Sheriff's Office either by using an inspector general function, and that's an individual who would act as the inspector general, or an oversight body of some type. And the purpose of 1185 is to give the Board of Supervisors of any county the ability to supervise the official conduct of the Sheriff's Office, as is the case with the board's responsibility for any other public entity within the county structure. On January 5th of 2022, Supervisor Askew issued a referral asking that this matter be explored, and on February 28th of 2023, the board appointed an ad hoc committee of Supervisors Askew and Church. That ad hoc committee did considerable amount of work at that time, holding several public listening sessions, both in person and online, in English and Spanish, as well as an online survey in English and Spanish. And the committee reviewed a variety of materials, including the law itself, AB 1185, something called POBAR, but what that means is the Public Safety Officer's Bill of Rights, which are protections afforded to law enforcement individuals under state law, the Hernandez jail monitoring situation, Hernandez litigation jail monitoring, the results of the various surveys that were done, and then also some information provided by the sheriff about a number of existing oversight reporting that the sheriff already does. The committee considered 5 different options. One was an inspector general hired under contract to the county, which would be administered by the county administrative officer. Another one is an inspector general with a citizens advisory committee as another entity. The third is an oversight board. The fourth is another variant of that oversight board with an inspector general, and the fifth would be to take no action. The ad hoc committee, and you have a separate staff report that's attached to your board report, which is a report from the ad hoc committee, is recommending that an inspector general under contract to the county, administered by the county administrative officer, be the approach that's recommended by the committee. The scope of work would be if your board directs that today, would be developed and brought back to the board, but we've attached an example in your board report of how that type of function is structured in Santa Cruz County, which has a similar structure and apparently very successfully done according to the information we've received on that. We estimated the cost very approximately about $100,000 a year for the contracted inspector general per se, plus some additional staff costs to help administer that, and a contingency in effect of a liability fund, if you want to call it that, of a couple $100,000. So that whole package could cost the county something on the order of $400,000 to $500,000 a year in kind of the overview situation. That's a very approximate number, but that's a number that we worked with to put this together for the committee. So on that item, we're seeking direction from the board today as to whether the board wishes to pursue that. If you give us that direction, we would develop a scope of work. We would bring it back for the board's review, and we would proceed to seek out an independent inspector general. And there are firms available that do that work, and we believe it could be successfully done. I can pause there, Madam Chair, if you have questions about that part of the report.
So we'll just bring this to the board for any questions on this item. Questions?
Sure. I would just wanted to find out from the ad hoc committee or from Mr. Chulos. I have a couple questions, but the first one is just why Inspector General only and not Inspector General plus Oversight Board or Oversight Board? What was it that ruled out the Oversight Committee for you?
If Madam Chair, if you want, I can answer at least from a staff perspective. Okay. We feel that this would be a very good, very concrete first step to take. The scope of work would be very clearly defined. The deliverables would be very clearly defined. If we needed to adjust that process in the contract, we could. If for some reason it wasn't working, we could go back and do something else. We feel that it would be a logical, cost-effective, and feasible first step if the board wants to take that approach.
And then I have another question then about the scope of work and the deliverables. I know that one of the other topics that you're going to talk about is related to the current audit, but I was wondering about sort of long-term fiscal and budget analysis, because this is one of the greatest challenges I think sheriff's offices have throughout the state. Is there any component of the Inspector General in terms of the scope of work and analysis that has to do with budget?
In what Madam Chair, I'll answer that if you want. In what we've seen in terms of what's been done in other areas, no. Those are usually handled separately.
So we'll get to this, I'm sure, when you talk about the current audit, but I'm assuming that the current audit has a beginning, a middle, and an end.
Yes.
And so I would just encourage us to sort of, as we have this conversation, think about how whatever recommendation we make is the most beneficial to the office. And so I would think that the fiscal strength and ability to maintain that budget would be something that I would want to be included if it's something my colleagues can get behind and help articulate what the need is. Thank you.
And just a question to that point about when we create a scope for contracting with an inspector general, other communities have set it up so that the scope can be assigned over the course of the contract year. So as needs arise and as issues come up, but the first step that's being proposed in front of us today would simply be to obtain a contract with an inspector general who then would get to know our office, get to know us as a board, and identify the issues that we want to focus on first. And that would be the scope would be broad enough to allow for those issues to be brought up as they emerge.
I would say yes.
Okay, so that's what's proposed. Okay, just to clarify the proposal. Yes, Alejo.
Yeah, Thank you for the presentation, Assistant CAO Chulos. AB 1185 went into effect, I think it was passed in 2019, went into effect in 2020. Do we know how many, out of our 58 counties, how many counties have chosen the Citizens Oversight Board versus an independent auditor versus keeping status quo?
I don't know the answer to that at this point.
I know our neighboring county, Santa Cruz County, were ahead of us in this process, and they implemented the independent auditor general. Any idea how that's working so far? I think they implemented about a year ago, so they're fairly new as well.
Yes, I do know that. I can answer that question. I spoke with Melody Sereno, who's the assistant CAO there, and also Nicole Coburn, and they're into the second year of a 2-year contract. They're very pleased with the work that's been done. Apparently, the community, the community has felt that the job has been well done. The county feels that the Inspector General has been responsive. There's been good coordination and outreach. They are quite pleased with the way it's going.
And I would assume that the independent auditor's services will only be needed upon being called by to conduct some work by the Board of Supervisors.
Yeah, that's a great point, Supervisor. Yeah, it's as needed.
So it may as needed.
That's
exactly.
Right.
I want to be clear, so it's just not a flat fee we're paying.
No.
Last thing, I guess this is for the chair. Will we be hearing from the Sheriff Tina Nieto or the Undersheriff as part of this, each of these as well? Okay, thank you. Okay. Well, I just wanted to, on each of these, I wanted to hear just what her recommendation, her opinion is on these, because it'd be informative, I think, for us and for the public to hear from what her position is on these 5 items.
Yeah, I don't know if the sheriff or undersheriff are on the meeting this afternoon, or if they're present in the room. Maybe they are. I don't know.
And Sheriff Nieto, you have your hand up. Would this be a good time for you? We're asking questions about this item, but if you would like to comment on this as part of the presentation.
Hello, Chair and Supervisor. Sorry, I don't have my camera on. I am out of town. Thank you for letting me join as a panelist. Nick, I was calling you. Let me hang up now. I've always said from the beginning that I believe that the law gives the board the right to do an inspector general or a committee. And I believe that's the board's right to do so. And if I have to work with them, if you guys say, okay, we want to do this and move forward with it, when I'm not going to resist that. I have been an auditor in the past, so I'm used to working with inspector generals. That's just my comfort level, though. It's the board's decision. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions on this item? All right. We'll move on.
Okay. Item number 2 is State Criminal Alien Assistance Program funding, or SCAP funding. This is probably one of the more sensitive areas that we've been examining, and I know the board has received a lot of public input about this from a variety of points of view. To explain this in sort of general terms, even though it's written up in the staff report, but just for the sake of the record, this is reimbursement funding. And the way the program is set up, it's payment to state and local government, or payment to reimburse state and local government costs for incarcerating undocumented individuals during a defined reporting period. So this is based on information that's compiled in arrears, in effect, so that the $625,000 that the county received this year was based on information from 2 years ago. The sheriff compiles the information, but the county is the recipient of the funding. And the board of several years ago, after a period when SCAP funding was not sought, made the decision to continue to go back and try to receive SCAP funding. The board also has the authority to discontinue that funding if you so choose. The estimated amount, I know it's in the staff report, but the current reimbursement, if we were going to continue with that program, would be about $1.25 million or $1.2 million for the current fiscal year. Where this becomes sensitive is whether or not SCAP funding is in any way, in the reporting requirements for that, or in any way tied in with federal immigration operations. The way the information is compiled and reported, it's said that there is no direct connection to federal immigration enforcement. However, there's a perception that there could be. There's no guarantee that somehow that information doesn't merge back and forth. So it becomes a matter of really a policy decision for the board. It's hard to. I've had a conversation with the undersheriff about this, and apparently, looking back at the reporting information that's been presented over the past few years, it's hard to draw a straight line between anything that was reported and an ICE detention. But it's not completely out of the question that that could somehow be related. So it's a very sensitive topic. I know there are a lot of opinions about this in different ways. What we need from the board today, if you choose to give us direction, is whether you want us to explore ending that funding or continuing the funding. And if your decision is to direct us to explore ending it, we would request direction that the CAO be authorized to evaluate the sheriff's budget, how this would impact the sheriff's budget, what the appropriate time would be to actually implement that action if you choose to do that. So that's the general overview, Madam Chair, for the SCAP portion of our discussion today.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Glenn? Church?
I have several questions here. So we do not have at this time understanding the impact that this would have on the sheriff's office, or we would get replacement funding if it was needed. That's correct?
We do not. If you direct us today, we will work on that issue.
Back when this came up in April, that was some things that I specifically was asking for, is wanting to know what that impact would be and where we get the money, because the two items that was bringing up was the $650,000 here, and then the public defender had brought to our attention that the 280 or so undocumented inmates weren't getting their full rights unto there, and we've addressed that particular part, I know, from some additional funding. But I think that was even later down on your list, but I'd kind of wrap those two together and my concerns. And I want to make sure I understand, understand exactly how this program works. I want to make sure I'm really clear on it, and it's also the benefit of everybody else. But do we know if it's, I know we're getting, this is reimbursement we're getting here is for 24, and we're obviously in 26, so it lags behind. How soon after somebody's either incarcerated or hopefully, released, is it, by their name, their address, other personal information turned over?
The way this, and perhaps the sheriff or undersheriff would like to amplify this, but there's a contractor that is employed by the county that the sheriff's office compiles the information, and it's submitted to a contractor that actually does the submission to the Department of Justice. And the information that's, I'm just going to read through it because I have a list here of what is collected. The name of the individual, the place of birth, date of birth, incarceration date and release date, conviction history, and then a couple of things that are apparently not always required. They're optional, or they're if available, what's called an FBI number, and the a conviction history. I'd mentioned that earlier. That information is compiled for the reporting period and then is turned over to the contractor who submits that application to the Department of Justice. And the contractor is a firm called Justice Benefits, Inc. is the name of the firm that does the work. As far as the exact timing of that, I think I would have to defer to the sheriff or undersheriff as far as exactly when that information, is there a deadline for that information to be compiled? So, but that's the general information that's required.
So any name that's released is somebody that is not currently incarcerated. Is that correct? Or we have to wait for maybe the sheriff?
They could be. They might still be incarcerated, but they may not.
You did mention a release date.
Yeah, they could. Yeah, okay. Could be either way.
So there could be some that way. Let me see any other question I have here. In the current, and I'm correct here that for this, after this 650,000 we're talking about for 24, for 25 we're talking about potentially 1.1 million.
About 1.2 million.
1.2 million. Okay. And I had heard some rumors, and I'm just going to say them as rumors because I don't know if it's true or not, that the program could be discontinued by the federal government, possibly. Is anything on that has come about?
I'm not aware of that, Supervisor.
Okay. Well, I'll just see if the sheriff has anything. I might be able to answer about if there is any current people that are incarcerated and their names turned over, or what's the closest lag time there is between release and this then.
Sheriff, are you still with us to answer that question?
Yes, I'm there. So I just want to be clear about something. SCAP does not trigger ICE actions. It does not direct immigration enforcement, and it doesn't authorize Monterey County to enforce immigration law. What it really does is reimburse local taxpayers for correctional costs the county has already incurred. They can only be used for correctional purposes, and so that's our incarcerated population, and help offset expenses borne by the Monterey County residents. Look, I think the confusion is SCAP, the FBI or not FBI, ICE does not get their information from SCAP. It's old information, and it doesn't include all the things that you need if you're going to take an ICE action against an individual. And that's why I've submitted several times my public comment in written form to the board to kind of clear this up with the public. And the rumor about it being disconnected, the current federal administration under President Trump recommended zero funds for SCAP. But they haven't adopted the budget, so I haven't followed up on what the federal budget has been. Now, people can make a guess why he said $0 to SCAP, because it's not used for ICE, where he's increased the budget for ICE. How ICE gets their information regarding folks that they are attempting to go after, they actually take that from what they call real-time information. When anybody's arrested in our country, their fingerprints go into a database, and that's what ICE uses to target or look for people that they're looking for. It's not through the SCAP process. What were your other questions, Supervisor?
Yeah, the other question was essentially, what's the lag time between somebody maybe being released from jail and the information being turned over through the SCAP process?
So in the county correction system, people are not supposed to be incarcerated over a year, but we know because of ISPs, which are people that are unable to stand trials, that they can be in the county system longer. The lag time, though, is 2 years by the time that they get this information, because the report's about 2 years behind to submit.
Okay, so it's what you're saying is there would be none or very unlikely to be anybody that could be still incarcerated on that list?
There's always a possibility, but there's always a possibility that any federal list for any federal monies that we take for any program within the county that include health programs, behavioral health, mental health, the federal government could be trying to get their fingers on it. What I'm saying about SCAP information that we provide, and you have it in front of you, does not include anticipated release dates. It doesn't include fingerprints. It doesn't include biometrics. It doesn't include addresses, and it doesn't include immigration status information. It's the report's done as a best guess. And this has been decades that counties have been reimbursed by the federal government for the possible incarceration of people that are here and are not citizens of this country.
Okay, thank you.
While either Mr. Chulos or the sheriff, what does the report include, and why is the information that's being requested of us informative to the federal government?
Madam Chair, I'll list what the information is as far as I understand it, and the sheriff, I'm sure, will jump in on this. The name, place of birth, date of birth, incarceration date, release date, conviction history. And I Madam Chair, I'd like to defer to the sheriff and make sure I got that right, or if there's anything she'd like to add to that.
Yeah, I don't have the report in front of me. That does sound right, Nick. I know the undersheriff is on. It doesn't give anticipated. Now, why the money is given to counties? This has been a federal program for decades, under Obama even, because the federal government has recognized in the past that counties incur a cost to incarcerate folks that are not citizens of this country. And so this is just purely a reimbursement program to help counties, to help local taxpayers.
So you're saying that the federal government isn't looking for information, you're providing information in order to get the reimbursement as per the program?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And then just to confirm something that Supervisor Church had asked, there is no naming of individuals or identifying individuals who are currently out in the community. Did I hear that correct? Or are you saying there are?
Well, the report is after the fact, ma'am. So whether they're in the community or not, once we release them, we don't track people. So
I'm just trying to understand if it triggers any type of ICE action out in the community just from the information that's provided. We've heard a lot.
So far, no group has provided information that it's done that. And again, this is a program that's used throughout the state. It's mostly used actually by our prison system. They get the biggest reimbursements.
And then, Mr. Chulos, you said that it's not completely out of the question because it was unclear as when in your communication with the undersheriff, it wasn't 100% clear as to whether or not there was any direct connection with federal immigration enforcement.
Well, let me be really clear about that, Supervisor. When the undersheriff and I spoke, I asked the question. The individuals who are listed in the SCAP reporting, is there any documented evidence that an individual who had been on that list was later detained by ICE, as far as we know? And the answer is no. And I hope I'm not misstating that. The undersheriff may want to correct me if I'm wrong. The answer is no, but it's also not completely out of the question that that's happened. It may not be known to us, but it may have happened.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Certainly an important topic and something that we've been all watching very closely in terms of immigration enforcement in our county. But I think there's some conflicting information here, right, about how this program functions and the data that is provided or doesn't provide, what is provided and about who. And I think there's more information needed before we make an ultimate decision. I know today's agenda is as direction. I know we're going to hear from the public on this, but I think we need some additional information because from my understanding is it's not only that data that the limited data that you cited, Nick, but I think it's only for individuals who have a felony or have 2 misdemeanor convictions. So, but it'd be great to get, because I know the staff report, it's a couple paragraphs, it doesn't give that kind of detailed information. Also, as the sheriff is saying, and she had previously mentioned this, that it is outdated information. It's 2 to 3 years old. It'd be great to verify that. And also, whether there's been any known cases of this information being used in any way of in any immigration enforcement. As we said, it's not a new program under this current administration that started over 18 months ago in January of 2025. It was also under his previous administration between 2017 and 2020. And at least during my time here, that I've been on here since January 2017, I haven't heard of any immigration enforcement cases that were related to data released under this program. So the question would be, just throwing out there as an option to consider is bringing this item back, maybe hiring, I know the sheriff gave her information to us, but maybe having a consultant provide a report to the Board of Supervisors, just getting that kind of detailed information, specifically in Monterey County, that could inform the public, could inform the board before we make a decision that over the significant amount that comes to the county, I want to make sure that we have as much information before we make an ultimate decision whether to continue with this program or not. So that's just one option that I think might be helpful, and not delaying it very much longer, but being able to bring an expert to look and provide that kind of detailed information and provide it to the board before a decision is made on this.
Okay, I have a few questions. So the 1.2 million that's listed in the report as reimbursement for the coming year, is that included as revenue anticipated in the budget that was just approved for the sheriff's office?
I would have to defer to our budget staff. I don't believe it was.
Okay. Thank you. Is the data, so the way this works is the jail submits data about our incarcerated population to a contractor called JBI, and then JBI data mines that information, comes up with another list that's then submitted to the Department of Justice. So do we submit data to JBI that includes information about every person who's been incarcerated in the jail over the previous year?
My understanding is that the information submitted by the sheriff's office, compiled by the sheriff's office and submitted to the contractor JBI includes the information we listed a moment ago, the name, date of birth, place of birth, and that sort of thing. That information is compiled by JBI and submitted to...
Sorry, the first question is, do we submit data, so anyone who's in the jail, we don't know whether they're documented or not, we don't collect that data, so we submit data about every person that's incarcerated in the jail to JBI so that they can then assess within that population who might qualify for reimbursement.
Madam Chair, I'd like to suggest the sheriff or undersheriff answer that question.
Okay. And I'll go to Sonia first and then to the sheriff. Or
As to the question related to the budget, the 630,000 was included in the sheriff's budget.
6 is anticipated revenue.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. The 1.2 million was not. Yeah, the 625, yes, it was. Yeah.
Okay. And then to the sheriff, can you answer the question? Are we submitting, so we're submitting data about everyone who's incarcerated in the jail to JBI so that they can then do the further data mining work?
So, Chair, hold on. I have the undersheriff, and he's going to answer that. He has the report with him.
And undersheriff, I
Madam
have a
Chair.
number of questions. I'm just going to ask them, and if I could just get the answer for the specific question that I'm asking would be helpful, and then I'll go through the next set of questions.
We submit all of our data to JBI, and that data includes all bookings that occurred during a 1-year period of time. And then JBI data mines that and submits to DOJ the information that takes the information we submit them, doesn't submit anything extra, but submits the individuals who, as I understand it, meet the qualifying charges as Supervisor Alejo was mentioning, and the qualifying time and custody requirements. It's a twofold aspect. Charges and custody period of time relate to the opportunity to seek or obtain the reimbursement.
Okay, and documentation status. So they verify these are the folks who are undocumented, and then they meet the additional criteria. The data that JBI...
I just to add to that, I can't say documentation status because our report does not include anything about whether they are a citizen or not. We are giving what is in that thing, and then they're compiling it, and then they send that, as my understanding, to the Department of Justice, who then does their independent review of the information and determines who meets the qualifying charges. But our report does not make any indication as to immigration status within the United States as a citizen or not. And I just don't want to have it implied that was what I indicated.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So you're saying JBI doesn't do any assessment of whether someone is documented or not documented?
To my knowledge, they take the data that we supply them and then package it take the appropriate data based on qualifying charges and qualifying stays in custody periods of time and forward it through. We engage them because of the staff time that it takes to submit the report. That's why we brought JBI on in the past. And then the federal government, through the reimbursement program, makes the decision on what is funded or not. That's how I understand it. That's based on the conversations I've had with JBI. I don't have any indication that JBI is making a determination that someone is a citizen or not as part of their submission.
Okay, so JBI is then forwarding all of the data about any individual who's been incarcerated in the jail who meets the requirement for the 2 misdemeanor convictions or 1 felony conviction. They send all of that data information about those individuals to the feds, and then the feds assess who's maybe undocumented, and then that's how the number is determined, how the reimbursement amount is determined. Is that correct?
Sorry, I hit the wrong button. Yes, that's a fair assessment. JBI submits the data, and then the federal government analyzes what they've received. But what they get is what Mr. Chulos has indicated. That's the data that is being forwarded to the federal government.
Okay, so when we are looking at our reimbursement amount of effectively doubling from about $600,000 to $1.2 million, is that because we've incarcerated twice the number of people who meet that criteria, or is there a change in the reimbursement? Where did we get that estimate of $1.2 million from?
As it's been explained to me by JBI, that is JBI's estimate of our maximum eligible amount that we're able to obtain. Due to the federal budget, not everything is always funded at full amounts every year. And so as I understand it, we will get, if we were to get full funding for everything we've submitted, that's what we would be looking at. And that would be comparable to what we would have looked at in past years. But the program isn't funded at full amounts. And so as I've been explained to me, then we get a lower amount. So it's proportionally shared across the country to the participating agencies. That's how I understand it. It isn't because our list has grown in size or anything like that. Our list is consistent in plus or minus 100 names or so, let's say, every year. We're in the consistent range for average bookings in the county. So it's not that our list is growing, it's the available funding within the federal budget.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. And then, so when we're we're submitting data about every individual who's incarcerated in the jail. We know that many individuals who are incarcerated in the jail are not. They're awaiting an opportunity to go to see a judge or have a trial. So this. The reimbursement, ultimately, the data that the feds get, that the Department of Justice gets, could be identifying someone who's had previous misdemeanors, but it has not been prosecuted for the current reason that they're incarcerated. But that data, that they still would be qualified as a reimbursable inmate.
I'm going to answer, and then if you need further clarity,
Thank you.
I think so as indicated, so the data we submit is approximately 2 years behind. That being said, we would have likely already addressed potential immigration warrants or such from ICE 2 years ago for this data that we released, let's say, this year. So they would have already likely have made requests to the jail that we would have reported in prior Truth Act presentations as part of this. These individuals that are in custody, not in custody, they're on the list, were booked into the jail and would have been in the jail for a period of time. It's probable that they went through some form of prosecution, but it's also possible that they were in custody and released, within a short period of time and no charges later filed. That's part of JBI's role, is to assess the data that is there to then indicate which ones are the qualifying charges and qualifying lengths of stay, because the funding is dual tied. So I think that answers your question, but if you have further, please ask. Yeah, no, it does. Thank you. And I just want to acknowledge and thank the sheriff for submitting the memo outlining more information. I think the information that the sheriff provided, the information that's been answered today, largely matches with my understanding of the SCAP program. And I did learn a few extra things about the full funding and the amount, why the amount changes.
And I will save my comments for the end. The last question that I just have is in regards to JBI. We're providing them with a lot of information about individuals in our community. Do they have any, does our contract with JBI have any data protection about who they are allowed beyond the submission to the Department of Justice about who they can share that data with?
Madam Chair, I would have to look at the contract, but it is typical in our contracts that we have restrictive provisions on the ability of a vendor to use that data for anything other than its intended purpose, which would be the submission for SCAP. But I can check into that and get that data, that question in greater detail answered to the board at a future date. But our normal contract would provisions when we do things prohibits vendors from using the data for anything other than its unique identified purpose of why we entered into that agreement.
Okay, great. Thank you for the answers. I don't have any other questions. Glenn?
Just a little follow-up. Just curious on how much we pay JBI. What do they charge? How do they, is it a standard fee? Is it based on how many names you put forward? And then the other thing is, when we do this report, we're obviously giving names, so we have some control over names you put forth. Do we have the option of not presenting names of people that are currently incarcerated? And those are just my two questions for clarification.
If we're participating in the program, we need to provide all names or else we would be at risk of not receiving the full reimbursement that we would be eligible for. We use JBI to determine if the name with associated charges and associated stay in custody time would qualify for reimbursement. Funding wise, I don't have the specific contract in front of me, but as I recall, it is a percentage based contract, meaning that I think it was $0 to $400,000. I think JBI received 2% of that amount. And I think from 4 to X thousand, their percentage rises. It's not based on the names. It's based on what we receive in reimbursement is what their fee is attached to. There could be other counties that could be submitting, and I use it as an example, submitting, say, the same amount of names in the year, but they may not have as many, say, qualifying charged cases or stay in custody cases, so their revenue could be lower. There could be other counties of comparable submission that their revenue could be higher. So the contract was written to be not tied to the number of names or anything like that, but tied to the reimbursement revenue that was received, and then they take a portion of that off the top.
I have a follow-up. Daniels?
Just have one other follow-up. So if I'm understanding correctly, what I had asked earlier was that this is a reimbursement for the cost of incarcerating undocumented individuals. So the Justice Department creates this program in conjunction with ICE in order to provide payments to the county to reimburse us for the costs of incarcerating undocumented individuals that we would have incurred. Is that accurate?
Supervisor, I don't know if it would be accurate saying it's adding ICE to it. It's a Department of Justice program.
I'm just reading the overview on the government website. The U.S. Bureau of Justice Assistance administers SCAP in conjunction with the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement and ICE. So,
and that would be correct, what you read out loud.
I'm trying to understand the cost model and how we are reimbursed otherwise. So because someone is undocumented, is there a gap in the funding structure for the jail that needs to be made up?
I could add to that. For years, the county did not participate in SCAP. And, in early part of Sheriff Nieto's term, we had funding needs, and we sought augmentation funding for a number of various things. And one of the things we were tasked to do was identify available funding to support the county's needs. we then determined that the SCAP funding was an item that we were eligible to seek and participate in, and then that funding could then be used to offset the expense of individuals that we had already housed in our facility, thus allowing us to move other funds to support other sheriff's office needs or other county needs as a whole. If the SCAP funding was, if the board chose to not continue with the SCAP program and receiving the funding, then we would have to, in this budget year or in a future budget year, account for that money that we have now began to budget into our budget as revenue. And thus there could be an impact with that lost revenue in the current year, with either having to find a way to absorb it or the county find a way to offer offsetting funding. And then in a future budget year, we'd be in a position to build a budget where we didn't build the budget based on having SCAP as a factor.
That's
I think it's somewhat an answer for you, but I don't know if it gives you
Undersheriff,
everything
that's
you're looking for.
100% an answer for me. I'm getting that. What I'm still trying to get to the bottom is I get the intent. I get the reasons that it's outlined in this plan, but what I'm trying to think of is correctional officers' salaries or whatever costs we incur at the jail. This is described as a reimbursement for the costs incurred. I understand exactly what you said, and funding the office is a challenge, and we're going to go after every possible funding mechanism we can to make the budget. But if it's not in fact to fill a gap that's created because a person is undocumented versus being documented, my question then becomes, how would we differentiate this from getting money for sharing this information? And how would we make the argument that this is not a financial incentive program? And that's my concern at the end of the day, and especially under the current climate that we're in right now. So I understand the way that the program has been described and the way we're interpreting it, but if there is not, in fact, a difference if there's not a difference in covering the costs in our jails of undocumented versus documented individuals, then it doesn't matter what the program states its intent is. We are, in fact, participating in a program that is providing funding to the county for sharing information. And that was where my concern originally lied. Thank you.
I just have one other question, and then we'll move on to the next item. So just I'm looking at, I had a number of documents pulled up before this conversation, and I'm looking at the application that is submitted to participate in the SCAP reimbursement, and it does include a requirement for the A number, the alien registration number, as assigned by DHS or ICE and used to track individuals and verify identity. So my understanding was that we are paying, and I've got the JBI contract up, that we're contracted with JBI to take the data that we have about who's incarcerated, to then have them assess that data and prepare the application to submit for reimbursement to SCAP. And that application would include the alien registration number for any individual that we have that for. That's how the application is submitted. So I just want to ask again the question about the data that JBI submits or prepares for submittal with the application for reimbursement. The answer that I thought I heard was that we don't include any of that information, and that it all goes to the Department of Justice and they figure it out from there. But I'm looking at the application and it does include these additional questions. So if we're not providing that to JBI, my understanding was that was part of what we were contracted with JBI to determine who in our inmate population might have an alien registration number, and then include that in the SCAP application. either I misunderstood the first answer or the application is different than what I'm looking at. And I'll just ask that question to the sheriff or under sheriff.
I'm here, Chairman. If you're looking at the information, I would have to pull our report. But if you just go onto the an AI website, for example, it's going to tell you that that's the typical field that's included, and it can include zeros if that number's unknown. But then again, I don't have the report in front of me, so I would have to defer to the undersheriff or to the chief of corrections to take a look at the actual report itself.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, no, I'm looking at the ojp.gov funding website and the appendix for the SCUP application for 20 or 25. Okay, so I think that for me, that's where my concern comes from, is that we are submitting information that could be used, could both misidentify someone as having an alien identification number that doesn't actually have one, and submitting that to the Department of Justice because a first name and last name might, provide a match of some sort. I'm also concerned that even after folks are no longer incarcerated, that by providing this information, that maybe in the past I wasn't as concerned, but given the realities of today, I do have deep concerns about sharing, a list of this data with the feds. So those would be my questions. Any other questions? Otherwise, we can move on. Yep, Alejo.
And that's why I think we need more information, because from my understanding, an alien registration number would be somebody who has lawful permanent residency, has an asylee or refugee status. Undocumented are not going to have that alien registration number. But I could be wrong, but it would be great to have an expert tell us what is being submitted, what isn't, so that we have the accurate facts. Also, because from reading up on the program, it's not for people who were simply arrested and are in our jail. These are data for convictions, the felony or the 2 misdemeanors, and they also have to have at least 4 consecutive days. So if somebody came in, was just there booked there and stayed overnight and released, that data is doesn't meet the requirements to be submitted. But it'd be great just to have that insight and that more in-depth look at what information is being provided, and also what data is the data being submitted, so that we have and the public has that accurate information before a decision is made on this.
All right, thank you. We can move on to the next.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. The next item has to do with the discussion of outside employment of sheriff's staff. At the April 14th board meeting, the question came up and there was direction provided to staff to examine that issue of, are the sheriff's personnel working in off hours for ICE or any other federal immigration enforcement agency? That was essentially the question. Our Human Resources Director and County Counsel looked at this closely. And I'm repeating what's in the staff report, but just for the sake of the public, anyone who may not have seen the staff report, the county policy is that if an individual who works for the county wants to work in off hours doing something else, the department head has to authorize that or deny it, depending on what the circumstances are. That approval or denial by the department head goes into the individual's personnel file. With law enforcement personnel, there are several provisions, one under the Penal Code, one under the Public Safety Officer's Bill of Rights, that essentially protects those personnel records. So we don't have the ability, as I understand it, absent a court order or legal discovery, to go in and look at sheriff's office personnel files to extract that data and determine whether or not someone might be working off hours for a federal immigration enforcement agency. That's essentially the situation. County Counsel might want to add to that. But the long and the short of it is we're not able to, under the current laws and the current arrangement of the way the system is set up, to go in and extract that information and provide you a report, absent, as I said, legal proceeding of some type. And so, Madam Chair, that's our update for you. I don't know that we are seeking direction on that today, other than to let you know that that's what our research discovered. So,
Thank you. Any questions on this? Alejo?
I just was curious if you have come across, and I was just looking it up now, I don't have the details, but AB 1537 in the State Assembly, which is a proposal to actually prohibit local and state law enforcement officers from moonlighting with federal immigration agencies. And I think it's current right now, and I just didn't know if it was something that's come across your desk as you've been doing this work.
Madam Chair, I'm aware of it, but beyond that, I don't have any detail for you on that.
Okay, so perhaps at some point, though, it's something we could have the Ledge Committee look at and just get an update. Although by the time we meet, it might be a moot point.
Madam Chair, we can certainly look into that issue sooner than that. I mean, we can look into it if you direct us to proceed on that course. So.
Yeah, I did bring up that bill last time we spoke on this topic. It's the bill's in the Senate and they're going on summer recess, so the bill will be voted upon by the end of August and then sent to the governor's desk, which would deal with this issue on a statewide basis. So the question I have on this program, just in terms of process, did we circle in on this issue with any of our Deputy Sheriff's Association, the DSA, or COMPA, which is the County of Monterey Patrol Association, just to get any of their feedback on this?
I believe our HR director is present either in the room or online. I don't believe we did, but I'd like to defer to him for any further clarification on that.
He's walking up.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Leo, no, we have not had any meet and confer or any discussions with the DSA or COMPA.
Okay. Well, I would say I think this board hasn't heard of any cases within our county where any of our deputy sheriffs or sheriff's department staff has been moonlighting as an ICE agent or border patrol agent. But there may be cases where they work on the state marshals or some other agency under the Department of Justice. Yeah, TSA. There's a lot of branches under the U.S. Department of Justice. I think that the concern here was specifically moonlighting or working outside of their a role with specifically with ICE and Border Patrol that have immigration enforcement mission. But we haven't heard of any cases where that has taken place.
Not to my knowledge.
That the HR has looked at this, haven't found any. So I'm inclined to support this. I know there isn't any cases. I always think we should always do our due diligence to circle in with our employee associations on issues that impact them. I don't think that I've ever heard that they understand how important the trust, building that trust with the immigrant community is to local law enforcement. They need people to step up when they're victims of crime or they've been witnesses to crimes. And I think there's been a lot of effort on the community policing side with our local police departments, our sheriff, to build that trust with our immigrant community. And that would certainly be contrary to that. But my next question would be not for you, Andreas, but it would be for the sheriff, just because if she could answer, is there anybody moonlighting with these immigration enforcement, not to disclose anybody's identity, but has there been any cases? Because wouldn't any of these outside employment applications come to the sheriff for approval?
Supervisor, this is Sheriff Nieto. Yes, they would come to me for approval. They would also go to our HR department. I believe that the county needs to talk to the unions because I believe this is an issue that we need to talk to them. But you know what I would recommend to the county is that I don't think any county employee should be working for ICE because to become an ICE officer is a lot less stringent than to become a police officer in the state of California. So I don't know if there's other departments out there that are moonlighting for ICE. So if we're going to do to the sheriff's office, I truly believe to keep the trust of our residents in Monterey County, it should be across the board for the entire county. And to answer your question without violating POBAR, I'm not aware of anybody moonlighting for ICE.
Exactly. And that's why I just want to dispel that many misunderstandings out there in the community that there hasn't been any cases that we have ever heard of. But I think it makes sense just to reassure the community that our our local law enforcement leaders share that commitment to maintain that trust with our immigrant communities. There is a local immigration office enforcement office in Morgan Hill. So that's the closest office around here. But I want to make sure that we could, if it's not happening, at least policy-wise, to be able to tell our community that none of our sheriff's staff would ever be in that situation, which they're not, as we just heard. Thank you.
Supervisor, Sheriff Nieto again. Also, in the future, if something came across my desk, I could tell you right now that I wouldn't be approving it.
Good to hear. Thank you, Sheriff.
I'm pulling up my questions. So on the outside employment, thank you for bringing it back. Thank you for providing more information. And I don't know that I'm asking that we review internal records that are currently in place. I was really more asking about the policy that we have, our county PPPRs, that speaks to what might happen in the future, and how do we take this opportunity to review our policies and procedures and strengthen the language that's there so that we're really clear and that our policies match the values that we've gone on record with. So does the confidentiality limitations in POBAR prevent us from updating our PPPNRs to make clear that when we reference, currently it says no employee shall engage in outside employment, which may create a conflict of interest or the appearance thereof, or be incompatible with the job duties of his or her position or the mission of his or her appointing authority. Is there anything within POBAR that prevents us from strengthening that language to specifically state what that appearance of conflict could look like, and to prevent that from being like, so the language of the policy is clear, applies to everyone, and is in full alignment with the values that we claim to hold?
If the board instructs us to meet and confer with the unions regarding this matter, we would need to do it that way. But I can't speak to what POBAR does or not in terms of current policies. POBAR is towards individual law enforcement employees.
And protects their data specifically.
Yes.
So we would not be, we can make changes to our county policy through our county process of making those changes, which would include meet and confer with our unions.
Yeah, if you make changes to a county policy that impacts what's called conditions of employment, then we would need to meet and confer with all the unions on this matter.
Okay, and I think this is especially relevant. I mean, we brought this up prior to learning about what was happening in Gilroy, but I think that it's especially relevant and necessary to be really clear about our expectations. And this issue of public trust is real. The issue of perception of public trust is real. And the place where this board has authority is within our policies and practices. And so making clear that differentiation between, we're not talking about individual personnel files, we're talking about the PPNR policy that guides employment policies for county employees. So I think there could be some very simple ways to strengthen that language so that it is very clearly connected back to our values. Okay, seeing no other questions, we can move on to the next item. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next item is the Sheriff's Office financial audit. GPP Analytics is a firm that has been hired by the county to conduct that audit of the sheriff's financial operation. The work started earlier this year, but as I say in the staff report, due to some staffing limitations and budget preparation, there wasn't much headway made until recently. On June 22nd, the CAO, the sheriff, and GPP Analytics met, discussed the scope, the testing of how the audit would be conducted, and next steps. We expect an internal review document for staff review by the end of summer, and a final report in public to the Board of Supervisors by the end of the calendar year in December. That's our update, Madam Chair. I'd be glad to try to answer any questions you might have about that. It's moving forward now, I would say.
And can you remind us the timeline for when this began?
Yeah,
when it was initially authorized.
I believe the contract was actually authorized toward the end of last year. The initial contact started around the 1st of this year, and there were some meetings with the undersheriff and Mr. Metcalf from GPP Analytics to discuss how to move forward. But there were some staff turnover, and the budget preparation season kind of sidetracked the work until recently. And we had a very productive discussion in June with the sheriff, CAO, and GPP Analytics, agreed on kind of the next steps and the timing, and I believe there was concurrence by everybody involved that internal draft by the end of the summer, final report by December is the timeline as we see it. And we just extended the GPP Analytics contract, or it's going to be extended through the end of the calendar year. No change in the dollar amount, but just to adjust the timeline.
Okay, and so I guess my memory was that we had last year at the end of the fiscal year had to make a large allocation of funding to cover the sheriff's budget. So it's actually, my memory is like it's been a year that we've been, since we initially initiated the process.
I don't know that it was a full year, but it certainly has been going on for a while. Yeah.
Okay.
But I think we're finally getting we've had some concurrence, some traction, everything's moving forward at this point, so.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that. Yeah. Okay, thank you. All right, what else you got for us, Nick? Anything else?
Sorry?
What else you got for us?
One more item, if you're done with that one, unless there are other questions.
No, thank you.
Okay. Regarding provision of public defender legal services, as we say for undocumented individuals in the jail, the board funded $125,000 for the public defender to provide that service. And I'm very happy to announce that Mr. Hugo Borja is here today, has been hired. And Mr. Borja and Tom O'Keefe are here, and they may want to speak to you briefly, but that process has now started.
Welcome, Hugo, and we'll give you a chance to make some brief comments.
And the public defender, Ray Buenaventura, is here.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Very happy to be here to be able to introduce Mr. Borja. We're really appreciative of the board's support of the office as we try to make sure that we're protecting all of our clients' rights that are in the jail. Mr. Borja will step into the role to assist all of our clients that need immigration assistance while in the jail and to provide that in-person attorney advisement as opposed to the written documentation that was being provided before. And I'll give him a chance to introduce himself.
Yes, good afternoon. So my Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors, thank you for giving me this opportunity to introduce myself. So my name is Hugo Borja, and I'm honored to step into the role of Deputy Public Defender of Monterey County, assigned to provide immigration-focused advisement and holistic defense to services at the jail. Okay, sorry about that. I thought I was taller. Anyways, I'll just give you a little background of myself. I'm an immigrant. I'm born in Mexico, and my parents brought me here many, many years ago. Myself and my family, all my family, and I was an attorney for 15 years. I worked in the private defender's office in San Mateo County, similar to the public defender's office that we have here, except in the private defender program, not only do you represent indigent individuals, but you also have your own practice. And so I had my own practice. I did immigration law, so I am familiar with immigration law area. And so I did it for 15 years, and then I was commissioner, Superior Court commissioner for 20 years. And I'm retired right now as a Superior Court commissioner, but sometimes I go back there and work part-time. Anyways, I look forward to working with the Public Defender's Office in Monterey County. I look forward to working and helping out the immigrants at the jail providing them with legal rights. I am familiar with working in the jails. Before becoming an attorney, I was working for the own recognizance program, and I worked at the jail for at least a year or 2 years, and at the jail, interviewing the people that were arrested, and see if they were eligible to be released on their own recognizance, submitting reports to the judge when they went for arraignment. So I'm very familiar with what I need to do to help out and give out all the advice that the immigrants need. So thank you very much for letting me introduce myself to you.
Thank you. And thank you to the team at the Public Defender's Office for acting so quickly.
And that concludes the staff report, Madam Chair.
Okay, I just had one.
Madam Chair, this is Sheriff Nieto, real quick. May I make a statement? It's not negative, trust me.
You're welcome to say anything you want to say, Sheriff. We're happy to be here with us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to welcome Mr. Borja. Mr. Borja, we haven't met in person yet, but we'll probably be looking eye to eye, so I understand, this podium being taller than you are. So I think we're going to get along great there. I just wanted to thank our public defender, Ray Buena Vista. I've met with him several times because we have to work out the process to work with our undocumented population that ICE may want to interview. And so I will be back to work tomorrow, Ray. I'll reach out to your office. I also want to thank Tom, his number 2, because Tom's been part of that meeting. So I look forward to the process. I've always supported that process from the very beginning. And so I think it's going to be good for our population of people in our facilities. So thank you.
Thank you. Was there any questions from the board about this item? Please.
I know you asked for questions, but I just want to make a comment and just welcome Mr. Boris too, and appreciate the public defender really jumping on to this. As I said, this when I first heard this came up in April, it was to me one of the biggest points in this whole discussion we had was to find out there were so many of the undocumented immigrants that were not getting the full rights of due process, and I'm glad we're taking steps to address that. And I really appreciate the public defender for bringing this to attention, because who would have known this? So thank you.
Yeah, I did want to thank our relatively new Chief Public Defender and the whole team. Our county had implemented an immigration attorney to help the Public Defender's Office relating to immigration consequences to criminal convictions, and we implemented that. It's been, I would say, at least 8 years, but this is a different service that we are now providing to provide this type of legal advice directly to inmates that may also be facing immigration consequences to their criminal convictions, and not simply being provided a form as is required by state law, but now having an actual expert that they could ask questions to in English or in Spanish, or we'd have to figure out if there are other language needs as well. But I think we're one of the few counties in California that has elevated this service for this population within our county. So I want to thank you, Chief Public Defender Buenaventura, for moving so quickly and finding somebody very qualified as a retired commissioner and an attorney, past practicing attorney with experience in immigration law, which we all know is one of the most complex areas of law. So a good find and a good person to bring in and provide this service to those in the jail. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have a question?
Not on this. I was just before we wrap.
Okay. I did just have a question on, and excited to have you here. Thank you for joining us. I did have, in the referral that had been submitted at our previous meeting, there were some questions, and based on the conversation that took place in January about the written policies and the forms that govern those contacts that inmates might have with ICE out of the jail. Looking at the informed consent procedures, ensuring that there is access to legal consultation. I know we have a person now, but making sure that the policies that are needed are in place, and that the documentation is clearly that we've documented the processes that we intend to follow. So was there any update on the forms that are available, how they're accessible, and the processes that will be used regarding ICE contact protocols in the jail?
Not today, Madam Chair.
Not today. Okay. Will we be receiving that, or is that?
I'd like to follow up with the sheriff on that issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I just asked because it was a question that had been asked in January, and it was one of the items that I had asked about specifically. Okay, we can now go to Daniels, and then if any comments before we do public comment, we'll do public comment, we'll bring it back for discussion.
Hi, Chair, this is the sheriff again, real quick on the forms. The forms won't change. What will change is the process of working with the public defender's office before ICE is contacted, so they can come in and talk to the incarcerated folks. And that's something that we're going to have to, now that there is a person in place, we will get on that right away, and the CAO's office can report back to you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Sheriff. Okay, now Daniels.
So, Mr. Chulos, when you opened up the item on the agenda, you mentioned also the meeting that was held in early January, and that was also part of what led to this follow-up meeting. And I just want to just respond briefly, and I can make more comments later after public comment, but in June, we did get a response from the sheriff in the form of a letter that went out to the public that was regarding the discussion of the California Values Act, SB 54, and the Truth Act. And I just do want to ask a question of the sheriff because it's written in this letter that it is her responsibility to faithfully apply the law as written, to protect constitutional rights and safeguard the people of Monterey County, and that the decisions that she makes is based on prioritizing public safety and the safety of the communities we serve. And I still, or we all serve those communities, but I still want to be able to make it really clear my interpretation of the California Values Act. And if I have this wrong, I really do need to be corrected, which is that the transfer requests are not required by the California Values Act. Instead, it is a discretion that is offered to the sheriff. And if I have that wrong, I really do want to be corrected. And then the second thing is that I think we do need to have that larger conversation about public safety, because one of the things that came out of the last meeting that we had on this issue is that it was a question between allowing the sheriff to collaborate with ICE versus the safety of residents in our communities. And as I understand it, we have a system of justice that exists to protect our communities and uphold public safety. And so what I'm still left not understanding is why the system of justice that we have in place doesn't protect our communities, and therefore the sheriff needs to intervene via the California Values Act. And so at some point in time, if there is the ability for any part of our county family to help me understand why a violent criminal in this instance, there were some in the June 2nd letter, there were examples given of folks who are both victims of crime and who may not get the full protection of the law. And I just want to understand what part of the system is failing those people. If someone is sentenced and they do time and they ultimately are undocumented and go to an immigration court for deportation, at what point in time is our community members victims or unsafe from those individuals? And so that's a conversation that was sort of left hanging in the balance, and I'd like to understand better that system and how it's failing our communities at some point. If it's not today, it is a conversation I think we need to have.
Yeah, Madam Chair, it's not part of the report today. I think if the board wishes to pursue that and agendize that, we would certainly work with the sheriff and others to bring that matter back to the board.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll just say the referral that that today is partly responding to is in response to that conversation, and it did include a request to have a formal statement of county values that seeks to eliminate discretionary use of county resources, staff time, facilities, and coordination in support of immigration enforcement from recognizing that we don't direct the sheriff, but I do think it's powerful and meaningful for this board to make a statement formally urging that the sheriff's office consider discontinuing all discretionary cooperation with ICE and other federal immigration enforcement agencies. And that the third thing that wasn't included in today's report back is a request for this board to consider not using, directing county council to bring back resolution language and implementing policy that prohibits county departments under board authority from using county resources, staff time, or county property to facilitate civil immigration enforcement. So those were three things that I was expecting to be a part of today's follow-up, but are not technically included, so I don't think we can talk about them. But I also agree with you that I think they're important conversations for us to have. And if we have agreement from a colleague, then we can have those asked to be brought back later. Okay, at this point, let's go out to public comment. I just want to welcome all to chambers. We have a number of additional items to get through on our afternoon agenda today, but we do want to welcome you here. These chambers do belong to all of us. I do ask for shared respect while people are providing their testimony, whatever that testimony may be. Everyone has the right to share their thoughts here. Our county code does not allow for yelling, stomping, or clapping in the chambers during testimony. So I will ask for you to help me manage the meeting by refraining from clapping. You can do the jazz hands if you like, if you're supportive, but I will ask that you help me manage the public testimony today. We do allow 2 minutes for public comment. We have a timer on the screen that you can watch. A little bell will sound when the time is up. The mic will turn off. I'll say thank you, but if you could help manage your time and testimony, I would be exceedingly grateful. I don't like to interrupt anyone. And if you have additional testimony that you want submitted for public record, you can email that to us at cob@countyofmonterey.com. But again, we appreciate you being here. And if we could have anyone who would like to give public comment now, if you could approach the front of the room, sit in the front row so that we can work people through the chambers. I had a couple comments. So this would be the time for Mrs. Eddy, Manuel, and Patricia to speak, as well as anyone else who would like to speak. And we'll just start on either side. We'll just pop back and forth in the row. So we'll start with our folks on this side of the. Yeah, please, all you. Thank you.
I was here before when the sheriff gave a report that you responded to in which there was a lack of distinction between convicted and unconvicted in our incarcerated population. And that's what I would like to address. I was listening very carefully for the distinction of the two groups, and I heard it very rarely in this testimony. So what I understand is these people that we're sending this data off to a consultant who I can't understand what they do anything except extract our money from it. I can't see they do anything else. And Mr. Alejo would like us to have another consultant to extract more money. If we just stop sending it, it would cover any beds they might pay for. So the second thing is, if two people are in our jail or they are arrested and they each have 2 misdemeanors from the past, that makes them qualify, right? Okay. One makes bail in his home in Carmel Valley. Fulano doesn't, he's in jail. Because this is paying for beds, the people who are physically there are treated differently than people who make bail and are not. This is just wrong. don't get this money, stop the whole program, keep the money from the consultants. We must distinguish between people convicted and people who are rich and can make bail. The jail is not a Motel 6. We are not getting payment for beds. People who are free can make bail, and people who are in there can't. I have 5 misdemeanor convictions, all from peace demonstrations for trespassing, and I do not think that people should be sent to this massage money extracting consultant, and I think you should just stop, and you should tell our sheriff to never call ICE. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Patty Padilla Salzberg, and I'm president of Salinas Leadership LULAC Council 3315. And I'm here today on behalf of our council to express our strong opposition to the Monterey County's participation in the State Criminal Alien Assistance Program, or what we call SCAP. While SCAP is often presented as a reimbursement program, the reality is that participation has broader consequences for our immigrant communities. By voluntarily provides information that ultimately contributes to federal immigration databases used by ICE to identify, detain, and remove immigrants regardless of the program's stated purpose. The information shared can become part of a system that separates families, creates fear, and erodes trust between local government and the communities it serves. When immigrant families fear that any interaction with local government or the justice system can contribute to immigration enforcement, they become less likely to report crimes, cooperate with the law enforcement, and seek emergency assistance or access essential public services. This undermines public safety for everyone, not just the immigrants. Monterey County has long prided itself on being a welcoming and inclusive community. Voluntarily participating in programs that support federal immigration enforcement sends a conflicting message that risks damaging the trust that has taken years to build. LULAC Council 3315 believes our local resources and policies should prioritize the safety, dignity, and well-being of all county residents, regardless of immigration status. We respectfully urge the board to discontinue participation.
Thank you.
Hello. It's time we're going to start. All right. My name is Manuel, and I'm here today to urge this board on the county's participation in the State Criminal Alien Assistance Program to stop. This program may look like a simple reimbursement on paper, but its impact on our community is anything but simple and certainly not harmless. It's an incentive program. It pays our county for the incarceration of undocumented people. SCAP ties that funding directly to the immigrant status people in our jails. That means our county is financially rewarded for identifying, tracking, and reporting undocumented individuals. Whether intentional or not, that creates a system where immigration status becomes a budget line. And that is not the kind of value we should be placing on human beings in Monterey County. Because every one of those dollars will be coming from someone's absence. A father missing from the fields, a mother missing from the kitchen, a young worker missing from the shop floor, or even worse, the children of our future. This absence will have an even deeper cost. When people are detained, local businesses lose customers, families lose income, and neighborhoods lose stability. A single detained worker can mean tens of thousands of lost local spending, lost groceries, lost rent, lost childcare, lost commerce. Multiply that across families, and that $1.2 million proposed money is nothing compared to the millions of community will lose when our people disappear. We cannot afford that, not here, not in Monterey County. The State Criminal Alien Assistance Program does not strengthen our community. It degrades it. It sends the message that our county is willing to trade trust for a check. SCAP strengthens federal systems while weakening local ones. It rewards incarceration but punishes community. In a county where over half our residents are Latino, where immigrant families fuel agriculture, construction, and small businesses, SCAP tells them you're worth more behind bars than you are in this community. Today, you guys have the opportunity that Monterey County will not participate in programs that divide us. Monterey County will not accept funding that comes from the cost of community.
Thank you. Thank you.
My name is Vita Quintanilla, and I'm a resident of Seaside. Throughout this presentation, as we talked about ICE officers moonlighting for federal agencies, sheriff officers moonlighting for ICE or other federal agencies, and as we've discussed SCAP, over and over it seems that there's great potential for conflict of interest between prioritizing immigration interests, especially in this climate when these interests are getting stronger and more violent against our communities, over the interests of residents here. Just as Manuel mentioned earlier, there is so much potential for rewarding the incarceration of immigrant status people, but also since you mentioned that since documentation status isn't directly collected, it also encourages profiling of arresting people and incarcerating people who officers might decide look like they could be immigrants in an attempt to get SCAP funding. Furthermore, even if there is nobody currently from the sheriff's office that is moonlighting for ICE, getting ahead of the tide and instituting these policies that prevent conflict of interest is the only way to continue to maintain our community's safety and sense of trust. Thank you.
Hello, and thank you very much, Board, for tackling these important issues. My name is Stephanie Cooper. I'm an immigrant. I'm a resident in Monterey. I'm a community member since 2014. I love Monterey. I love Salinas, and I hope I can keep on loving them. I want to say that you know, for 21 people who were transferred by the sheriff to ICE, and she felt that it was really a needed thing to do. Is this really worth it? We have fear in, you know, our community. The idea that ICE is accessing our data or in the street creates danger, fear, loss of city, you know, community bonds. I was a professor at MIS for many years, and I could tell that my students were very concerned and scared by the fact that the sheriff here in Monterey County cooperates with ICE, even though we are supposed to be a sanctuary county. Many people were, you know, concerned to travel. I am concerned. I decided to not travel anymore because I'm an immigrant. I don't want to cross borders. I don't see my family. I don't see my mother. I'm concerned for me and for my friends. I'm concerned for my kid who, you know, could be scared every day to wonder what's going to happen to me. I think, you know, I think about all the trauma of the families and the kids here in Monterey and Salinas. So to be brief, I just urge the Board of Supervisors to immediately enact an ordinance establishing an oversight on the Monterey County Sheriff's Office by an Inspector General and a Civilian Review Board. We need two, in my opinion. And I really want it to be done today. We have waited enough. This whole thing started since 2023. And, you know, Mr. Alejo, I think the time is now.
Good afternoon. I'm Michelle Welsh. I'm a retired professor of constitutional law and lawyer in our community and a longtime volunteer with the American Civil Liberties Union. And I want to speak to you today about all of these things. I'll try to get in as much as I can in 2 minutes. On sheriff's oversight, I want to tell you that I have a long history through the ACLU and other organizations of working with the sheriffs, way back to Sheriff Kanalakis, Sheriff Miller, and Sheriff Bernal, and Sheriff Nieto. And we've had good working relationships, and they have listened to us. But I have to say, we have no status, no structure, no clout, no one to talk to but the sheriff, him or herself. And it is time to have effective oversight by civilians of the sheriff's department. And today, the ad hoc committee is recommending establishing oversight for the first time in Monterey County through an inspector general. I applaud you for that. That is a very significant step forward after all the study and the time and effort that's gone into thinking about this. And so I urge you to go forward with that recommendation and also to consider adding to that the appointment of an advisory civilian review panel of people who are appointed by you to work with the Attorney General to ensure the transparency and the oversight we need. Much has been said already about the SCAP contract. I will only add that according to the GOG website, SCAP is administered by federal agencies including DOJ, the Department of Homeland Security, and ICE, specifically mentioned as an administrator of the SCAP program. The information is clearly shared. It concerns me also that all information about all incarcerated people are being turned over to a private organization. And finally, there is no reason not to enact a policy prohibiting employment with ICE by Sheriff's Department.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Felipe with the Salinas Leadership LULAC Council 3315. I think the Sheriff Department should discontinue our participation in SCAP because in doing so, you open the door for incentivizing arrests on undocumented people in our community and for something that is completely voluntary. Safety is one of the main concerns here in our community, and if they keep receiving that money, it undermines the key concept of protecting and serving. And instead, this will turn into, like I said, incentivizing incarceration, which will affect a lot of people in our community, documented or not. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Board of Supervisors. My name is Jasmine, and I'm a resident of Salinas. I'm asking you today to end Monterey County's participation in SCAP. What frustrates me most is that this isn't something that we're required to do. SCAP is completely voluntary. Counties like Santa Clara and San Francisco have already decided that participating isn't worth the cost to community trust. If they can make that decision, then so can Monterey County. While SCAP does not require the Sheriff's Office to hand people over to ICE directly, participation does require verifying certain individuals' immigration status through the Department of Homeland Security in order to receive federal reimbursement. Whether intended or not, that creates fear in many immigrant families. It reinforces the belief that immigration status is being tracked within our local jail system, and that fear discourages people from trusting local government or seeking help when they need it, as well as leading to targeted arrest for money. What concerns me even more is the money. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. What concerns me even more is the money. Last year, the county received about $625,000. This year, that number is expected to reach nearly $1.2 million. When the amount of federal reimbursement tied to undocumented people in custody nearly doubles in 1 year, we should all be asking why. We should not be creating financial incentives connected to the incarceration of undocumented members of our community. I also support establishing an independent Office of Inspector General because accountability and transparency matters. Today, you have a choice. You can continue participating in a voluntary program that undermines trust, or you can show our community that Monterey County values the relationship it has built with immigrant families more than a federal reimbursement.
Good afternoon. I am here to be the voice of those who are not able to be here. I'm very concerned with the presentation that I heard today. I am very concerned that Alejo requested to delay this yet again. Meanwhile, people in our community are being kidnapped, right, by this Nazi organization that not only tortures our citizens, but is going around also killing undocumented and citizens of the United States. I would like to request for us to act. Enough is enough. There's enough talk, there's enough delaying. We need to do something now. There's lives at stake here. I'm also concerned of the misleading information by Alejo and the Sheriff's Department, because when you're going around saying that no deputy is working with ICE, you don't know that for a fact. I know that DHS also contracts with security organizations such as G4S that works alongside ICE. They support them. So on the outside employment, you may not see that it says ICE, but it will say a security agency. So this misleading information is completely unprofessional and unethical, and our community deserves better. If people cannot do the right thing in this role, step down and let others do it. I am also respectfully demanding for policies to be put in place immediately. Like I said, enough talk, right? Outside employment needs to end with ICE and DHS contracted agencies such as G4S. As we all talked about, conflict of interest, that is a thing. Also, for any collaboration to end now. The second policy is for any ICE activity or contractors with DHS to work alongside with ICE to end in any county property immediately. Along with that, of course, to end SCAP contract, because we all know we have enough information. We don't need to delay it to gather more information. We know that this is hurting our community. And for the Sheriff's Department to say that there is no info on this, that's a lie. And of course, if we don't have the budget for an inspector, then, you know, the community can also oversee it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisor. My name is Julia, and I'm proud to call Monterey County my home. I've been here since I was born, as long as my kiddo. And I'm speaking today as both a member of an immigrant family and as a social worker. I've sat with many folks who hesitated to seek services or ask for help because they feared that any interaction with a government agency could have unintended consequences for themselves or someone they love. And I've experienced that growing up. Whether those fears are real, and they shape how families engage with our community. And as a social worker, I've learned that trust is one of the most valuable resources we have. Once it's lost, it is incredibly difficult to rebuild. SCAP is voluntary, and so I believe that we shouldn't be part of that program. This board has reaffirmed that Monterey County is a welcoming county for immigrants and refugees, and it has declared a place of trust and safety for our immigrants. That resolution recognizes our immigrant families are our neighbors, co-workers, classmates, and essential members of our community. Today, we have an opportunity to budget our values. Other California counties have chosen a different path, such as San Francisco, Santa Clara, San Mateo, Martin County. Their decisions demonstrate that counties can choose policies that prioritize community trust while making their own fiscal decisions. I respectfully ask you to direct staff to discontinue Monterey County's participation in SCAP. Doing so would be consistent with the values this board has already affirmed, that Monterey County is a place of trust, safety, dignity, and belonging for all who call it home. The decisions that you make today will be remembered not only for their financial impact, but for what they say about our values and our commitment to our people that we serve. Thank you for your time and your thoughtful consideration.
Good afternoon, Chair Askew and members of the board. My name is Catherine Stoner. I've been a resident of Pacific Grove since 1979. I'm a retired Superior Court Commissioner. When I had a private practice in law, I specialized in mediation. And so I know a lot about being a decision maker and about being neutral. I've seen a lot of numerous requests over the past few years for information, attempts to provide information. Sometimes specific information gets provided, sometimes generalizations get made, sometimes the question is misunderstood, sometimes the person providing information has their own filters and their own perspectives on what's needed. Sometimes there's an opinion given, I can't tell you that. Sometimes, oh, I don't know the answer to that question, but I'll get it for you next time. It's been a very, very slow, cumbersome process. If I were the decision maker, I'd be very frustrated. When I was a decision maker and I got frustrated with people saying different things and trying to get at what really is going on. What was often helpful was to appoint a neutral third party who could investigate and, in an efficient way, provide information that's needed for the decision makers. That's what's being proposed with a sheriff's oversight officer. And it does a couple of things. It allows you to make decisions that are well-informed and efficient. It probably save money and time in the long run. It also provides transparency and accountability to the public. And we've heard about public trust. That's really important. And it's hard as a member of the public to listen to this and not feel like, why is it taking so long? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. My name is Jacob Sandoval, Monterey County resident and business owner. I'm a member of Salinas Leadership LULAC Council 3315. First, I want to thank the ad hoc committee and the board for thoughtful work that has gone into these issues. I appreciate the process has been deliberate, balanced, and focused on the right term solution for Monterey County. For that reason, I strongly support the recommendation to establish an independent office of Inspector General. Independent oversight promotes transparency, strengthens accountability, and helps build public confidence while supporting many deputies and employees who serve our county with professionalism and integrity. Every funding program reflects a public policy choice. By participating in SCAMP, Monterey County is choosing to participate in a program that reimburses certain incarceration costs tied to immigration status of qualifying individuals. I respectfully question whether that reflects the values and priorities that we want to promote as a county. I respectfully ask the board to support the recommendation to establish an independent general. I also ask the board to direct staff to return with a recommendation and implementation options for discontinuing Monterey County's participation in this program, including any analysis that needs to happen for an action. I believe this is an appropriate next step to allow the board to make a fully informed policy decision. Thank you.
Ken Dursa Salinas. I thank the board and I hope that they will continue to dig deep to figure a way to stop these armed masked thugs that are terrorizing our country.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Barrera, president of LULAC Council 2055. How many more warnings do we need before the board finally acts? Across this country, we have watched deeply troubling immigration enforcement tactics, mass agents, families torn apart, and communities living in fear. Haven't we learned anything? What are we doing here in Monterey County? We continue to delay, we study, we create ad hoc committees. We change agenda titles from the Truth Act to broader immigration language. But where is the action? The other side is organizing. Detention facilities are being proposed and expanded across California, including Gilroy. Yet this board still cannot make the obvious decision to establish meaningful oversight of the sheriff's office and all cooperation with ICE. I must say, you move like molasses, while history is moving at full speed. Are you waiting for another election, waiting to see which way the political winds blow, waiting for advocates to get tired and go home? We're not going anywhere. This is our home. Has this board investigated the hundreds and hundreds outstanding declaration forms for outside employment and conflicting activities to ensure that no Monterey County law enforcement officer is engaged with outside employment with ICE? This issue was raised months ago. The public deserves to know. Again, we ask three things: appoint an inspector general and establish an independent civilian review board under AB 1185 over the Sheriff's Department to ensure full accountability to the people. Prohibit all county cooperation with ICE, including participation with SCAP. Prohibit outside employment with ICE by county law enforcement. Leadership is not measured by how carefully you avoid controversy. Leadership is measured by whether you act when it matters most. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Name is Eric Peterson. Awful lot of good points made. I'll try to be a little bit different. First of all, I used to be a federal employee. When I was a federal employee, I was required by law on contacting somebody to provide my name and an ID number. Why can't we require ICE to do the same thing? Congress did it for my job series. Congress can do it for the ones now. Another thing, we really need to get the word citizens out of this discussion. We've got a lot of residents who are not citizens, and they deserve the same treatment that we do. Along those lines, it's not always easy to prove you're a citizen. I was born in Oakland. I don't have a birth certificate. I had a grandfather who didn't have a birth certificate. I used to know somebody here who didn't have a birth certificate. She used baptism records. I'm sure there's many, many more like that. I'm not worried about getting arrested by ICE, but there are others who are a lot scarier than that. Also, if we're looking for oversight, all you really have to do is look across the street. I was a member of the Salinas Police Community Advisory Committee for 20 years. I was chair for a year and a half. The committee has been in existence for over 30 years. It may not be an e-ticket ride, but it works. And all you have to do is look at City of Salinas. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Jan Schreiner. I am part of the Marina Coast Water District Board and the Monterey County Democratic Central Committee tonight, or I should say today, sorry. I'm here representing myself as a resident of Marina concerned with the unconstitutional activities of ICE. I really appreciate the questions from the supervisors and the clarity of answers from the staff, the council, the sheriff, and the undersheriff. For me, they cleared up some of my confusion. They made it more clear to me that it's time to end all participation with SCAP and any participation with ICE, to put policies in place for staff outside employment that includes oversight. These measures would be in order to protect the Constitution that we have all taken an oath to do. So thank you for your time today.
Good afternoon, member and Board of Supervisors. First I'd like to say that as a former president of the Monterey Peninsula LULAC Council, proud daughter of a farm worker, proud to also have worked under Cesar Chavez, no problem there. And this county has a history of civil rights for farm workers, for immigrants, and for working for people across the board and protecting our rights. You know, I've also been a trustee where I've seen children that have come through our district and they experience all sorts of different problems. The members of this community were very mixed. We all share some things. It is very important. This is an oversight where we can come and we can present to you and you hear us and you go back with a taste of what the community has and feels. The Sheriff's Department needs the very same thing. I'm going to disagree with one of my friends and colleagues out there about Salinas being a good model because they're not. That's more a cheerleading committee. And they, you know, if we go back to 2014, where there were a lot of people shot in the city of Salinas by law enforcement, the jail has had its problems when it comes to deaths within the jail. There is no time like the present, really yesterday, in which we need to put these things in place. Now is the time. We need to stop making excuses, Senor Alejo, for why we are not going to do this. This whole payola, if we take this money over here, they won't look at us over here. That's a bunch of bunk. These people go out, they cover their faces. We don't know who they are. Good questions regarding that. We need an oversight committee. We need a place where the public can go and present and talk to individuals who represent them, their own peers, and have another outlet to be heard instead of just setting up private meetings behind closed doors with our county sheriff and other representatives. We need a place for the community to participate. I'm asking for you to do that today. And
thank you. All right, I'm not seeing any other public comment in chambers. So we're going to go online where we have a number of hands raised. We'll start with Catherine and then Colleen.
Thank you all. Interesting meeting. I'm very, very, very thankful for Kate Daniels. Thank you for asking the hard questions. And Nick, I came to the Board of Supervisors, and I'm disabled because this county violated my constitutional rights and took my infant grandson on a lie. And it was Linda Castillo. You guys were sued for $1.2 million, Nick. You took my phone number and you never called me back. There's a lot of corruption in Monterey County. And Ms. Daniels, you're on to something about the federal funding incentives, because that's why CPS is doing what they're doing. They are federally funded. It's called ASFA, Title II federal funding. I also want to speak to immigration. I am a retired Social Security employee at the National 800 number. I had firsthand witness and knowledge of people that were violated by illegal immigrants using their Social Security numbers. We had caught an employee that was going into the database and finding dead people's Social Security numbers and selling them to coyotes, who then make fake documents. I cannot wait till the DOJ fraud czar comes to Monterey County, because there's a lot of illegal people getting benefits with fake documents. I'm sorry that none of you want to hear this. The fact is, the process for immigration is, if you're seeking asylum, you go through that border and you seek asylum. In America, if you have a problem with your local government, you go and you complain and you submit complaints. Their rights do not belong in America. They belong in the country they slid out of and lied to come in here. And you guys are protecting that? Just like Alejo's DUI. No.
Thank you. We'll go next to Colleen and then to Sharon.
Yes, thank you. I did want to say that shame on the Obama administration for participating in this program, and it doesn't make it right that it's gone between two different parties. Shame on us for not working on it quicker. Also, representation and due process directly impacts the length of stay and conviction rate. So I want to call SCAP for what it is: a trafficking program operating in this county that functions like a bounty system for humans. The federal government pays Monterey County per qualifying incarcerated immigrant, reimbursement tied directly to how many people we hand over data on. That's a money changing hands based on a head count of specific targeted population. It's data brokering at best. When you pay a government agency per person to identify and hand over a group of people who have fewer rights and less legal protection than anyone else in that same jail, that's a basic structure of trafficking. And I'm not exaggerating, because we already know, we have our own reports that people facing ICE interviews are not guaranteed a public defender's advice beforehand, at least in the past, a right that every person in our justice system takes for granted. So we have one class of incarcerated people with full legal representation and another class flagged specifically because of their immigration status. And they can be interviewed by federal agents with no attorney and get transferred out of jail into a federal informational pipeline while the county collects a check for making it possible. By participating in SCAP, we're being financially incentivized to treat immigrants as a lesser class of person, strip them of equal representation, and monetize their transfer out of our community. That's human trafficking disguised as a reimbursement program. I urge you to discontinue SCAP participation and keep moving forward in both the due process gap and the oversight body that you're discussing.
Thank you. All right, we'll go next to Sharon and then to Carla.
Sharon Miller here.
Thank you to the ad hoc committee for recommending an inspector general for the sheriff's office. Funding such an office will improve trust between the sheriff's office and the community and will eventually lead to a reduction in costly lawsuits. This is not only my position, but that of the League of Women Voters of Monterey County. Personally, I want to thank our hardworking sheriff who's tasked with a very difficult job. I know she ran on support for civilian oversight, and I'm pleased about her comments today regarding agreeing to follow the board's decision on hiring an inspector general. The additional items in agenda item number 17 are complex. I learned a lot today about the nuances of SCAP funding. I hope we'll be able to continue receiving the money. We need it, but only after investigating and ascertaining for sure that the data collected is not turned over to ICE for detention. I support unions, so I look forward to the Board of Supervisors conferring with them to craft a policy to prohibit any and all county employees from moonlighting with ICE, while it continues to terrorize hardworking members of our community. I'm also pleased that the financial audit is moving forward and that we will have a public defender for incarcerated, undocumented people. Wonderful. Thank you. And till next time, bye-bye.
All right, we'll go next to Carla and then to Ramon.
Thank you, Carla Lobo, Seaside resident. Today, you are making decisions that will shape public trust in Monterey County for years to come. The question before you is not only whether there should be oversight, it is who should have a permanent voice in that oversight and whether our policies truly reflect the values we claim to uphold publicly in every municipality. I respectfully disagree with the recommendation to rely solely on an inspector general. I believe it's a great direction, but not the recommendation that should be going forward. Today shifts from meaningful public participation to professional representation only. An inspector general can provide valuable expertise, but that expertise should complement community oversight, not replace it. The people of Monterey County deserve a permanent seat at the table through a Citizens Oversight Board, or at minimum, the Citizens Advisory Committee. Public trust is strongest when accountability is shared with community, not exercised on behalf of the community. I also respectfully urge the board to discontinue Monterey County's participation in SCAP program. Let's keep it real. Let's go all the way on it. Yes, the county incurs constitutional required costs, jail costs, regardless of whether reimbursement is available. But this is ultimately a policy decision. The question is not whether the county can receive these funds, it's whether it should on the backs of what we call now modern day slavery. Even if SCAP is a reimbursement program, it creates the perception that there is a financial benefit associated with incarceration. The perception undermines public trust, the perception of slavery. You claim to value your immigrant community, then prove it today, right now. Don't further delay this. Monterey County should not build or maintain budget expectations around a funding source that depends on the immigration status of people in our custody. Our financial stability should not come from a reimbursement program tied to incarceration. I respectfully ask you to preserve a meaningful citizen oversight.
Thank you. We'll go next to Cesar and then to Clarissa.
Good afternoon, everybody. Cesar Lara with the Monterey Central Labor Council and Labor. Just want to applaud the Board of Supervisors for moving forward on this action. It's been a long time coming. Some of you on the Board of Supervisors were not around when this first got proposed many years ago. So I'm happy the Board of Supervisors is moving forward. Like some of my colleagues in the community have said, there's more that could be done, but I think this is a great start. There's a lot of internal processes that need to be addressed in regards to who and what, and if any should be able to allow ICE, and I say nobody should be allowed to be ICE in any county facility, including the jail, and also want to support the citizens or the inspector general, but in particular, taking money from the federal government is to basically support ICE is not an appropriate use of funding. So it's to my colleague that said it's not about whether or not we should be receiving funds, is whether or not as a community, we should allow this to happen under our watch. The Board of Supervisors is the fiscal oversight of all county operations, including the jail, and the sheriff needs to follow those rules. So I'm happy with you moving forward on this and happy that you're supporting our immigrant community. Just as a reminder, Monterey County per capita has more undocumented individuals more than any county in California, and the county and the state of California has the most than any state. So this is a positive step forward. Thank you.
All right, we'll go next to Clarissa.
Good afternoon, Clarissa Reyes Becerra. I'm an attorney with the California Immigration Project and a resident of Salinas. Supervisors, I'd like to echo Michelle Welsh's comment that engaging Inspector General for Sheriff Office oversight is a key step forward. But if the goal is public trust, the community deserves a meaningful opportunity to weigh in on this oversight and how we can build a safer community together. An advisory committee of community members would further this purpose and provide a mechanism for accountability. On SCAP, I urge you to end Monterey County's participation. Our county has declared itself a welcoming county, and that commitment should be reflected not only in our words, but in our actions. While SCAP does not direct the county to engage in enforcement, SCAP functions as an active pipeline for federal immigration enforcement by transferring local booking logs, biometric markers, and biographical inmate data, such as country of birth and the alien registration number, points of information that would mark them as immigrants for targeting, as Supervisor Rudasky rightly pointed out in her questions and comments. Thus, this program actively facilitates the issuance of ICE detainers and targets community members for deportation. Many immigrant families and advocates experience this as collaboration with the immigration enforcement system. Regardless of how this program is characterized, it undermines our trust that we've tried building through our welcoming ordinance, and we need to keep continuing building that. We are not yet done in this era. No amount of funding is worth eroding the residents' confidence in our local government. And on secondary employment, I recognize that existing law limits a disclosure of whether individual deputies currently work for ICE or other immigration enforcement agencies, but confidentiality about the past does not prevent clear policy for the future. If Monterey County is committed to becoming a welcoming county, it should prohibit county law enforcement employees from accepting secondary employment that advances federal immigration enforcement. This is a matter of public trust, not individual personnel records. I urge you to direct staff to develop a policy that prohibits future secondary employment with ICE or other federal immigration agencies, so the county's actions reflect the values we've already promised to uphold. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go next to Ramon. And then Nicole.
Good afternoon, Chair Askew and Supervisors. My name is Ramon Gomez. I'm just here to speak in support of the ad hoc committee's recommendation to establish a Inspector General under AB 1185. Effective oversight is not about opposing law enforcement. It's about strengthening public trust through transparency, accountability, and independent review. An Inspector General provides objective oversight by identifying systemic issues, evaluating policies, and practicing and helping ensure that public resources are used responsibly. Independent oversight also protects deputies by promoting fair, fact-based reviews and reinforces public confidence in the Sheriff's Office. In Santa Cruz County, the Inspector General was established over 2 years ago, and there's been at least two reports and one quarterly report. And as part of that process, the Inspector General's had community meetings, at least one community meeting as part of the release of the reports. I would encourage that the same thing happen in Monterey County. And I think that in general, I think this will help develop confidence in the sheriff, and also I think help overcome the Hernandez consent decree in the long run by developing trust and confidence in our sheriff. In terms of the SCAP cooperation, I encourage that the board follow through and live up to its resolution on immigrants, and that we stop any cooperation at all with the federal government on this issue of immigrants. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll go next to Nicole and then Cal.
Hi, I'm Nicole from Salinas. I'll keep this brief. I just want to express my support for the implementation of an inspector general and urge to include a civilian oversight committee along with that. And I also just urge you to immediately discontinue all participation in SCAP and in immediately creating a policy to prohibit all county employees from moonlighting with ICE or any other federal agencies. Thank you.
And we'll go next to Cal. This is the last comment that I have. Cal, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, so my name is Daniel Munoz, East Salinas resident. And I think it's hilarious how Luis Alejo, he wants to have demonstrations protesting ICE, and here he is with the opportunity to do something to fight against ICE, and he wants to play kick the can and just stall like he usually does. I think that's pretty funny. Yeah, here you go, Luis. You got an opportunity to do the right thing. Let's see what you do with it. That's my comment. Thank you.
All right, we have no further public comment, so we're going to bring it back to the board for discussion. And I think if we could take things one item at a time so that we can have some clean motions, that would be helpful, but we'll see where this goes. Daniels.
We can do that, but I'm gonna shoot for the stars here, and I think it's clear for each of them what I'm talking about, but I would like for us to consider a motion that adopts the ordinance for the Inspector General. I would like to consider and add to that motion, if I have the support, an advisory civilian review panel. I'd like us to draft a new policy prohibiting employment with ICE, outside employment with ICE. I'd like for us to end the SCAP contract. And lastly, I'd like for this board to affirm that SB 54 does not compel cooperation with ICE, and that we as a board affirm that our preference is no local transfers to ICE outside of the criminal justice system as it exists for every other person in our legal system.
Are you making that as a motion?
Yes.
Okay, and could you just repeat it so I'm checking, just so we're all clear on what's on the table?
Adopting the ordinance for oversight that was the recommendation of the committee, but I'd like to add an advisory civilian review panel. I'd like us to draft a new policy prohibiting outside employment with ICE. I'd like for us to end the SCAP contract, and I'd like for us to affirm that SB 54 does not compel cooperation with ICE, and that it's our preference as a board that we don't make these local transfers outside of the criminal justice system as it exists for every other member of our community.
Okay, so I'm going to second that motion, and we'll take it to council.
Just point of clarification, you can't adopt an ordinance right now. You can direct the CAO and county council to come back with an ordinance establishing an inspector general. As far as prohibiting employment, you cannot do that without meet and confer process and without some legal research on First Amendment issues.
And so it was just the policy, but I'm suggesting a new policy, whatever that entails.
Okay.
So it's not today there is a policy that this board is approving. It is that we look at a new policy. So however long, whatever that entails, that would be my recommendation, that we move forward exploring such a policy. I know that can't be done today.
Great. And just to add context, so we do have the PPNRs, and there is language there, so it would be amending the PPNRs specifically with language. And rather than speaking to ICE specifically, I would just, if we could, through the motion maker, speak to immigration enforcement or anything that is in conflict of interest or perception of conflict of interest with county values as stated.
Agree.
So look for a broader statement there. And Yep, I think that's what's on the agenda. Okay, so we have a motion with a second. Open it for discussion. Lopez.
So back to like other questions and just like where we were, because I haven't had a chance yet. One thing I haven't heard today, which the 2-year look back via SCAP has me confused on, because it's where my initial opposition came from in the early reporting, is the question of whether or not we turn over folks who are, remember the sheriff listed those folks, the child molesters, attempted murderers. I'm not hearing that today. And I'm really confused about where that line is and how is that still at her discretion outside of the SCAP process? I just want to be clear, because the reason for me initially opposing the way it was framed before was those were rolled together. And in my conversations that have continued with community, there's concern that if we're releasing folks with those convictions out into the community, there's nowhere for them to go but to live amongst other community that suffer the same realities of not having access to status under the current administration and realities of a broken immigration system. And they're fearful that those folks are going to be released into their community. There's going to be impact on them based on that. Those are the conversations that I've continued to hear. And so I just want to be clear, we're not talking about that today. And I know that there's a lot of issues here. We've kind of rolled 4 items into one, took public input on one. And so the way that this is framed, I'm good with it, right? With the SCAP piece, as long as we're also backfilling the sheriff's budget for the $650 and the impact. I'm not expecting, we're hearing that they budgeted the $650 in for this year. So if we're finding the contingency or whatever that may be to fund that, so we're not cutting that department off at the knees and saying, you're gonna, we already have our budget issues there. I'm not trying to deepen that hole. And so,
can we have some of our departments respond? Because that was a lingering question that was out there last time, and I am so uncomfortable with it just hanging out there. So the question I really want to ask is, why would we be releasing a child molester out into the community under any circumstance?
We're getting
right?
convicted and served time, but then being released, but then...
Walk us through the system, right? Undocumented individuals, that's who we're talking about.
Based on the way the conversation played out before, I was under the impression that they were rolled together. Based on the conversation, how it rolled out today, it sounds like they're 2 different programs. So I need that clarity, because as this was framed as back data, old data, most of those folks aren't within the system anymore. It feels like a different decision-making process, and I need that clarity.
So is the sheriff still on the line with us? Maybe, Sheriff, if you could explain the difference between the discretion that you use when you're releasing people through ICE versus that's the SB 54 and the Truth Act, where you report that to us, and what the SCAP program is. Are you able to explain?
Chair, thank you. 2 separate issues. I know everybody's trying to roll it into one thing. SCAP funding again. I've submitted my comments regarding SCAP funding. I listened to the public comments. People still seem to be confused about the SCAP program, and that's okay. It is a reimbursement program and it's 2 to 3 years down on the reimbursement. I'm not sure if you can be really specific what clear information you need regarding SCAP. It's very separate from the Truth and Values Act. You're 2 different things. The Truth and Values Act is a program that our legislators in the state of California, very liberal legislation, who are concerned about serious and violent offenders, and there are some exceptions for misdemeanors that they allowed in it. It's a very narrow, broad. I know Supervisor Alejo is very aware of it. He was part of the legislation at the time. And so, again, I know it's a recommendation of the Sheriff's Office. I am not comfortable releasing serious violent offenders back into our communities. I've been very clear about that. It just doesn't match my values. No one has shown me where ICE has come in and done something horrendous, at least under those conditions. If somebody could demonstrate that, and not just the stuff that's on the media, I certainly will talk about that. I have been in discussion with Supervisor Daniels and some of the other supervisors about looking at the Truth and Values Act and working with collaboration with our community or with the board about who that is that we do release to ICE. Again, I'm more willing to collaborate, but as Supervisor Lopez stated, these are apples and oranges that everybody's just trying to combine into one issue.
Thank you. So again, with the clarity that we're going to backfill the budget impact from the reduction of the ending of this contract, I could support it, but I want that put in initially because I think that's really important for how we backfill this department to make sure we don't frame them up at the end of the year as being further in the hole.
And then, Supervisor, one more thing I want to add. I was listening to public comments where the concern about the public was that we're commercializing, arresting illegal immigrants. The people that come into our jail are people that are arrested throughout our entire county. This is not the Monterey County deputies that are making all these arrests. In fact, a majority are from the cities that are making arrests of these people that are accused of committing a crime. So I just want that to be anybody who's listening to understand that our jail population is everybody in our community and includes all the cities in our community. And those cities certainly can say, we will just cite and release, and then they don't have to worry about that issue of coming to the jail. They always have that opportunity to change their policies within the city to do that.
So through the maker of the motion, there was a request for a friendly additional
for the 600 plus
600 that's in the budget.
That's fine. And I just do want to make a comment because my words were just twisted, and I want to be clear. I am not in favor of releasing violent criminals into our communities. The argument that I have been making now for many, many weeks is that we have a mechanism in place, and it's our system of justice to ensure that violent criminals are not in our communities. It's our legal system, it's our courts, it's due process, and it even includes deportation if you are an undocumented individual. And so I just want to be really clear, those are apples and oranges. So when I was making the last part of my motion, obviously I know we cannot direct the sheriff to do anything. And so what I'm asking for is that we as a board, affirm what is getting twisted. SB 54 does not compel the sheriff to do this. It's at her discretion. And the second part of that was that, we uphold our system as it exists. And that for me means that we don't have these transfers outside of that system. But that doesn't mean that the sheriff has to do any of it. She has that discretion, but I just want to be clear, it's discretion.
All right, is there any, so that was, we added the backfilling of the sheriff's budgeted amount, and we'll have to bring that back. That would require 4/5 approval, but this motion would only require 3/5, correct?
Yeah. This is direction. Yeah. All this stuff will have to come back for action.
We'll go to church.
Well, I was hoping we were going to have some of this backfill information at this meeting. That's, again, what I said earlier today and what I raised in April. We don't have that, so it's to give direction now will lead to that. That's great. I want to kind of see where we're getting that money from, and I want to make sure we're not cutting out of some critical services in this county for residents, whether it's social services or it's health services or homeless services or benefits to county employees. I want to know where it's coming from, but we don't have that, so we'll have it, and hopefully in the future. Addressing the motion, Supervisor Daniels, I just want for clarification or maybe take for friendly amendment on the employment part. And you're not talking about, are you talking about just the sheriff's office? I mean, I would like to think that perhaps the whole county, all our employees, it shouldn't be in cooperation with ICE.
Yeah, I think that the issue, though, is that folks need to feel safe in their communities. And so when it's those same sheriff's deputies that you're calling in an emergency who also may be moonlighting for ICE, there's a conflict there that I think inherently makes people feel unsafe.
I know, but what I'm asking, you're asking for a prohibition on that, which I'm 100% behind. But
happy to expand it. I'm
talking about
telling you where it's
all
coming
county
from.
Employees, because I think as someone has brought up, I think it was a sheriff brought it up, for example, that our law enforcement officers are better trained, more highly trained than ICE. I think we can see that from what incidents that have happened. So, potentially there's other county employees that could perhaps take positions. And I think, it needs to be a blanket, across the board on that. So I want to make sure. Clarification on that. Let me see a couple of other points there. Oh, yeah, on SB, on Inspector General and the Citizens or the Community Advisory Committee, whatever you want to call it, fully on board with that. With SB 54, and this is something back in April that Supervisor Lopez raised, and I was very supportive of it then, is that, this isn't a Monterey County issue. It's a state issue. All sheriffs throughout the state have the county are able to go through and do this. This is something we need. It really needs to be addressed, I think, and perhaps changed to the state level. So I would like, to see us perhaps throw this to the legislative committee or where the appropriate place, so that maybe we can advocate to change this law, because as you state, we can't tell the sheriff what to do until the state law changes it. And this isn't an issue here. A matter of fact, I have a lot, there's a lot of, I have a lot of confidence in Sheriff Nieto, but there's a lot of sheriffs in this state that I don't have much confidence in. And what's going on in their counties, I think, should matter just as much as what's happening in this county, because we all live in the state of California and people cross county boundaries very easily. So I, would like to have that added to it. If you can accept that as a friendly amendment too.
Accepted.
Okay, with the second, I hope holds on those. And I think that's really only other comments I have on this.
I'm supportive of moving forward on the SCAP issue as outlined in the motion. It's just going to require us to now modify the sheriff's budget and take from elsewhere, which if this board decides that's what we will definitely do, make that tough decision. I wasn't clear on the last part because that wasn't agendized that wasn't placed on the agenda, and we're providing direction. I just wondering, because we haven't had a report. We did talk about it last time, but it was not properly agendized, and it's getting mixed in with the discussion on SCAP. But the Trust Act and the California Values Act, that was the item on the agenda last January, but it wasn't placed here. So is that other related matters? Really?
And I'll just add too, this is also a response to the referral, and the referral included 4 items that weren't listed. Or we could do additional direction and provide direction for it to come back again.
It was read last minute. So what is the if you could restate the motion on that, because it does have implications.
It's something that could actually be taken care of right here. I need someone to clarify SB 54 for us. It was part of the referral that this is at the sheriff's discretion. And and we were told last time that there is, so I want to back up. I've had conversations with the sheriff where I've been told this is the legislation. If you have a problem with this, you need to change the legislation. I'd like someone to clarify for me the legislation in terms of discretion. Thank you, Susan.
I can. California Government Code Section 7282.5 provides that a law enforcement official shall have discretion to cooperate with federal immigration officials by detaining an individual after that individual becomes eligible for release from custody only if certain conditions are met. And that's where you get the list of crimes.
Exactly.
The sheriff has discretion to, at that point, cooperate with ICE or hand over the person to ICE, say if somebody's been charged or convicted of murder, or they cannot.
So the reason I bring this up is because the sense I got from the letter was change the law if you want me to stop. And that's even what Supervisor Church just said. But I want to be really clear that you don't have, that the law doesn't compel you to cooperate with ICE.
It's completely within the discretion of the sheriff.
And so that was the first part of that part of my motion, is just affirming that. Like, let's end that conversation that we keep having. Let's just be really clear. And then the second part is that, my request of us, and I realize I might not have 5 votes for this, is that we've gotten distracted by a conversation about public safety and the safety of our communities. And I think that's a distraction. And so I believe we heard a lot of testimony in the last hearing about the criminal justice system as it exists today and the role that that plays in keeping our communities safe. So it's not an either or. It's not we either use the discretion to collaborate with ICE and therefore our communities are safer, or we don't. We have a system of justice that when we utilize it, it keeps our communities safe. And so my other part of the motion was that we uphold the system of justice as it exists, and we do not support the bypass that's being offered to our sheriff, and instead we uphold it as it exists for every other individual. We don't make an exception for undocumented individuals.
Just so we can make that
It's a statement.
We can't compel the sheriff to
Never
do
can
any
compel the
action.
sheriff to do anything. I get that.
I heard you. Okay, so let's go to Susan and then.
Well, I'll still on my
okay.
discussion. I just
Thanks. Okay.
allowed my colleague to weigh in here. I do have just concerns. I think the SB 50, the California Valley Act's SB 54, did strike a right balance. And I just want to be clear on record that I don't agree on releasing serious criminals back into our community that could prey on the very immigrants we're talking about. And let me just give you some recent examples. Based on the sheriff's report, there is some serious ones. 2025, by telling the sheriff to not exercise any discretion, basically saying, let these people go. It includes possession of child pornography. It was one of those individuals in 2025. Sexual battery, 2024. Lewd acts upon a child, 2023. Rape by force or fear, 2023. Those are just 4 and that doesn't include the violent acts. I just want to be clear. I do not agree on releasing those serious types of offenders. That's why the law was structured the way it was in Sacramento under Governor Jerry Brown, under a very progressive legislature. They tried to strike a balance. And I just want to be clear, from my point of view, I do not agree that those serious individuals should be released back, that they could prey or commit additional serious crimes upon our immigrant community or anybody else, for that matter, within our county.
Chair, I'm wondering if we could have a public defender or somebody please provide some comments, because nobody's saying let these people go. SB 54 has some of those individuals, 12 were pre-sentenced, some were sentenced. It's not an either or. If you can bypass the system, go straight to ICE, wipe your hands clean of these individuals, or you can let the system play out. Can someone please weigh in for me? What happens when we let the system play out? It would be really helpful for this conversation.
Do we have someone? Thank you. Our public defender who's present, one of our public defenders.
Good afternoon again, Chair, members of the board. I know it's a complicated issue. When we look at folks that we're dealing with that are convicted of crimes, typically we see a lot of our serious offenders go off to prison. Prison then does cooperate with ICE. We have a very small segment of the population that we're talking about here. And the other day, our office had a chance to meet with the sheriff, and it was a really good opportunity to start the dialogue about who are we handing over, under what circumstances are we handing over people to ICE. That conversation needs to continue between my office and the sheriff's department. And we're very happy to hear that the sheriff's department's open to the dialogue, and we're going to be there to sit down with them, have that conversation, to ensure that our clients' rights are upheld and the community is protected.
For us, though, help me understand. So we have this opportunity, discretion to collaborate with ICE. It's an early handoff, you could call it, to ICE without the system playing out. If you don't cooperate with ICE, that doesn't mean you're releasing people into the community. Am I correct?
I would need more information about exactly what is happening at the Sheriff's Department.
Okay, so take a sentenced individual. Run me through the typical scenario.
Typically, if you're convicted of a serious criminal offense and sentenced to state prison is still cooperating with immigration.
Right. They could cooperate with ICE, but if they don't, that person is in state prison. Am I correct? Or are they in our neighborhoods?
If you're convicted of a serious crime in the state of California, typically you're going to state prison.
Okay. So of those folks that were listed, of the 21 individuals and the particularly heinous crimes that make us all sick to our stomach, and they're somewhere in the process of when it's either sentenced or pre-sentenced are the two categories of cooperation when the sheriff might cooperate with ICE. Are any of those individuals, those heinous crimes, getting released into our communities?
I can't speak to any specifics, Supervisor, but typically that is not how the system works.
Thank you very much.
All right, I'm doing a quick time check. It's about 4:15, and we are we've got a lot ahead of us. So we have a motion on the table. Is everyone clear on the motion? Are you able to repeat the motion one more time? And then we could have written it down.
Okay. One, we're going to adopt an ordinance, and that's the one that we're adding both the Inspector General and an advisory civilian review panel.
Yes.
Number one. Two, whatever the process is for creating, drafting, implementing a policy on prohibiting outside employment with ICE.
With immigration enforcement.
Yeah. Outside employment by anyone in the county. Okay. Customs and Border Patrol can be added. Yes. Immigration.
Yeah.
Federal immigration enforcement. We're going to end the SCAP contract, and we are going to
we're going to backfill
the sheriff, the 600,000+ that was identified in this year's budget that she's relying on. I think it's not needed because it's been very clearly stated that this is that it is discretion that's afforded to the sheriff, not compelling her to collaborate with ICE for SB 54.
SB 54 does not compel cooperation with ICE.
With ICE, thank you very much, and that
we intend to uphold the system of justice.
Our preference as a board. Our preference as a board doesn't compel her. Our preference as a board is no local transfers to ICE outside of the criminal justice system as it exists for every other person in our legal system.
And as you did accept my suggestion for an amendment, that we would take action on, and may disagree with Supervisor Alejo on this, on SB 54. I mean, I do not think it is a balance because I do,
You were asking us to, for that final part, we were going to send it to the Ledge Committee to explore amending state legislation.
Right, because it's for the sheriff, for other sheriffs, for any sheriff in this county, take action. They're operating outside of judicial authority on this. They're allowed to give that authority, and that's what I think. I think what you and I, in our discussion here, are agreeing. There needs to be that involvement in there.
Great. Okay, so I think now are we all clear on the motion? Thank you for restating it again. I think that was helpful. We can get it dialed in. All right. Is there any further discussion? All right. Do we need a roll call? All in favor? We'll start with that. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Questions?
Yeah, still confused on the final piece, as it exists under the current law.
Our system of justice, as it exists, laws on the books, everybody, how it works. Susan can walk us through the criminal justice system, due process.
I think, if I may, what you're doing is it will be part of the board's order on this item, that the board takes the position that the sheriff should not use her discretion under the Values and Trust Act and should let each incarcerated person go through the criminal justice system rather than
bypassing it,
cooperating with ICE on anybody. But it's just the board's position. The board cannot compel the sheriff
to do anything.
In this, per this law.
That's fine. I mean, yeah.
I have deep concerns over the precedent that we're setting, and I've been really, really clear about that now.
While we're voting, so we have, did anyone oppose? Was there anyone speak now if you oppose or if you are abstaining? Otherwise, I believe we have a 5-0 vote. Correct?
I just stated my concerns on the record.
Okay. All right. With that, we have a motion. We have a motion that was approved unanimously. Thank you all for the discussion. I appreciate it. I know it took us some time to keep talking about these things to get to where we're sitting at today. I'm going to ask, just for clarification purposes, there was the other outstanding issue that had been raised previously about directing county resources broadly not to be used for immigration and enforcement, and requesting that some of the due process protocols with the Public Defender's Office return to us for a review. Is there interest in having those items come back for direction or discussion? We would need to be able to have some agreement to give direction on those items.
Can you repeat it, Wendy? I'm sorry.
Yeah, the two that were outstanding were the directing that county resources not be used for immigration enforcement, which is similar to how other counties have taken action and given direction. And then requesting that the process and policies for how the public defender engages and supports individuals who are in county custody, but maybe prior to an ICE interview, what documentation is included, how that process works. Those were things that we had discussed previously.
Can we just keep that part of the referral open for this point, at this point in time?
Yes, we can leave it open, but do we want to bring this back again for another discussion since it wasn't included specifically in this agenda?
Yes.
So there's anyone else want to continue that discussion?
I'm still trying to sort through exactly. I'm just looking up these two.
So we made last time we had this discussion, I brought forward a board referral. The board referral included it included 8 items that we were asking for discussion and action about. The only way to have the discussion is by having them agendized. So this is the return of following that last meeting. However, our staff report didn't include any recommendation or discussion about giving direction that county resources not be used for immigration enforcement.
What county resources are being used for immigration?
It could be a parking lot. And I'm just referencing other counties have adopted ordinance language or policies that speak to prohibiting any department and a board authority from using any county resources, staff time, or county property to facilitate in any way civil immigration enforcement. So that would be a statement that I was looking for us to make as well.
Okay, I'm just wondering if we have any resources.
I don't believe that we currently are. I don't have any reason to believe that we currently are. But I do think that as we continue to walk down a path that is concerning for all of the reasons that we spent all day today discussing, I think it's important that we're really clear and that our policies are updated to reflect the values that we state.
I don't see where we're using any resources, but fine. I want to bring it back for a statement. I'm fine with that.
So through council, under other matters, could we have that direction given today as well?
It's part of the original referral.
It is.
You could ask, I suppose, county council, it would be the person to draft an ordinance that states that.
Whichever policy needs to be amended to that effect. Okay, so I'm going to make that motion that we ask staff to bring that back, specifically policy or procedure or ordinance, whichever is appropriate, to prohibit county departments under board authority from using county resources, staff time, or property to facilitate any civil immigration enforcement. So I'll make that motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right.
Was there a second part to this too? Or is this, we're just going to do this first and come back and say?
There was the paperwork.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just trying to have us clearly move forward. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Did I hear from my colleagues? Was that a thumbs up?
Yeah, it's fine. It's just we're spending a lot of time doing things about things that aren't ripe, and it worries me given we're sitting here at 4:20 with a lot of items still left on the agenda. Again, it seems like a lot of political posturing, but if that's what we want to do at the time, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I agree.
So was that an affirmative vote? I'm just looking for clarity.
I was affirmative too, but I
Okay,
agree
thank
with
you.
Supervisor Church. It's not happening. We're not using it. I don't want to create a perception in our community like that was happening. It's not, but it's symbolic. Okay, I'm fine with it as well.
Okay. And then I think for the other one, we will have the public defender, as they continue working, we'll have that update come back to us. All right. Thank you for closing that item out. All right. We are going to move on to item number 18, which is to consider adopting a resolution calling for an election for the purpose of submitting to the voters of Monterey County a countywide tax measure for transient occupancy tax of 10, increasing by 2% in the unincorporated area.
Good afternoon, Board. Chair Rudascu. Michael Beaton, Assistant County Administrative Officer. The item before you today requests Board approve placing a 2% transient occupancy tax increase for the unincorporated county of Monterey on the November ballot. Identified during the fiscal year 24-25 budget end of year report and the 3-year forecast for the county is facing a significant financial hardship over the next 3 fiscal years. The projections indicate increasing fiscal pressures to support services provided to our community. In February 2026, it was projected that the county had over $27 million shortfall going into the development of the adopted fiscal year 26-27 budget, and increasing into the outer 2 fiscal years well beyond $50 million. In order to balance the fiscal year 26-27 adopted budget, the county reduced over 100 full-time equivalent positions and had to utilize over $20 million of one-time funding. In addition, the county also had to shift costs of approximately $8 million of ongoing costs to the newly approved Measure AA funding. Without the shift and the one-time funding, the county would have seen a significant financial impact that would have resulted in reductions of services and layoffs of filled positions throughout the county. Several solutions were presented during the development of the fiscal year 26-27 budget to reduce costs and options to increase funding. One of those funding options was the exploration of doing an increase to the transient occupancy tax in the unincorporated county. In April 7th, 2026, the board approved conducting a public opinion survey to gauge the public's interest to support increasing the transient occupancy tax by 2%, going from 10.5% to 12.5%, with an estimated annual collection of about $7.6 million annually. On June 9th, 2026, the public opinion survey was presented to this board, which identified strong community support increasing for the increase of about 2%. It was about 6 out of 10 surveyed were actually in favor of increasing the TOT tax rate. In order for this ballot measure to potentially pass, we would need 50% plus 1 vote for it to pass as a general tax. The board directed during the June 9th board meeting for County Council and County Administrative Office to develop the materials required and return to the board to take action to officially place the TOT tax increase on the November ballot for community consideration. With that, this item officially requests the board approve calling for an election of the Monterey County voters to consider approving an increase of 2% to the transient occupancy tax on the November election. Included with this item, if the board does approve placing this item on the November election, we're also requesting funding to help support a educational initiative, community educational initiative about the transient occupancy tax and the county services to which it would support. With that, we're available for any questions the board may have.
Let's open this up for public comment. Is there anyone in the public for comment on this item? Okay, seeing no one for public comment, we'll bring it back to the board. Any questions, discussion, action?
I'll move to approve staff the recommendation.
We have a motion from Church, a second from Alejo. All in favor? Aye. All right, motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Michael. All right, next up, we have folks who've been in chambers for a while, getting your civic education for the day. Item number 19 is regarding the BHSA funded partners impact and some options for backfilling, gap funding, I should say.
All right, there we go. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. Melanie Rhodes, Behavioral Health Bureau Chief. I'm here this afternoon with Assistant Bureau Chief Fabricio Chombo. Today we're here to provide an update on the behavioral health partners impacted by Proposition 1 and the implementation of Behavioral Health Services Act, or BHSA, which became effective on July 1st, 2026. Before we begin, I'd like to acknowledge that this item was developed collaboratively with the County Administrative Office, and I do want to thank Assistant County Administrative Officers Michael Beaton, Debbie Paulinelli, and Nick Chulos for their guidance and partnership throughout this process, as well as our CAO, Sonia De La Rosa. We'll begin with a very brief overview of the impacts of BHSA, followed by staff's recommendation regarding one-time transition funding for 3 community partners that meet the criteria established by the board. Today's presentation is organized into 3 parts. We'll provide some high-level background on Prop 1 and BHSA, including how these statutory changes affect behavioral health funding and prevention services in Monterey County, just to provide that larger context. We'll review the board's direction on June 16th to discuss the providers impacted by the funding changes and summarize the review staff conducted in response to that direction. We'll present staff recommendation developed collaboratively by the Health Department and the County Administrative Office pursuant to the board's direction, and provide one-time transition funding for 3 providers whose services align with the priorities identified by the board. As the board may recall, on June 16th, during the consideration of BHSA integrated plan, the board requested that staff return with additional information regarding the impacts of BHSA funding changes on our community partners. Specifically, the board directed staff to review all impacted providers, to identify those that met several criteria for possible one-time gap funding. The criteria included providers whose county-funded services would be eliminated in fiscal year 26-27, services supporting older adults, services supporting youth, particularly underserved populations identified in the BHSA integrated plan, and family advocacy services. 3 providers were specifically mentioned by the board, and those included Alliance on Aging, Centers for Community Advocacy, and the Village Project. Following that direction, Behavioral Health worked collaboratively with the Health Services Director, Elsa Jimenez, and the County Administrative Office to conduct a comprehensive review of all impacted providers and programs using the criteria established by the board. The recommendation we will present today is the result of that review. Before jumping in and discussing these findings, we'll briefly review the state-level changes that brought us here, specifically Proposition 1 and the implementation of BHSA for context. As the board is aware, Proposition 1 was approved by California voters in March of 2024 and significantly restructured the state's behavioral health funding framework. Through the Behavioral Health Services Act, the state established new funding requirements and priorities that counties are now required to implement. While today's presentation is not intended to revisit Proposition 1 in detail, it's important to understand that the funding impacts that we are discussing today are a direct result of those statewide statutory changes. The next slide illustrates the new funding framework and how those changes are affecting county behavioral health funding. Here you see a high-level overview and the new BHSA funding framework. Under the former Mental Health Services Act, counties had greater flexibility in how funding could be allocated across behavioral health programs. Under BHSA, that flexibility has been significantly reduced through statutory funding requirements. For today's discussion, there are two key changes that we would like to highlight. First, counties are now required to dedicate 30% of their BHSA funding to housing interventions. Second, the state share of BHSA funding increased from 5% under MHSA to 10% under BHSA. Of that 10%, 4% is allocated to the California Department of Public Health, also known as CDPH, to administer population-based prevention programs statewide, while the remaining funding supports state administration and workforce initiatives. Together, these changes reduce the amount of funding available for locally administered behavioral health services and shifted the responsibility for population-based prevention from the counties to the state. Fabricio will now break this down further and explain what these changes mean for us here at the local level.
Thank you, Melanie. So as we just reviewed, the funding framework has changed under BHSA, and we'll review what those changes mean financially for our county. So as a result of the two significant funding impacts that Melanie just shared, when we look at the numbers, first, that increase in the state's allocation from 5% under MHSA to 10% under BHSA reduces the local behavioral health funding by approximately $2.2 million for fiscal year 26-27. These are numbers based on the governor's budget. The other change, the statutory requirement to dedicate 30% of BHSA funding to housing interventions, redirects approximately $9 million that was previously available to support other behavioral health services. The one thing we want to highlight is that this includes that 7% transfer that's allowable under the requirements of the state from housing interventions to behavioral health services and support. So combined, these two changes reduce the county's funding for behavioral health services by approximately $11.2 million, or about 27% compared to what that funding would look like under MHSA. And as reflected on these charts here, on the left, we can see what MHSA would look like for current fiscal year. And we can see the different components: community service and support, prevention, early intervention, and innovations. The top part, it's that state share. And when we look at the middle slide, that's what the funding would look like had we not exercised that transfer option of 7% out of housing interventions. And on the right, it's what was submitted in our integrated plan that was submitted back, approved by the board back in January 16th. So that is the funding impact. June 16th. And this is the other significant change that happened under BHSA, which now prevention services changes how prevention services are funded and administered. So under MHSA, counties received prevention and early intervention, or PEI funding, and we had the flexibility to contract with local CBOs to provide prevention services that address the unique needs of our communities. Under BHSA, that responsibility now shifted to CDPH, and as Melanie discussed, that 4% of statewide BHSA funding is now allocated directly to CDPH to administer population-based prevention programs. So as a result, counties no longer have those prevention funds directly and can no longer use BHSA funding for programs that fall within CDPH's population-based prevention framework. So this represents a change in funding authority, and it does not represent the importance of prevention services. That remains a statewide priority, and that responsibility for administering those programs has now shifted from us to the state. So these two changes is what led to the funding impacts experienced by several of our community-based partners, which we're going to discuss in the next couple of slides. So as a result of this, there was 22 partners that experienced some level of funding impact beginning in this fiscal year. The organizations represent a diverse range of services, which include prevention programming, specialty mental health services, training and consultation, and home visiting and mental health awareness programs. One of the things that it's important to note is that not every provider received the same level of impact. Some contracts received partial reductions because portions of their services remain eligible for BHSA funding, while others experienced full reductions because their programs fell within the population-based prevention activities that are now administered by CDPH. We also want to emphasize that our Bureau worked proactively with these providers throughout the BHSA implementation. We had meetings with them going back to 2024. We engaged providers through our BHSA planning process. We actually met individually with them earlier this year with all 22 of the organizations. And we also even had a meeting with all of them to discuss some of the implementation and the challenges. And so while today's recommendation focuses on 3 providers, that recommendation follows a comprehensive review of all the partners, again, using the criteria established by the board. So with that, we'll focus specifically on the providers that experience full reductions and review the review that led to our recommendation. So of the 22 providers, 13 of them provided prevention services. And of those 13, 5 of them experienced a full reduction to their county prevention contracts for current fiscal year due to those changes that we just went over. So the 5 providers were no longer eligible to receive county BHSA funding for the prevention services that had previously been provided under MHSA. Because these providers experienced the most significant impact, we began our review with this group of providers while applying the criteria established by the board back on June 16th. And in the next slide, we will provide some details on the programs provided by these entities. So these are the 5 providers whose funding was completely eliminated as a result of the BHSA implementation. The contracts range from $25,000 to $437,324, and the total reductions of these 5 providers alone, it's $1,250,433 in prevention services. We reviewed their contracts. We used the criteria that was shared by the board. And based on that review, our recommendation is one-time gap funding for Alliance on Aging, Center for Community Advocacy, and the Village Project. And one of the things that's important to note as well, it's today's recommendation. It's not intended to replace the original contract amounts, rather to provide limited one-time gap funding, giving the organizations additional time to pursue additional funding opportunities. And I will pass it back to Melanie.
So in developing today's recommendation, the broader fiscal environment facing the Behavioral Health Bureau was also carefully considered. As the board may recall, we previously discussed the potential for additional revenue generated through improvements in the Medi-Cal billing and claiming under CalAIM payment reform. And the Bureau has continued to closely monitor these revenues. Year to date, those revenues have largely leveled off and have not continued to grow at the pace previously anticipated. As a result, we must be prudent in our use of available resources. Because at the same time, the Bureau is managing a number of significant financial obligations and emerging priorities, including implementation of new BHSA requirements, including ISL and evidence-based practices, increasing demand for acute and subacute behavioral health placements for our clients, ongoing CARE Act implementation, the future sustainability of behavioral health bridge housing, the ongoing implementation of long-term funding needs of mobile crisis services, and other core specialty mental health service obligations supported through realignment funding. Taken together, these competing priorities significantly limit the ability and availability of discretionary funding. For that reason, the recommendation before you today is for one-time gap funding using general fund contingencies rather than committing ongoing behavioral health resources. We believe this approach appropriately balances the board's interest in mitigating service disruptions while maintaining fiscal responsibility and preserving the Bureau's ability to respond to the future financial obligations and all of these competing demands. Chair, members of the board, based on the review conducted by staff from Behavioral Health, Health Department, CAO, in response to the board's direction on June 16th, we respectfully recommend 3 actions. First, receive today's report regarding the impacts of Proposition 1 and implementation of the Behavioral Health Services Act on county-funded community partners. Second, approve one-time gap funding using general fund contingencies in the amount of $580,000 to support Alliance on Aging, Center for Community Advocacy, and the Village Project during fiscal year 26-27. This is approximately 75% of last year's contract amounts for those programs that met the board's criteria. This recommendation provides temporary funding while recognizing the significant fiscal pressures facing the Behavioral Health Bureau and the expectation that these providers continue pursuing alternative funding opportunities for long-term sustainability. Finally, provide any additional direction to staff regarding potential next steps related to the impacted partners. Chair, this concludes our presentation. We are happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Any questions? Luis Alejo.
Yeah, just a comment. There was mention there of how we got to this point. And so I would just share that I think for me, looking at some of the partners on the list, seeing CBDIO as a zero out there, one I would prefer to see at 100,000. I don't know that I can support this initiative without it, because of the data that shows the impact they've had in southern Monterey County, is serving a population that no one else can get to. I hear from nonprofits across the spectrum asking, how do we get into that community? CBDIO is there. They are part of that community. So I need to see them on that list to be able to support this today. Thank you.
Yes, I would be supportive. I've been able to see the impactful work that CBDIO has had on our different indigenous communities throughout different parts of Monterey County. The question I had, though, was on the senior peer counseling program. You guys listed the cost was $237, but are only recommending $178,000. Would they be able to maintain that program? Folks came to speak here. I was hoping that we'd be coming back with more to keep that program sustained. I just don't know if that amount keeps them functioning at the level that they are to at least provide that unique program for our seniors.
So I think I would have to defer to the providers to actually speak to how the services that they would be able to provide with that funding. I think in discussion with the CAO's office that, I don't know if you would like to answer.
When you get the hard question.
I'll speak to that. We actually wanted to ensure that there was a transition plan that's also occurring at the same time. At 75%, our hope is that it would get them through 75% of the year, but also with the mind that this is not funding that will be stable over time. We are using contingencies to cover this amount for now, but we really do need another funding source or for these dollars to be leveraged with other sources.
And the only reason I'm bringing it up, I just looked at the overall numbers, right? The Alliance on Aging is not only the peer counseling, they're losing the Fortaleciendo el Bienestar, which is another $200,000. So they get a cut of, more than $250,000. Whereas the other ones the other organizations lose a smaller fraction. And so Alliance on Aging takes the biggest hit out of all. That's what I'm concerned about. They lose an entire program, and even the senior peer counseling program is at risk of not being kept whole, only at 75%.
I mean, if I can add, Supervisor Alejo, it's one of the providers too, right? Like if we look at the list that was attached to the agenda, there's like $12 million, 22 providers that saw similar impact. So it was a difficult decision to make, and like it was hard for us to draw the lines somewhere. So
yeah, but it just seems that the net negative for the Alliance on Seniors is the greatest when compared to the other organizations. Well, not to mention CBDIO got 0 out of 250, right? So, but among the 3 recommendations, the net loss is greatest. And I'd love to hear from them when they come and speak. Thanks.
Thank you for bringing this back. And I think, I appreciate the recommendation for the 3 funded partners. But going back to the conversation that we had and sort of the conversation that I've been hoping for us to have around Behavioral Health Services Act, which is why I've asked to have it come back to us a number of times, is really to make sure that we're all clear about who is losing funding, that is permanent loss of funding through MHSA. The presentation that you have here speaks to the specific dollar amount for those 5 agencies, but we have the spreadsheet that you provided to us last time we discussed this, and it's extensive. It's 5 pages full of organizations who are losing 100% of the funding, fully discontinuing a number of different programs, and so even though they're Human Resources is losing $1.3 million, according to this spreadsheet. So it's significant. It's across a number of different agencies and organizations. And the question and the reason that I brought up the question of gap funding was because we were hearing with great certainty that there was going to be Medi-Cal productivity revenue available in future years. And so I guess my question is really coming back to the productivity revenue that we were estimating at, I believe, close to $8 million a year, starting, a year or 2 from now. And I'm hearing it leveled off, but leveled off at what? And is that with no expectation of growth in future years? Because when we talk about gap funding, we're talking about filling a gap. And if there's nothing on the other side of that gap, we're just literally extending the timeline for organizations to have an end date. And so that's the conversation that I was hoping that we could have and the information that I was hoping to receive today.
So I can defer to Fabricio to speak specifically to the productivity question, but I also do want to point out that we've also been waiting for CDPH to put out their BHSA population-based prevention program final plan, release their requests for proposals and things. So our hope is that the 75% funding can be used sort of like as a runway, maybe not a bridge, but a runway to connect to some of this other funding that might be out there, or look at different fundraising strategies and things as well, as they're considering their long-term sustainability, because it's a little unclear with all the competing priorities and that behavioral health is facing, and what we're seeing in the uptick of our clients who are our responsibility, that are needing higher levels of care placement, that are costing a lot in acute and subacute placements. We're seeing that number trend up to highest levels that we've seen in a really long time, and probably higher than I think in the time that I've been with the county, and I've been here over 20 years. So we're seeing lots of different pressures coming, as well as the additional implementation requirements under BHSA that we still need to figure out, that are really going to be putting that pressure to implement those additional evidence-based practices, stand up ISL, and different requirements under BHSA that we are mandated to do. So I think that's the concern. But I'll toss it to Fabricio to just share more about the...
Yeah, so thank you, Melanie. So in a previous presentation back in January, the Bureau did share some numbers as it relate to federal financial participation and state general fund revenue through Medi-Cal. And during that presentation, we shared that beginning with CalAIM payment reform in fiscal year 23-24, the Bureau would now be able to keep whatever revenue was generated. And so when we presented those numbers, we presented what the revenue looked like the year before CalAIM payment reform began, and there was a slight dip of about 8% loss in revenue because we were still trying to understand how CalAIM payment reform worked. The following year, we did saw an increase, so 24-25, we did see an increase of about 12%. And then when we run the numbers for 25-26, we did see a slight increase, uptick again, of about 12% again. But when we run those numbers, like we haven't seen an additional increase. So that's where we're saying that the revenue kind of leveled off. And our concern when we're looking at this revenue is one of the slides that was shared is those pressure points that Melanie mentioned, right? Like all these additional things that are happening that are causing us to look for funding options. So the loss of the mobile crisis benefit, increased cost to acute and subacute placements from 90 to 115 based on our most recent census. The additional increases, behavioral health bridge housing. We have a grant that it's going to end on June 2027. And so if we want to keep that program, we have to have a revenue source. And so that's where it's the challenge of like, these are things that fall within our purview of behavioral health, and we have to find a revenue source for them too. So it's the challenge that we're also having, and why we're suggesting this to be 1 year gap funding for these providers.
Okay. I think that's helpful information, but it still doesn't get at sort of this broader question of, you know, an estimate of $8 million a year. Are you saying that there are other priorities for those additional revenues? Or are you saying those additional revenues aren't materializing and we can't expect them?
So again, year to date, when we looked at those numbers, we are not, that revenue has leveled off. It doesn't mean it can't improve in the future. But if it does, like we have all these other priorities. The one thing that I think we forgot to include in here is that 7% transfer out of housing intervention. So there was a comment in our integrated plan to move that funding back to housing interventions in the next few years. So that, I believe, it's an additional $2.5 million that essentially is going to be lost from behavioral health services because it's going to be reallocated to housing intervention. So it's just all those different pressures that we're expecting to see in the next few years.
Okay, so I think it's helpful, and if you could continue providing us with information about what those big pictures look like, it would be helpful for us, because when we don't have any follow-up or level of detail, all we know is what we last heard was that there would be $8 million of productivity revenue available in out years. So thank you for providing some additional information. And I think it's important, given all of the pressures and priorities that are competing, there are some really big policy questions at play. And I think it's important that the board be apprised of those policy questions before the conclusion is made about what the outcome is. And so I think had we had this conversation much earlier in the process, we could have maybe be given some different direction along the way. So I'm going to make that request again here in this space. To your question, Supervisor Lopez, about CBDIO, I would agree 100% that the services that CBDIO provides are life-changing, life-saving for the families that they're serving. And, we didn't have the information about which agencies to even speak about until today. Which agencies were fully losing their full reduction for prevention until today. And so, and in the conversation that we'd had previously, I think it had been about asking for what does the gap, like what funding is on the other side for these agencies. I don't know that I still have a full picture of what that looks like. And also then if we're going to use general fund money to fill that gap, it wasn't go find money for these 3 agencies. It was, hey, go look at all the agencies and tell us where the needs are greatest and what we can do to get from here to there with a gap or bridge of sorts. So I'm supportive of adding some funding back in, and I'm recognizing that this is contingency dollars that we're talking about. And so those were the questions that I have. We can, but generally speaking, like I've been supportive all along of figuring out how we maintain our prevention funding, and I think that for me that's a priority. We didn't want the change from MHSA to BHSA, but I think we're better off if we have some very open and honest conversations in advance of being after the budget adoption about where we might, as a board, want to make those continued investments. So. That's what got us here today. Let's open it up to public comment. Or Kate, Supervisor Jones, did you want to make any comment?
I'll wait till after public.
Okay, so we'll, Supervisor Church.
I could wait after public comment too, but I'll make it real brief because I know there's nothing like the public wanting to be here at 5 o'clock at a board meeting on a Tuesday. But I also supportive of the CBDIO request by Supervisor Lopez, but I did just want to kind of point out on a larger scale here. I look at this, this is another 500,000 or 600,000. We just looked at 550,000 for a sheriff's for an inspector general and a advisory committee for a 330,000 or something for the jail, and then we're going to have to backfill in SCAP. We've just gone through over 2 million on the contingency. Probably it's all coming out of contingency, and we're only a week into the fiscal year. So it's a good thing we're not meeting for another month. That's all I can say.
Well, and on that, I think that's a question that I want staff to kind of think about while we hear public comment. Is that the only source available? Are there any other sources within the health department for knowing that this is, again, to this discussion? Last time I know I framed it as a 1-year bridge, hoping that folks could find another path and giving them that runway. And so is there anything given that criteria from the health department that might be able to assist in that so we wouldn't have to tap contingencies? I just want to throw that out there.
All right, with that, we're going to take public comment, and we have 2 minutes on the clock. If you can just remember jazz hands instead of clapping per county code, and to help me not have to interrupt anyone, if you could just watch the clock, the timer will go off at 2 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, chairs and members of the board. My name is Lenin Ramos. I'm a leader in the North Monterey County with Center for Community Advocacy, CCA, and I work closely with the community. I've been here since COVID, right? But closely with the mental health groups and also individual therapy that has helped our community. And first of all, I do want to thank and recognize the Behavioral Health Department and the Culture Committee to make it possible to Behavioral Health commissioners go to Monterey County on April 30th. And I know, thank you, Wendy, ask you because you were part of it, and we could all see the need of the community on these services and the big impact that CCA has helped out to be that bridge between community and also the Department of Behavior. So on the behalf of all the community and all the stories that I've heard as firsthand and have seen tremendous changes on my community, I highly asked that advocate for this to look for funds. And I know it's not easy when it comes to funds. I know it's advocated for other things and maybe other priorities, but this gives our community a purpose of belonging, but also before they go and other services, they can at least have somewhere to where they can feel safe. And this is what this is all about, to create this community where they feel safe in not only anxiety, also depression, people that are going through a lot of things. So I highly, and this is my biggest concern, just to make sure our community it's safe. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Laura Valdez, and I'm independent consultant, mental health independent consultant. I always say that after 5, I'm not speaking English, but today is the exception, okay? A little laugh, it can be good for us. I have facilitated health group supports in King City, Soledad, Greenfield, and North County, Castroville. And through this series, participants create a safe, supported community where they could share personal stories, including experience of physical abuse, difficult parenting, and father absences, while building trust and meaningful connections. I emphasize an emotional safety, cultural humility, and validation of life experience, allowing participants to process trauma on their own pace. One powerful outcome was the experience of 4 sisters. I just want to share that in Castroville, we have 4 sisters from Oaxaca. They had never experienced a hug, or they have never talked about their experiences in Mexico. So at the beginning, expressing emotions and physical affection, such as hugs, was difficult, even though there was deep love between them. Through trauma-informed practices that encourage be vulnerable and emotional regulation, they gradually felt safer opening up. By the end of the 8 weeks, they were able to hug and to love each other. This is the power of group supports, and I'm very honored to be part of CCA, doing this, living, and this message of we got you, we can trust, you can trust on us. And most of our community is a Spanish speaker. Gracias.
Good afternoon, Chair Askew and members of the board. My name is Claudette Carroll, and I am the interim COO of the Village Project. Firstly, I want to sincerely say thank you for the consideration of this one-time gap funding proposal. We are deeply grateful for the continued partnership, for recognizing the importance of sustaining culturally affirming mental health care services for the Monterey County residents during this transition. For more than 18 years, the Village Project has proudly partnered with Monterey County to serve some of the community's most underserved and vulnerable residents. In fact, it was through the county's support under Proposition 16 that that's the Mental Health Service Act, that the Village Project was able to begin the important work that we do. Over the years, we have expanded beyond the Monterey Peninsula to South County as well, and we have hired trusted community members in South County to provide culturally responsive services to farm worker communities and historically underserved individuals in those areas as well. As the Mental Health Services Act comes to an end, we are looking forward and we hope to continue the most important work that we do. And we believe that this one-year gap funding will bridge to help us continue on a daily basis assisting the wonderful people that we have continued to assist for over these 2 decades almost, and to do it in a way that we do not break care due to not having the funds that we need.
Thank you. Hi, and I'm Dr. Shira Helen Diallo, also from the Village Project, speaking to you on behalf of our board of directors, staff, and the thousands of community members that we impact and serve. We respectfully ask for your support in this funding request, this gap funding requests. Your investment will ensure that these critical services remain within the community and are available while we build a sustainable future for our programs. We want to thank you for your time, your partnership, consideration, and your continued commitment to the community that we're all a part of, the well-being of Monterey County as well. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, supervisors. I'm Eloise Shim, and I want to comment about the Alliance on Aging. While I think that senior peer counseling is very important, my personal experience while transitioning into retirement during the pandemic, which was already difficult, and my experience with the Alliance on Aging made it more difficult. Rather than feeling welcomed and included, I often felt excluded and micromanaged. Even on a small scale, in a senior housing where the Alliance on Aging provides a weekly person to counsel seniors, I felt that the opportunities for seniors were not clearly communicated, the feedback was often vague, and I experienced a sense of disenfranchisement. In my view, the Alliance on Aging focused more on maintaining existing relationships than fostering inclusivity. I think that they could do better to uphold the principles of trust, equity, flexibility, and cultural sensitivity and collaboration. Thank you.
MJ Donahue, Executive Director of Alliance on Aging. And the first thing I want to do is apologize to you for having experienced that. That does not represent what I know the people behind the program have tried to build and deliver. I would love to spend time with you and learn more about your experience so that we can get better where we need to. So thank you for sharing. And I want to thank all of you for having considered this funding. What behavioral health has gone through with Prop 1, no agency should ever face. What all of you have had to go through with trying to figure out how to change this for the better and address it isn't fair either. Nor is it fair to the seniors who every day face loneliness, who every day are left feeling unsupported, uncared for. We have to get better. We have to do better. The only way we can do that is to fully support a program like the Alliance on Aging Senior Peer Counseling Program. The numbers we saw don't reflect the full expense. I'm looking to find funding in every direction I can. Organizations, funders, etc., don't really like to fund seniors. What I'm going to do is turn it over to a couple of the key people in our program. Let them share with you what some of the people who have taken advantage of the program have to say about it.
I'm Nan Heflin, and I supervise the senior peer counselors for Alliance on Aging in the Senior Peer Counseling Program, and I would be happy to speak with you later as well. The following quotes are from the exit survey that older adult clients complete at the end of their counseling sessions. The question was, what is the most helpful thing for you about the program? What I needed was someone to listen to me. At first, I wanted her to solve my problems, but then she helped me realize I had the answers all along. I had no idea there were resources out there that could help me while I take care of my husband. My senior peer counselor helped me find respite care that I didn't know existed. I didn't feel judged by him like I do my friends and family. I can talk about the grief I feel after losing my husband, and he doesn't tell me to just get over it. My senior peer counselor helped me believe that I could get through this, and I did. Talking to a senior peer who had life experience and understood where I was coming from. Someone to talk to that really listened, and she doesn't get paid, so she must really care. Many things, emotional support, ideas about increasing outside activities and friendships, ways to keep me from being so dependent on my family. The counselor gave me tools I could use when I start having my negative thoughts instead of going to the hospital. My senior peer counselor helped me to look at getting older in a more positive light and not just want to shut the door and not leave my room. Please vote to restore the funding to the Senior Peer Counseling Program at Alliance on Aging so that we can continue this valuable service to seniors in Monterey County. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Oakes. Thank you for having us today. I'm a senior peer counselor at the Alliance. I've done that for about 3 years after 30 years in social work for Monterey County and Child Protective Services and at Natividad Medical Center. Seniors are strong and resilient and wise, and I think the lifetime of contributions seniors have made, we need to be taking care of them at this time of life. Despite their strength and resilience and wisdom, life has a way of catching up to us. The loneliness, isolation, loss, grief, and just generally adaptation to aging is, I could attest, a struggle, and it's something you got to work on. And I think the senior peer counseling is a perfect fit for that. Briefly, the program is to give folks 10 free sessions. We see folks at home, we see them in the office, and for English, Spanish speaking folks. And I would respectfully request you do the gap funding. That would really help. And I also want to thank all of you for your service. Sitting here this afternoon, it's clear you guys have a tough job too. So thanks for your time.
Buenas tardes. Soy promotora comunitaria.
Jordi and Anna, do we have you with us for translation?
I'm ready.
Buenas tardes. Soy promotora comunitaria aquí en Salinas con el Centro de Abogacía de la Comunidad.
Good afternoon. I'm a promotora with Salinas here in CCA.
Hoy vengo
¿Puede
aquí.
continuar?
Hoy vengo aquí para darles las gracias por los fondos para la salud mental.
I am here today to thank you for the funds for mental health.
Todos los días veo la realidad de nuestras familias.
Every day I see the reality of our families.
Veo el dolor de las madres que no saben cómo ayudar a sus hijos con depresión.
I see the pain in the mothers that do not know how to help their children with depression.
Veo la angustia de los padres que trabajan duro pero sufren en silencio.
I see the anguish of parents that work very hard but they suffer in silence.
Ya sea por miedo, por vergüenza o porque no hablan inglés.
It's because fear, because they're ashamed, or because they do not speak English.
Por mucho tiempo, la salud mental en Salinas ha sido un problema en aumento.
For a long time, mental health has been a problem in Salinas that is only increasing.
Pero con este dinero que ustedes aprobaron, las cosas van a mejorar.
with the money that you approve, things are going to get better.
Para nosotros, este apoyo no es solo un presupuesto.
For us, this support is not only a budget.
Es la oportunidad de salvar vidas.
It is the opportunity to save lives.
Es poder de decirle a la gente de nuestros vecindarios, no están solos.
To be able to tell the people and our neighbors, you are not alone.
La ayuda está aquí y está aquí el Centro de Abogacía de la Comunidad para apoyarlos.
Help is here, and CCA is also here to help you.
Gracias por escuchar nuestras necesidades y demostrar que nuestra gente les importa.
Thank you for hearing our needs and for showing us that our people are important to you.
Nosotros, CCA, nos encargaremos de seguir en las calles llevando esta información a cada hogar que lo necesite.
CCA will make sure that this information reaches every household that needs it.
De corazón, su servidora Jocelyn Islas.
For the bottom of my heart, you're Jocelyn Islas.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Mi nombre es Beatriz Garza, soy promotora de salud con CCA.
My name is Beatriz Garza, and I'm promotora de salud with CCA.
Como promotora de salud en Salinas, sabemos que muchas personas enfrentan desafíos emocionales y psicológicos.
As a promotora in Salinas, we know that many people face challenges, emotional challenges.
Sin acceso a servicios oportunos debido a la falta de recursos profesionales y programas de apoyo.
They do not have access to services from professionals.
Asimismo, sabemos que la salud mental es fundamental para el desarrollo de una comunidad sana, segura y resiliente.
We also know that mental health is essential for a community to be able to grow and thrive in a healthy way.
Cada persona merece la oportunidad de vivir con bienestar emocional y acceder a servicios de salud mental dignos y oportunos.
Everybody has the right to be able to grow and thrive and have services for mental health that are adequate.
Por ello, solicitamos respetuosamente que apoyen esta propuesta y destinen mayores fondos para fortalecer los servicios de salud mental en nuestra comunidad.
Of this, I humbly request you that you support this budget so we can give better mental health services to our community.
Invertir en salud mental no es un gasto, sino una inversión en bienestar colectivo. Muchas gracias.
Investing in mental health is something that is, it is an investment in the well-being of the collective community.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Good afternoon. My name is Cristina Sotelo. I'm a licensed clinical social worker. And as the mental health provider with CCA, I want to thank you for considering CCA for this funding. Because with this funding, we are removing stigma, providing access, and supporting those who need it in all Monterey County, including South County, Mr. Lopez? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Maria Reyes. I'm a student intern with the Center for Community Advocacy, and I also work as an outreach worker in the community outside of CCA. I want to thank you for investing in mental health by funding organizations like CCA that provide important services to our community. Through my experience working with community members, I've seen how valuable it is for families to have access to trusted, bilingual, and culturally sensitive support. Many families may feel hesitant or afraid to seek help, and having local organizations create a safe space where youth, parents, and families can feel supported and connected to the resources they need. I encourage you to continue to seek ways to invest in mental health and support community organizations that work every day to strengthen our community. Thank you so much for your commitment to the well-being of Salinas residents. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, Chair y miembros de la Mesa de Supervisores. Mi nombre es Sabino López, residente de Salinas por más de 5 décadas y trabajando en la comunidad con Centro de Abogacía de la Comunidad CCA por más de 35 años, sirviendo a nuestra comunidad que trabaja en el campo.
Le va a traducir Ana.
Good afternoon. My name is Sabino Lopez, and I am a resident of Salinas. I have lived in Salinas for more than 5 decades. I have worked with CCA for 35 years, and I have mostly helped people that work in the fields.
Muchas gracias por considerarnos en su propuesta, ya que CCA ha trabajado en colaboración con el Departamento de Salud por muchos años.
Thank you so much for considering this proposal, because CCA has been working with mental health for several years now.
Sirviendo a nuestra comunidad de todo el condado de Monterey con un principal motivo, porque necesitaba el Departamento de Salud una organización que pudiera hablar con la gente que ellos no podían alcanzar.
Helping the whole community, because the main reason and the need for mental health is to be able to reach the people that are not able to reach these services.
Por un sector de nuestra comunidad que no podía llegar a los servicios de salud mental porque nuestra gente trabaja muy tarde, después de las 5 de la tarde, y a esa hora ya no proveen servicios el Departamento de Salud.
This sector was not able to have these services because mental health, most of the people that work in the fields work until 5 p.m. and once they're off, they cannot find these services.
Por eso decidieron contratar a nuestra organización por muchos años, ya que ellos inclusive nos ayudaron a desarrollar un modelo de salud en el condado de Monterey, donde desarrollamos el programa de promotores de salud.
Okay. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Okay. Okay. So, yes, that's why they hired us, because the thing is that we are able to be giving the services in the afternoon.
Y el motivo principal, entre el programa de promotores de salud está el tema principal de salud mental, porque nuestra comunidad tiene un estigma de que no estaba acostumbrado a recibir servicios. Por esa razón, nosotros, nuestra organización, desarrollamos el programa de promotores para poder alcanzar nuestra comunidad.
Yes, that is the thing, that our community has a stigma. So we were out there and we're helping our community so they can also receive these services and be able to receive the services for mental health.
Y aparte de eso, para finalizar, nuestra organización tiene, como ya han escuchado, las personas especializadas que dan consejería en nuestra oficina cuando los trabajadores tienen chance y tienen tiempo de venir. Tenemos servicio a todos los miembros de nuestra comunidad en todo el condado, y les pedimos a ellos que nos pueden visitar de todas las partes y a una hora que ellos pueden, haciendo una cita con nosotros.
Our organization has a specialized people. We have our offices, so when our field workers or the people that work late have the opportunity to come to our office at whatever time, we are there and we're able to provide them a service that they need.
Y gracias por considerarnos. Thank you for your considering us. Thank you.
Thank you for your consideration.
Good afternoon. My name is Juan Gomez. I am the Director of Programs for CCA. And as you've heard today, the importance of the work that we're doing. And I just wanted to thank you guys for taking a look at the possibility of doing this gap funding, and also to take a look at how we can continue to fund these programs going forward. I think it's very important, the work that we do. And in the short period of time that I've been with CCA, to be able to see the difference it makes for people to be able to go ahead and be helped by people that they can trust, I think it's very important. So I just wanted to say thank you.
All right, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Joel Hernandez Laguna. I'm the Executive Director at the Center for Community Advocacy. I'll touch on a few points. One of them is just a longstanding partnership with Monterey County Behavioral Health, and especially the Behavioral Health Bureau. And just to, on the record, I think it's important to know that our promotores de salud are not paid staff. They are volunteers that have this passion to go out in the community and deliver the services and provide the information that's out there. So a lot of them were here today. They had to leave because of some duties and other responsibilities, but there is a passion to take this information of mental health services across the Pájaro and the Salinas Valley. I think the other important is that CCA has grown through this partnership in the last 20 years. It initially started by hiring CCA as a contractor to provide referral services to Monterey County Behavioral Health. And in that partnership, we discussed that we were also referring a lot to Monterey County, that there was a capacity issue. What then we did is we brought on, with the funding that was provided, we brought in a licensed clinical social worker, Cristina Sotelo, as a contractor to do those mental health services, one-on-one therapy in our office. And the other awesome thing is that Cristina, Laura, and Lennon do these support groups out in our communities. And I'll give you an example. In the neighborhood that I grew up in East Salinas and Acosta Plaza, Cristina went in for 8-week session. After that, families wanted to continue to have that support group, and now they're running it on their own. So it's also building the capacity of people to have those abilities to run their own support groups. And then the last thing that I'll share is that we're now in this new stage, and the reason why we're really desperate on the funding is because we are also now being a hub for CSUMB MSW students to come and provide their service hours with us at CCA. So it's also an economic development opportunity. So with that, we want to thank you and consider the recommendation to continue doing this great work out in our communities, especially around mental health. So thank you.
Thank you. We have some hands raised online, so we'll go next to Catherine and then to Andrea.
Thank you once again. As a, federal retired Social Security worker who set up disability claims, etc., mental health, we have a huge need for that. And personally, I was out there on the streets for 14 years in our own Chinatown. And I was going out there and I was ministering to people, though I was trying to save my daughter's life. It ended up in a ministry. I am not for continuing to throw money at programs without verification of results. We have a huge problem in the homeless community. We need a boots on the ground type of service to go out to these people, because they are never going to go in to a counseling office. It's not going to happen. We need some groundwork. I, like I said, was out there for nearly 14 years, found myself often kneeling on the ground and praying over these people. They were not drug addicted. They were homeless, hopeless, mentally ill. There's a lot of mental illness. There's a lot of spiritual problems going on out there. I think we need more people in the mental health services to be doing outreach on foot. The same with the Board of Supervisors. Just go out and take a walk around your community. Get off your chair. Go out into the community. I'm retired now with PTSD because of this county taking my infant grandson. It's very hard for me to go out and deal with people anymore. I sit at home and I do these meetings because I care about my community. I care about transparency. I care about fraud. There's a lot of fraud. No more money. Thank you.
We'll go next to Andrea and then to Zoom user.
Hello
Chair and Supervisors. My name is Andrea Diaz Aquino, and I'm the Senior Program Manager with Centro Binacional para el Desarrollo Indígena Oaxaqueño. I appreciate the county's effort to address the funding gaps created by the implementation of BHSA. However, I want to emphasize that there continues to be a major gap in behavioral health services in South Monterey County, particularly for Indigenous communities we serve. Many of our community members speak Indigenous languages such as Mixteco and Triqui. They face significant barriers to accessing care due to language, transportation, immigration concerns, and a shortage of culturally and linguistically appropriate mental health services. Thank you, supervisors, for recognizing the work CBDIO has done to build trust in the community-based behavioral health services. No, we have been doing this work for the last 4 years. We have been successful in securing some philanthropic support to continue providing these critical services for Indigenous communities. However, we still face a funding gap of approximately $100,000 to sustain these services for our community. As a county considers next step, I urge you to ensure that future gap funding and investments prioritize underserved regions like South County and support community-based organizations that have the trust, cultural knowledge, and language capacity to effectively serve the Indigenous families. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to Zoom user and then to Janet.
Hi, my name is Ana Nunez, and I'm a promotora de salud with CCA, but today I'm going to speak as a mom with a son with Asperger's and ADD, and how early intervention can change the future of a person. My son was in North Monterey County, and he was mistreated and misjudged. He was always the problem kid. Then he ended in the mental behavior office, and that was a big change. They didn't ask me if I was able to pay. They didn't ask me nothing. All what they said is that they were going to help my son and they were going to make him success. My son was the problem child at school, but now my son, due to that early intervention when he was 7, he's 26, he drives, he graduated from Cornell, he works at Lowe's. So my son was one of the I don't know how many thousands of kids that were able to get that early intervention. If mental behavioral plan at the office of the Monterey County don't get that early intervention for kids that maybe don't have an insurance or don't have that access, that can change the whole life of a kid. My son not a success, but it could be that he wasn't if he wouldn't do for the mental behavioral plan help that he got 19 years ago. Thank you, and thank you for taking care of our community.
Thank you. We'll go next to Janet and then to Cesar.
Thank you. Janet Frank.
Janet, we lost your connection. Oh, you are muted. Let's try again, Janet.
Okay. Janet Frank, a resident of Monterey, member of the County Behavioral Health Commission. And I want to thank all of the supervisors for considering the funding to these trusted community partners that provide such important services to people. And I volunteered a bit with Alliance on Aging. And I want to thank you for considering funding the Senior Peer Counseling Program, because I know the value of the work that they do. And I love to see that at least Monterey County will have one program funded in the behavioral health space for older adults and their ability to work with these trusted, well-trained peers. So thank you very much for everything that you guys are doing.
Thank you, Janet. We'll go next to Cesar.
Good afternoon. Cesar Lara, I'm actually on the board for Center for Community Advocacy, and I want to praise the Board of Supervisors on moving forward on this funding. This is a critical time for our community as we see the implementation of Trump-era funding around healthcare We have a large immigrant community, as we spoke to on previous issues on this agenda. So really want to support this gap funding, but also want to raise a concern around South Monterey County, in particular CBDIO's gap in funding as well. But understand that these are difficult times with limited funds, and really supportive of the Board of Supervisors being proactive. I've been in community work for a number of years, and around 2004, when the Mental Health Services Act was voted in by voters, then implemented by the county, I see this county as a model county that has really shown what you could do with in big picture limited funds to really help do a safety net around mental health, because there's a lot of anxiety and there's a lot of fear in the, not just in the immigrant community, but in working families that are barely making a living in Monterey County. There's a level of anxiety and mental health services that are needed at the low level. At the same time, we're needed services at a high level. And I really have seen the funding transform our community, but at the same time, as we saw it being transformed, we're seeing it being cut to the immigrant community. So want to support you going forward with these recommendations, but I am concerned about the safety net in South Monterey County, in particular CBDIO, but supportive of moving forward on this, and trust the Board of Supervisors will find solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Cesar. We'll go next to Clarissa and then to Sarait.
Good afternoon. As an immigrants' rights advocate, former team member of CBDIO, and a commissioner with the First 5 Monterey County, I just want to thank the commissioners here for taking the effort to emphasize the importance of mental health services in the community despite cuts to local budgets for health and social services. I wanted to echo my colleague Andrea Diaz's comments to bring attention to the impact these decisions have on underserved Indigenous communities in South Monterey County, especially with the exclusion of funding for Indigenous serving community-based organizations that play a critical role in providing accessible mental health support. Local CBOs like Centro Binacional para el Desarrollo Indígena Oaxaqueño are essential partners in reaching communities that have historically been underserved. They have built trust over time, understand the cultural and linguistic needs of families, and serve as a bridge between community members and the behavioral health system. I commend Supervisor Lopez, Alejon, and Rudascu on your request to include CBDIO in funding for these services, as investment in trusted community partners is essential to expanding access, preventing mental health crises, and ensuring that all residents have the opportunity to receive the care they need. Thank you.
All right, we'll go next to Sarait.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Again, I just want to echo what everyone's been saying. I also commend the tremendous work you all have in your hands. It is difficult dealing with just what is happening in the world, and you all have to make those tough decisions. We have been working with the county for the past 4 years and implementing our Mamás Platicando and Sanando. As you may know, mental health is really hard to talk about it with family members. And when you think about Indigenous communities, it's another layered because of the language, because of the terms and how it relates to our Indigenous communities. So it is a lot of work that what we're doing as CBDIO. And want to just acknowledge that as well. But if for the past 4 years, we have invested in our staff, in our communities, especially in South County, that we don't have the resources from the county or other CBOs that can provide that information. And urge to definitely think about in future, like I know this was a request, and I appreciate Supervisor Lejo, Chris, and ask you that have mentioned CBDIO by name. We definitely have a gap, and we're also supportive of what's in the proposal. We know that those are critical times for all organizations, and definitely everyone needs this funding. But we really hope that you consider CBDIO in closing also our funding gap. Again, we're committed as an organization. We will continue to fundraise because we know this are critical for our communities in South County. And I don't know if I said my name, but I'm Sarait. I'm the executive director with CBDIO, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. All right, I'm seeing no further public comments, so we're going to go ahead and close public comment and bring this back to the board. Daniels.
I just had one question. So on the slide number 9, you have the 5 organizations that received a full reduction for their contracts. And we've talked today about CBDIO and the request for adding them to the list of providers that will get gap funding. But did you mention at all the Seniors Council? I'm just curious if we've heard from them or what their response was when you met with them.
Yeah, Supervisor Daniels, we did not hear from this provider.
But you did meet with every organization, or you said there was some comment that you made about.
Yeah, we met with them earlier in the year, February, to let them know of the impacts.
Okay. Yeah, here it is. Met with the 22 providers. Okay. So I just want to say that I support my colleagues in that additional request. Also still, though, waiting on where that money might come from if there are some other opportunities outside of our contingencies. Thank you.
I'll move approval with adding Supervisor Lopez's addition of $100,000 for CBDIO.
I would second that and see if there's any response on where the dollars would come from. I see Elsa sitting in the front row there.
Good evening. Elsa Jimenez, Director of Health Services. As we've stated previously, we've looked through all of our eligible behavioral health dollars, and we're able to close that gap from 12 million to a little over 6 million. And really the ones that are before you today in consultation with the CAO, we've identified contingencies as the only other possible source at this juncture. I will say that the health department is in conversations with the Central California Alliance for Health for establishing ourselves as a community health worker hub, that we hope to get funded for that and hope to work with our community-based organizations and hoping to build their capacity to maybe become CHW billable providers. We are also looking at revamping or expanding our Medicaid or Medi-Cal administrative activities funding as well, not only for the health department, but also for interested community-based organizations. So those are two new initiatives that we hope to undertake in the current year, and hopefully some of our community-based organizations want to partner with us in expanding the CHW benefit to themselves and also the Medi-Cal administrative activities, but that'll take us this year to help build that up and also explore alternatives. And as Melanie indicated earlier, we are still anxiously awaiting on the California Department of Public Health's release of the BHSA population-based request for proposals. And we'll continue to work with our community-based organizations to see how we perhaps as a community, the health department won't be eligible, but maybe we could find key community-based organizations in our community that could serve as fiscal agents and as lead applicants to hopefully help bring some of those BHSA population dollars into our community starting, probably as soon as Q2, Q3 of the current fiscal year.
The request would be to change the contingency. It would be contingency dollars at this point that we would have, but we would explore whether or not there would be other resources. Again, this is not going to, it's gap funding. It may not get some of these organizations to the next step, but just certainly allow time for planning. So if we would want to amend the action to have it increased by 100,000, so it'd be 680,000 out of contingencies, and the agreement would come back separately.
So I'm good with that. If I could speak to the motion in public comment, I just want to thank everyone who's here. When we talk about the work that we do, really, it's about partnerships. We've often said we can't do these things alone. It's about finding partners in the community that can access folks that aren't comfortable walking through the door. Like Sabino was talking about, the stigma the community carries around certain words, as Sarait was saying, where there are folks that aren't going to trust us because the words don't translate easily. You've got to go through multiple interpreters. But when it's somebody who comes to you and says, I can help, and they use the right words and help break down the barriers to help get a family to access care, or help somebody be able to communicate what they're experiencing as a senior that they're lived their whole life unable to do, it matters. That's why we're investing these dollars today. And we fought against this shift. I mean, this passed by 20,000 votes. I repeated that so many times, 20,000 votes statewide, which is crazy. But we're sitting here today feeling some of those impacts. And that's just one more reason to say when these things hit the ballot, we have to be vocal and talk about what the realities are. I know Melanie sat across from me several times and we were not, I think I heard that presentation 5 or 6 times by the time, right, the election finally rolled around. But at the end of the day, know that we see you, we appreciate you, and it's why we're making this investment, looking for additional opportunities as well to partner to bring long-term solutions, because at the end of the day, the community relies on you. They may not know my name, they may not know anybody up here on this dais, but they know you because you're their friends and neighbors, and you're the ones who open those doors to create access. And I just want to call out Cristina Sotelo, who I know stepped away, but I've never had the opportunity to fully thank her. She spent her time with us on the first 5 commission for years, dedicating her personal time to make sure that our kids got the strongest start. And she's a South County resident who opened her practice in South County and yet goes beyond that and continues to partner with CCA to bring access to community in places where we know those barriers are bigger than others. And it's why this funding matters today, why we're here, knowing that it's not the perfect fix, but it's a start, and thankful for your partnership. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So just to clarify, there was a motion made, and I missed who it was from. A motion from Alejo and a second from Lopez, and it was for staff recommendation plus $100,000 for CBDIO for the maternal and mental health program. All right. And just to clarify, we're going to continue looking at other sources. This is coming from contingency, but we're going to continue looking at other sources of funding if there's an ability to move money around there. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you. And I just want to say thank you again to our behavioral health staff. This has been just an arduous process for you, I know, and then we're asking for more and to be involved in different ways. And so I know that's another big lift for you. But as we know, the programs that you've built, watching those get dismantled has got to be just devastating. And I just want to acknowledge how challenging our behavioral, the circumstances that our behavioral health staff is working under right now. So we see you and we appreciate you, even when we ask for more. So thank you. All right. So with that, we are going to lose a quorum here very quickly. We have item number 20 and 21 that have to go today. So we're going to move forward with item 20 quickly. And we will be postponing item 22, 23, and 24 to a future meeting time.
Thank you, Chair and Board of Supervisors. Staff will go as quickly as possible and be available for questions. I'm Melanie Beretti, and I'm with the Housing and Community Development Department here, joined by Jack Sorensen, who's the project planner, to present the item before us today. I did want to just give a very brief just refresher, because this is the first appeal of a commercial vacation rentals that is coming before the Board of Supervisors. So just a brief refresher that in October of 2024, the inland regulations went into effect, and in October of 2025, just last year, the coastal regulations went into effect. Those regulations, we have been processing commercial vacation rentals. Dozens have been processed coastal and more in the inland areas that continue to process at the zoning administrators. And so, and just a brief overview, because it is pertinent today, that the regulations, as they got adopted, the discussions were had, and it was decided to not include requirements for enforcement or proof related to CC&Rs or private agreements. With the exception of, in the case of access to a commercial vacation rental through a private road, and that does come into play for these. So just a brief reminder of how that applies countywide for all of the regulations, including Pebble Beach, which is the location of this particular vacation rental. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to project planner Jack Sorensen and ask if they could share staff right.
Good afternoon, Supervisors and Chair Root Askew. My name is Jack Sorensen, Project Planner. Today I'll be presenting the appeal for PLN 250332 Gupta. The proposed commercial vacation rental is located at 4159 Sunset Lane in Pebble Beach within the Del Monte Forest Land Use Plan. The parcel is zoned medium density residential, 4 units per acre, and a design control overlay in the coastal zone. The original planning permit for this project, a coastal development permit for a commercial vacation rental, was approved by the zoning administrator on April 30th, 2026. On May 18th, 2026, an appeal by David Kinnear was received. The appeal raised one contention, namely that the zoning administrator's decision was contrary to law because the property's deed restriction doesn't allow for commercial uses, and the zoning administrator approved a commercial use. The property is zoned medium density residential, which allows commercial vacation rentals subject to a granting of a coastal development permit. The applicant has applied for a coastal development permit. If approved, the granting of this coastal development permit would allow the establishment of the third permitted vacation rental in the Del Monte Forest Land Use Plan out of a maximum of 57. The project is consistent with the policies and regulations of county code and all commercial vacation rental requirements, including adequate emergency response times, adequate parking, and limitations on the number of commercial vacation rentals per legal lot. The applicant has provided documentation that the property is subject to conditions, covenants, and restrictions. The property's CC&Rs, which are privately enforced by the Pebble Beach Company, prohibit the use of residential structures for commercial purposes. Therefore, while the appellant correctly notes that the proposed use may conflict with private deed restrictions, the appellant's conclusion that the zoning administrator's decision is contrary to law is misplaced. The county does not enforce privately held CC&Rs or deed restrictions. As such, matters are private civil issues between property owners and the enforcing entity. Therefore, staff believes the contention has no merit. Monterey County Code establish regulations for projects using private roads. The private road accessing the property is subject to an existing private road agreement and a private road maintenance agreement. The County of Monterey's regulations for private road state that if the appropriate authority finds that a substantive dispute exists regarding the use of a private road for a project, the appropriate authority may apply a condition of approval to resolve the dispute or deny the project. Here, county staff is aware of a blanket objection letter from the Pebble Beach Company regarding the use of private roads. Accordingly, condition number 6 has been applied to resolve the dispute. Therefore, staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors deny the appeal of David Kinnear, uphold the zoning administrator's decision to find the project categorically exempt pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15301, and approve a coastal development permit to allow a commercial vacation rental. This concludes staff's presentation, and staff is available for questions. Thank you.
I now realize you want to open to public comment. What is our timeline in terms of when we're losing people? 3 minutes ago. So I want to just say, you know, I know there's folks here to make public comment, but I don't feel comfortable rushing through this. So I'd love the opportunity to hear from the folks who are here, but I'd also like to continue this item because I think it deserves a longer conversation. And I want to really make it clear and understand the deed restriction conversation, the private road conversation. If we don't, we're going to have this same appeal play out over and over and over again. And so I have questions as well about density and oversaturation in one particular location. And so I just think that this conversation deserves an actual not rushed hearing. So if it's possible, Chair, if we can hear the public comment of who is here, but also continue the item, because I'm not going to get through all of the questions I have in negative 3 minutes.
Does this need to go today, or could we hear public comment and then have it return?
I believe because it's on an appeal and it has come before you within the 60 days, it is then at the board's discretion for what is necessary in order to come to a recommendation for the project.
Got it. So let's hear public comment today. Is there anyone in chambers for public comment on this item? I'm seeing no one in chambers. Okay, we have a couple of hands raised online. We have it JK, and then Kathleen.
All right, can you hear me now?
Thanks for joining us. And we've got.
Are you able?
We can hear you. We've got 2 minutes on the clock. Go ahead.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. I'm going to digress just a little bit before we. I'm going to start off, first of all, by thanking the staff for the work and effort they put into this. We fully support the staff's recommendation. We do believe that the appellant lacks legal standing to enforce the Pebble Beach Company's CC&Rs. On another note, I'd like to just quickly switch back to item number 18 and say, get it the heck over with. Go to 14% now while people are still spending. Top 10% of the earners are currently contributing 49% of the spending in the current economy. Top 20% are spending 63%. Let's get some money before the entire thing collapses, which is going to happen within a couple of years. And I don't see why we wouldn't have a rate comparable to San Francisco or Los Angeles. And I apologize, I had a little technical glitch and I wasn't able to speak on 18.
All right, we'll go next to Kathleen and then to David. Do we have Kathleen or David?
This is David.
All right, David, the floor is yours.
Okay. I appreciate you guys considering my appeal, but, first I want to make it clear that the contention by staff that I'm contending the appeal is violation of law is incorrect. I didn't suggest that at all in my appeal. All I said was that the staff has not recognized the CC&Rs that have a deed restriction on the properties here that says you can't have a business on your property. It's only for single family use. That's what I said. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not claiming anything about legal, contrary to law. It's clear here that these matters are, the deed. There's a deed restriction for use of the private roads and for use of the property, and to have the zoning administrator only acknowledge the one deed restriction about use of private roads doesn't make sense. I mean, I'm asking the board to understand that there is another deed restriction and to honor it. Okay, the deed restriction says you can't have a business there, and business means profit, and that's what these residents want to have, profit. Okay, you've gotten 12 letters from people that are opposed to these applications, and none in support. Maybe JK, I don't even know who he is, but that's the only person I've heard support it. So anyway, you've got my emails that explain all my position, and I could go on further, and I appreciate Beth or the other supervisor, Kate, bringing up the need to talk about this further, and I will do so at that time.
Thank you. All right, we'll go to Jessica and then to Kathleen.
Yes, this is Jessica. Can you hear me?
We can. We've got 2 minutes on the clock for you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. I reside on Sunset Lane, just a few houses from the house that is suggested to be a short-term rental. I can't speak to the issue of the CC&Rs because I haven't looked at that thoroughly. What I want to speak to is the impact of the short-term rentals and what we've experienced over the last couple of years. We are a block that is intersected by Sunridge on either end, so it's actually kind of a short block. And on our block, I think we've had at least five short-term rentals under the previous loosey-goosey kind of situation. And many of them have created quite a disruption to the neighborhood, both in terms of traffic, because the street has very little off-street parking. Additionally, one of the homes that's just 2 homes away from where I reside has, over the course of their use as a short-term rental, had at least 10 cars there on several weekends a year. There have been a lot of noise disturbances as well. When we have trash pickup on Monday, and a lot of these short-term rentals have impacts on the weekends largely, and there will be overflow of trash in their recyclables and trash cans. Animals often get into them, and there's nobody there when the trash comes to be picked up to take the cans up into the home, which creates traffic hazards since much of the street has very little parking, and sight lines are often difficult because part of the homes are on curves as well. So I just want to speak to that impact and hope that you can consider that as well. And we've had a lot of density of short-term rentals in our neighborhood on both Sunset Lane and Sunridge right behind our homes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll go next to Kathleen.
Good afternoon, Chair Askew and members of the board. Thank you for hearing public comment so late in the day. I do want to just reiterate for Pebble Beach Company, obviously it's Kathleen Lee with Pebble Beach Company, apologies for not saying that earlier, that we understand that the County of Monterey cannot enforce CCNRs. And for the Pebble Beach Company, really what is at issue for us is that the zoning administrator was quite intentional in asking both the owner representative and the owner if they understood Condition 6 would necessitate that Pebble Beach Company approval would be necessary prior to use as a commercial vacation rental. And there was agreement on the record at the ZA hearing. What we're asking the county to do is enforce the county's own conditions and regulations. Condition 6, which requires Pebble Beach Company approval for use of a private road for a commercial vacation rental purpose, has not been granted to this property or to others issued in the Del Monte Forest. So for us, if the property owner has acknowledged that that is a requirement of the county, it is the county's obligation to enforce your conditions of approval. And as per Acela, as of today, Condition 6 has not been met. I understand that there was assertion that there is disagreement as to whether or not that condition is valid. However, that is the county's role and responsibility and a requirement of the approval of this application that was made before the zoning administrator. So Pebble Beach Company is respectfully requesting that a commercial vacation license not be issued until such time as Pebble Beach Company has provided approval for use of our private commercial roads, or that issue is substantially resolved as per county language, and that those conditions of approval in Condition 6 be not only applied for this property at 4159 Sunset Lane, but also for those others that are being approved by the ZA within the Del Monte Forest. And we look forward to continuing this conversation with the county, and thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you. We have another hand raised from JK, but JK, we already heard from you on this item, and we only received public comment once. So I see no other hands raised or public comment, so we'll close public comment and bring it back to the board.
And I'll jump in to say I thought there was going to be a lot more public comment. So what I'd like to just say to my colleagues, number one, on the Pebble Beach Company situation, I'm wondering if I can work with staff, work with the Pebble Beach Company on perhaps us not issuing the business license, because it's three things they've got to get. And if they haven't met the conditions, is there a way that we can support the Pebble Beach Company? If we had the time, what I would have liked to do is have you bring up the GIS mapping, take a look at the Del Monte Forest, and really see the saturation that they are contending with. And so if there is a way that I can work with you, and we can see if there's a step we can take that would help help us all stay in our lanes, but ensure that someone isn't operating who hasn't met the conditions, that would be something I'd be interested in doing.
So if I may just briefly, we in Pebble Beach, when the commercial vacation rental permits are issued, we do not issue the license until such time as that condition would be met. In the circumstance, so for others that have been permitted, that the decision's been made, there was no appeal, those are now ones that we are planning with our code enforcement team because of the condition and condition compliance. So we are working on that process to, you've now gotten approval, you now have this condition, and you can't operate until that's cleared. For this particular case, because there was an appeal filed, it's not referred yet to code enforcement until a final decision is made on this one. At such point in time, that would be the final decision. It would have that condition if approved, and we would not issue that vacation rental license. If they were to then operate without that, then it is a code enforcement.
Because I look at the map and I see many, many, many short-term rentals either in process or which have been granted. They're green. The C is green. And so what is, so those are all violations? The ones that it appear to have been approved?
So in the Del Monte Forest, so there's coastal Del Monte Forest and then inland, which are different, but in the inland areas of Del Monte Forest, which are subject to the same deed restrictions, there are a number of, I believe the number is approximately 11 or 12 that were prior permitted that should be expiring soon. So they were permitted and they would have had this condition on them, as well as anything new that's permitted would have the same condition. So again, for anyone that is there that has the condition, they would not have, they should not be operating. And then it's an enforcement. And actually staff is, we're planning to come back in the fall with a status update on implementation and enforcement across all the areas. And so this is an active point of discussion that we're having with our code compliance team. As we're getting more permitted, the decisions have been made, either if they're denied or if they have a condition, then to make sure that our code enforcement team is then moving forward with enforcement.
Okay, well, I'm not sure where to leave it today, but I will say that the matter of CCNRs and deed restrictions is happening in multiple HOAs. It's not just, for me, the Del Monte Forest, and I'm hearing it in other HOAs. And so it merits a further conversation, perhaps outside of this decision. A further conversation I do think is needed over oversaturation and density. It was something that we talked about. It's not just the 4% cap in one planning area, but there was supposed to be some discretion by the zoning administrator. If there were 8 houses on a block and 4 were already short-term rentals, you had the discretion to deny a permit. And then I think what I need clarity on from you then is what. So we could deny the appeal today, but what are we denying in light of what you just said in terms of this business license conundrum and code enforcement?
Yeah, so a denial of the appeal would upheld the zoning administrator's approval to issue the coastal development permit for the commercial vacation rental with the condition that says you may not commence that use until the roads issue is resolved, which would either be Pebble Beach Company giving them permission to use their roads or some sort of legal judgment or determination that would resolve the dispute otherwise. And so we would not, in this case, issue the vacation rental operator's license. They would not be able to obtain that. And the next step would be our code enforcement would then work with them over the time to cease that operation until such time as that condition may be removed if they continue to operate.
So how does that differ from what the Pebble Beach Company just requested of us?
It does not, but there is, and we can look more into this, we are still in the stage where there are many vacation rentals that are operating unpermitted that have not come in to apply for permits. So that's a code enforcement. They need to move through that process. We have operating that came in to apply per the regulations that may continue to operate per the regulations until a decision is made. So we still have many that are working through the process and operating. And then we're just getting to where we have these that are being approved. Some are just operating, and those in the Del Monte Forest area, those that have been approved should not be operating given this condition. And so that, again, is then the enforcement of our condition compliance.
Thank you for those answers.
And I did just want to clarify regarding concentration of how many numbers would be in a single neighborhood on a single street. You are correct, it's discretionary. And as those decisions come before the zoning administrator as well as staff with their recommendations, they do contemplate, while it's discretionary, and so there's no clear threshold, and that is a kind of a concern that we see forthcoming. We have not, and the zoning administrator has not been presented with a permit that is approving any kind of saturation. Many of these, this neighborhood in particular, they're not operating legally with permits. So we did verify that. So we have not hit that circumstance yet, but we certainly see it in some areas where definitely we're looking at seeing concentrations, and there can be denied based on the findings of public health and safety in terms of the peace, morale of the neighborhood and community. But there isn't clear objective standards. That was something that didn't come out through the ordinance process.
Yeah, there's a lot of little parts into this, which leave me kind of uncomfortable to vote on this, frankly. But we talk about saturation and everything on here, and there's some that don't have permits. So I'm trying to understand, because when I look at page 5, it's right above the last paragraph, right above other agency involvement, it says it would be the third commercial vacation rental in the Del Monte 4 land use plan. And yet we're talking about that there's, I'm not sure, I'm not understanding this. You say third, and then we're talking about there's a lot more there.
Perhaps you need to pick up the GIS map because they're mostly yellow.
Yeah, so what does that third mean?
The third permitted.
The third permit, it's only been, so we've only permitted 3.
In the Del Monte Forest land use plan area, which is the coastal area of the Pebble Beach area. There's also
the other 2 that have come through have been permitted and they weren't appealed. Is that what I'm understanding?
Correct. They have the same condition, that because of these private roads, they have the same condition, they acknowledge, but they were not appealed.
So there's a policy decision to be made here, and that it's on a larger scale that leaves me really uncomfortable to really cast a vote on this at this point.
If I may, there's a policy decision on other stuff. It sounds like that the board wants to explore, but your choices are limited on this appeal to either approve staff's recommendation, which is to deny the appeal, accept the appeal and direct staff to come back with appropriate findings, or continue this matter to a date certain.
Or my favorite, abstain.
Or you can abstain.
There's like moving parts here that I want to make sure I'm understanding clearly. So we have an appeal in front of us today that's based on some very specific. It's not about whether we like vacation rentals or not. It's about whether the zoning administrator correctly applied the ordinance that the board has in place to this very specific property and application. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And you're saying that there's, and we're being reminded that there's also, so even if we were to deny this appeal, there's the package of permits that are required. So this, the issues that Pebble Beach Company is raising would be addressed via a different venue? Because I do want to make sure I'm understanding the issues that the Pebble Beach Company were bringing up.
Yeah, so this, per staff's analysis, zoning administrator, this vacation rental meets the criteria and standards as they're outlined in the regulations as they've been adopted.
As they've been adopted.
So they do satisfy that. And the CCNR issues in general are not under consideration, which was the case of this appeal. However, the regulations do recognize that if you are accessed through private roads, you are subject to county regulations related to access of private roads. And in the access of private roads, that is what does acknowledge that there is this private road access and maintenance agreement that is applicable. And because of that, with Pebble Beach Company and objection, there is a dispute. And so the standard for that, per our regulations, is there's a dispute. We can approve the permit with a condition that says until such time as this dispute is resolved for the road usage, that is condition number 6, you may not commence the use.
And so when it says deny the appeal, approve the coastal development permit with the conditions to include appeal conditions. Correct. Condition 6. So that's what Pebble Beach Company is asking for?
Pebble Beach Company is saying once these are approved and this condition exists, we do not issue a vacation rental operator's license, which we do not, because there's an outstanding condition, and Pebble Beach Company is requesting that the county take up its enforcement for those that have been permitted, continue to operate outside of having their vacation rental operator's license and with that condition that they can't do the use. So it's an enforcement issue that.
And so the policy question that you're raising, Supervisor Daniels, is what exactly?
So what I was suggesting, it sounds like the county was already doing. I was saying maybe we could address what the Pebble Beach Company is asking for by not issuing a business license, because you need your permit and you need a business license, and that's how. Well, I won't even get into why, but it sounds like we already don't issue the business license, and so the question becomes: it sounds like we don't have enough enforcement, or we're not able to. If I'm trying to understand what they need from us and from me as their supervisor, they need a response, because it sounds like people are both operating illegally and perhaps the folks who have actually gotten a permit are starting to operate. Is that what we're seeing happen?
I think there is a transition where folks have been in the process, allowed to operate, they have bookings, they then come to their decision point with this condition, and what I believe is happening is then there is a lag from the decision point with this condition. We aren't issuing our vacation rental operator's license, but I think there's then probably a lag when then with our code enforcement to say, okay, you've gone through the process, you've got your permit, a decision is made. However, you need to cease to operate until you satisfy the condition. So what we need to do, and we have been discussing, and in fact, I was asking, please get a meeting on the books so we can meet with code enforcement, because we now have a number of these that have been approved with this condition, where we need to say, okay, where are we on the code enforcement to now get them to stop, because they're no longer in the grace period to continue to operate. The decision has been taken. Now they need to operate pursuant to their permit. And then once it goes into that code enforcement process, it still takes time to go through and cease the operations.
Okay, just one other question on that point. So so you said 2 previous permits had been issued. Is that permits plus the operator's license, the business license?
So the coastal development permits have been issued, not the vacation rental licenses, because we won't issue those with an outstanding condition.
So effectively, there are no vacation rental ordinances that can legally operate in Pebble Beach currently.
No commercial vacation rentals.
Commercial vacation rentals.
Correct. We still do we have permitted some homestays and some limited vacation rental, because those are ministerial and they are not subject to our proof of access ordinance.
Okay. Got it. Thank you for that clarification. We'll go
One more follow-up question. So the proof of access is, though, separate from the CC&R deed restrictions, because we also have a private road agreement. If you're on a private road, what would happen to an applicant anywhere in the county?
Yeah, so the proof of access ordinance is what comes into play on any change of use of a private that has to access the property through a private road, and that basically comes to, does the plain language, do you have right to access it? Does the plain language allow that? Is it subject to a maintenance agreement? And then essentially, are there any objections or concerns for those private property owners which the easement crosses? And so the take home for anyone on a private road is if they have clear access and have a maintenance agreement in place and there's no objections, then there's no condition that's placed. They meet the standards and they can get issued their vacation rental permit. Anywhere else in the county, if any of those other criteria are not met, then this is a standard condition that we apply, that you have to resolve this issue or develop a maintenance agreement or whatever it is prior to commencing the use.
So this issue aside, which we need to vote on and we need to get out of here, or we need to continue, when is the earliest you think you might be coming back for that update?
We were targeting the fall. We are at the year anniversary of the effective date for the coastal regulations in October, so we were targeting kind of the October range. Staff could certainly try to return earlier if that's desired. But that was the time frame we were looking at, the kind of October, November range, before the end of the year, before it got too busy, but letting kind of a full year go by for having the effective ordinances.
Okay, so I will say that I think we do need to address this proof of access issue. It's really concerning to me, and I don't want us to be in the middle of this. It seems so clear, and it seems like we've got a challenge. So I want to put that at the top of the list, I would let one of my other colleagues make a motion about this item.
Yeah, I can do that. And I think, just to be very, very clear, this is a very technical application of our zoning administrator correctly applying the ordinance as it was written. It sounds like there's some work that we need to do, and I'm supportive of doing that work. But given the situation that is directly in front of us today, I will move approval of. Move to deny the appeal and approve coastal development permit with conditions per the staff report. Is there a second?
I'm uncomfortable denying it on this because I don't want to second something that I might abstain from because there's a lot to sort through out of this still, and I know we're going to lose a quorum here too. So I understand this kind of needs to go ahead, but I just can't do the second on it because I may not vote for it. Well, I'm probably not going to in one way or the other.
Well, we were going to vote on it right now. There's a motion. That's what we were trying to move through it. So, but if we can, if the desire is to continue it because we need to. Yeah.
We'd have to consult the calendar. I would say I think it's important, if you need more information to understand the mechanics of how the current regulations work in order to support staff's recommendation to deny the appeal, then I would recommend continuing so staff could better answer that. What I'm hearing are more general questions about some areas that maybe are not quite addressed in the regulations as perhaps desired or envisioned that they would work out, and that I would recommend we have a separate conversation on that. So
that's the fall meeting, and I'm in similar conundrum just because it is such a challenge in Pebble Beach. But I will go ahead and second your motion, Wendy. But I'm also, like I said, I really want us to see this top of the agenda for the fall meeting because it's a problem that we need to address whichever way we go. I mean, these folks are operating not according to our ordinance if they're operating without a business license, and so that's comforting. They're not getting their business license because they can't. What I don't understand, then it goes back to this deed restrictions. Why are we issuing a permit if they don't have proof of access? And so that's the part that's troubling. That's not deed restrict. It comes from their deed. It comes from their CC&Rs. But if you can't provide proof of access, we probably shouldn't be issuing a permit. So okay, I'm back in a different cap. I'm not going to second it, but let's just continue it so we're all fresh and we have a good frame of mind to have this conversation.
So we need a motion to continue
I'll
it.
withdraw my motion to approve or to.
I'll make a
approve the
motion to
denial.
continue, or you.
We can go to date of August 18th or to September 1st. Those would be the two options.
And I'm going to suggest August 18th, because if we can get that other meeting in September by any chance, that would be super helpful, even if it's late September. But I think fall, the sooner we can have this conversation, the better. And I think our 1-year anniversary is October.
So I'll move to continue to August 18th.
Okay, I just amended my motion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you
Okay.
can second
Well,
it.
then I'll
Okay.
second it.
Okay, perfect. Move this for August 18th. It will return. The item will be continued. All right. All in favor? Aye. All right. Thank you for the presentation. Okay. We have a few more, and I just lost my agenda. Item number 21 are some referral readouts.
Yes, we have 2 new referrals. One of them is from Supervisor Church and Lopez together, and it is to remove the sewer billing services from the Monterey County property tax rolls. The purpose would be to move the collection of sewer charges for the Pajaro County Sanitation District and the County Service Area 75, Tular, from the County of Monterey property tax rolls to Monterey One Water sewer billing services. And this is a co-referral from Supervisor Church and Lopez. And the second referral is from Supervisor Lopez, and it's related to Greenfield. It is a Greenfield branch library pilot program for youth snack and access and behavioral data tracking. The purpose is to direct Monterey County Free Libraries in coordination with the Health Department and/or the Food Bank of Monterey County to evaluate establishing a pilot program at the Greenfield Branch Library offering non-perishable snacks to youth patrons and to compile and track available data on youth behavioral incidents and the branch to access outcomes. The referral in Greenfield has been assigned to library and the health department, and the referral related to the Pajaro sewer charges has been assigned to Randy Ishii at Public Works and Planning, or Public Works Facilities and Parks. Those are the 2.
All right, I'll ask if there's any board comments. We are moving item 22, 23, and 24 to future meeting to be determined. Is there any readout from County Council?
Yes, in closed session, the board unanimously authorized joining an appeal and further litigation if needed concerning Medicare reimbursement payments.
And any readout from Water Resource Agency closed session?
No readout from Water Resources Agency.
Great. We do have an adjournment in memory today, and I'll pass the floor to Supervisor Alejo.
Yes, if we could put up the image for this adjourn in memory today.
Beautiful.
Dear colleagues, it is with a heavy heart that we adjourn this meeting in memory of Amparo Gonzalez, a beloved mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother, and a cherished member of the Salinas community. She was the loving grandmother of my longtime Chief of Staff, Linda Gonzalez. Amparo passed away peacefully on June 9th, 2026 at the age of 91. She was born on June 11th, 1934 in Linares, Nuevo León, Mexico, to María de la Luz García, España, and Francisco García. She spent her early years in Linares, Ciudad Victoria, and Matamoros, Tamaulipas, before immigrating to Brownsville, Texas, and ultimately making Salinas her home, where she built a life centered on faith, family, and service. In 1951, she married the love of her life, Ernesto Gonzalez, and together they shared over 50 years of marriage, raising a large and loving family until Ernesto's passing in 2000. Amparo found joy in life's simple pleasures. She loved preparing meals for her family, playing bingo with friends, and faithfully attending Mass at Christ the King and St. Mary's Church here in Salinas. Her warmth, generosity, and unwavering devotion to her loved ones left a lasting impression on everyone who knew her. Her greatest legacy is the family she nurtured. She is survived by her sons Julian, Ernesto, Alberto, Ramiro, Amado, and Francisco Gonzalez. Her daughters Irma, Armijo, Irene Garcia, Juanita Cárdenas, and Maria Murillo. 46 grandchildren, and 43 great-grandchildren, each of whom carries forward her love, strength, and values. She was preceded in death by her beloved husband, Ernesto Gonzalez, and her mother-in-law, Guadalupe Gonzalez. So on behalf of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, we extend our heartfelt condolences to the Gonzalez family and all who had the privilege of knowing Amparo. May her remarkable life, enduring faith, and deep love for her family continue to inspire future generations. In her honor and memory, we adjourn our meeting today. In her loving memory, may Amparo rest in peace. Thank you.
And we are adjourned.